Chapter 555. After introducing himself, the hostage-taker in the banquet hall caused quite a commotion. The surrounding guests discussed animatedly. Count Godwin, who was in charge of negotiations, sighed. "Please accept my condolences, young man. Your father's heroic act brought back the air of constellation. If he died for it, it would be worthy of remembrance." Anchor did not speak. The Count's tone changed to a slightly reprimanding tone. "But this is not a valid reason for your actions." Anchor remained silent, but his eyes were unfocused. Looking at Anchor's expression, Count Godwin frowned. He realized that tonight's matter might not be so easily resolved. The Count subconsciously looked up, but the king's seat was empty. Only the Duke of Star Lake, the supposedly gifted teenager, was seated on the first row of seats. He was surrounded by a large group of guards. His expression was solemn, and he lowered his head in silence. Thales stared at Anchor in a daze. He still remembered when he woke up in Ghost Prince Tower. At that time, Yodel told him, it had been a day and a night since the orcs invaded Bladefang's dune, and the legendary wing returned to provide reinforcements. Thales pushed open the tower window and saw the desolate aftermath of the battle that Bladefang's camp had experienced and Roman's victory. But what he did not see, or what he thought he did not see, was the true bloodshed of that day's war. And those whose fates were changed because of it. Death, sacrifice, benefits, price, victory. These are just the most superficial aspects of war. The fates of thousands of people will be tested in this cruel furnace. Hicks the old crow's words echoed in his mind. Please remember, beyond hypocritical moral accusations, beyond simple calculation of benefits, beyond the illusory warrior's honor, do not belittle war itself. It is far from as simple as you think. It is not a game where one must win or lose, where one must pay the price, where one must live or die. And you and I, whether we are powerful suzerains or commoners who rise and fall with the wind, we are but the most powerless pawns because most of the time, it is not up to us to decide, even if you are the instigator or victor of the war. A noise behind him interrupted Thales' thoughts. New intelligence from the flag-bearer division. Vice Captain Vogel took a few pieces of paper from his subordinate and said cautiously, "That's right. Anchor Byrel is indeed a Western Desert aristocrat, and also the eldest son and heir of the Baron of Crocaw City. You're right. He had been cultivating in the Tower of Eradication until his father passed away." Mallows pondered for a moment. His father died during the mission to escort the prince back. So this young Byrel feels indignant and wants to destroy the prince's banquet? The watchman shook his head. It doesn't make sense. Vogel nodded, obviously suspicious as well. Also, he immediately switched to another piece of paper. A few days ago, Anchor Byrel applied to the House of Nobles Affairs, hoping to squeeze into tonight's nobility conferring ceremony and have the Supreme King confer him nobility to inherit his father's title. Thales thought of something. He remembered the conferring ceremony tonight. Among the nobles who were conferred hereditary titles, there were new nobles who started from scratch, old nobles who inherited their father's business, and a bastard from Blade Edge Hill who was not that legitimate. But no Anchor Byrel. Vogel snorted and continued reading. The House of Nobles Affairs replied, "Byrel is a subject of Western Desert. Conferring a servant beyond his master's authority is unconventional." Mallows frowned. Unconventional? Why do I remember that among the candidates for the conferring ceremony tonight, there was an illegitimate child, which also falls under the category of conferring a servant beyond his master? Vogel glanced at him and folded the letter in his hand without batting an eyelid. The Duchess of Blade Edge Hill is close to the royal family, so naturally there is no problem. As for Western Desert, he did not continue. Conferring a servant beyond his master's authority is unconventional? Thales suddenly remembered the ancient imperial sword given to him by Duke Fakenhaz. All right, Mallows pondered, but why did he look for Baron Doyle? Vogel scoffed. Vengeance, hatred, profit, harm, nothing more than these four. You can combine them any way you like, and there will always be a truth. In the middle of the hall, Count Godwin took a deep breath. Young Beryl, your father sacrificed himself for the country and died a worthy death. You should not tarnish the glory he left behind. Anchor sobered from the grief of losing his father. You're right, Viscount. I shouldn't. He breathed shakily, as if suppressing something. He kept repeating, I shouldn't. But Anchor's expression quickly turned ferocious. Until I hurried back to the country and found out. He looked at everyone and gritted his teeth. My father borrowed money to raise military funds in order to recruit the army. Owed him a huge sum of money that he could never repay in his lifetime. Many people were stunned. In the next second, Anchor grabbed old Doyle by the collar. Come on, you old varmint. The hostage-taker's tone was urgent. Tell His Highness. Tell everyone. Tell the whole kingdom about the shady business you've done. Tell everyone about the crime you've committed against my father, against the Beryl family. Baron Doyle scowled miserably. I didn't do anything. But Anchor's blade immediately pressed against the old baron's neck, even drawing a few traces of blood. Think again. Old Doyle shuddered and quickly corrected himself. I lent money to your father to tide him over. Thales furrowed his brows. Anchor spat on the ground. Bullsh *t. He kicked the old baron's back, and the latter fell into a pile of dirty dishes, gasping for breath. Seeing his father in trouble, Doyle clenched his fists, but Glover quickly pressed down on his shoulder and stared sternly at the former. I've investigated. When the Duke of Western Desert's mobilization order arrived, you appeared, just when my father was in financial difficulties and at his wits' end. Anchor glared angrily at Baron Doyle and stomped on his back. You sweet-talked him, loaned him a huge sum of money, bewitched and deceived him with promises of great benefits, inciting him to recruit soldiers, arm the army, take risks in the desert, and pursue war. In the end, he was completely annihilated, lost everything, and was heavily in debt. He was almost roaring. He died of depression on his sickbed from his serious injuries. Count Godwin's expression was solemn. He was having a headache over how to proceed with the negotiations. Baron Doyle's voice was laced with sobs. It was your father who was loyal and wanted to respond to the call to fight for the country in the desert. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. Anchor interrupted him angrily. No, you. It was you who fabricated the excuse of war has great benefits, pretended to be generous in lending him money, and lured him into your trap. The old baron hissed in pain. I didn't lie to him. The last desert war made so many people rich. Rich. Thales felt stifled. He remembered Bladefang's camp, the Fakenhas soldiers who plucked at the entrance of the camp and collected tolls, and the large pile of goods that Tormodin had intended to smuggle out. Anchor laughed sarcastically. You mean those war merchants? He loosened his footsteps and pulled the old baron up again, making him face everyone in the banquet hall. Those vampires who somehow knew that my father was going to mobilize for war, and took the opportunity to sell him supplies? Half of them are in cahoots with you, and even in partnership. You've been colluding with each other for a long time. Baron Doyle seemed to have experienced the interrogation method of the person in front of him, and he quickly replied, We have business dealings. It's normal to know each other? Shut up. The hostage-taker stared at the old baron with resentment, his words heavy with pain. You took advantage of my father's generosity and lack of financial knowledge, used trap-ridden grammar and dazzling numbers to trick him into signing an unfair contract, and owed him several times the original debt. Old Doyle seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. He tried to squeeze out an understanding smile. It's a loan. How can there be no interest? And you're of noble birth and have a large business, so it's understandable that the interest is higher. Anchor suddenly reached out and grabbed the hair at the back of Baron Doyle's head, forcing the latter to look up. As the Baron hissed in pain and his wife cried out involuntarily, Anchor gritted his teeth. But in the deliberate trap of your contract, the unpaid debts were mortgaged using the land and population of Crow Caw City. Land? Population? The crowd exclaimed softly. Ah, hiss no. Old Doyle refused to relent despite the pain. As for the collateral, These are the terms of the contract witnessed by the authoritative accountant of the Royal Family Bank. It's only right to repay a debt. Unless you planned this, Anchor roared. Unless you lent out the debt for the day when he failed in his expedition and was in debt, unable to repay and had to cede his land. The next moment, Anchor suddenly turned around and raised his sword. The tip of his sword sharply pointed at a guard who was looking for an opportunity to ambush. He forced the latter and his imitators back to a safe distance. This is absurd. The old baron's voice was shrill in his defense. Could it be that I'm certain that he will lose? Did I know that the orcs would attack the camp? Thales had a thought. Was certain that he would lose. Knew that the orcs would attack the camp. The Duke of Star Lake frowned. Unfortunately, there were people who knew about these 2 points. And the Doyle family. Thales subconsciously glanced at Doyle beside him. The highest rank among the vassals directly under the royal family, the 7 Jadestar attendants. Obviously, Anchor was not satisfied with the Baron's words. Stop playing dumb. I know it very well. The hostage-taker raised his head and said loudly to the guests in the hall, Old varmint, you've extended your evil claws into the western desert, into our Crow city a long time ago. Our families belong to 2 different places, but we share a border. Over the years, you've used your geographical advantage to coerce, seduce, and plunder. You've colluded with some of my father's vassals and corrupt officials in Crow City to conspire against the law for a long time. Anchor said angrily, Those scum defected to you behind my father's back, illegally sublet the tenant population, privately allocated land, concealed taxes, and made the farm laborers in Crow City work for you. And all of you worked together, even the transportation route from Mirror River to Crow City, across the central western desert, has long been built. Old Doyle wanted to defend himself, but Anchor's grip was getting stronger, forcing him to close his eyes. He could only moan in pain. So, my father could only watch as his territory dried up, his harvest decreased, and he became more and more impoverished. Hearing this, the old baron could no longer bear the pain. I'm renting the land with them. It's a voluntary arrangement. Your father knows. But Anchor roared again. Knew my ass. His blade pressed against the baron's neck. Do you want to go down and confront him now? The guests exclaimed in unison. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Count Godwin immediately interrupted him. Mr. Byrell, he said sternly, you can't accuse Baron Doyle so arbitrarily without evidence, not to mention lynching him. Anchor sneered at that. Evidence? The hostage-taker sneered. After a few seconds, he finally removed the short sword from old Doyle's carotid artery. Doyle, your fief had a bumper harvest this year, right? Even to the point of exporting it? The old baron hesitated. Anchor angrily gave old Doyle a slap. Speak. In pain, Baron Doyle hurriedly spoke. A bumper year? Bumper year. Anchor was so angry that he laughed. But not just this year. He gritted his teeth and looked at the onlookers. And last year, the year before, the year before that, the year before that, for 8 or 9 years, your crops have been bumper harvests, driving the flow of trade and goods, and the market is thriving. Your financial surplus is enough to support a small army. With the long and narrow land in Mirror River, with the worst soil in the entire Central Territory, do you really think that you can get such a big harvest and squeeze so much money out of us? You people from the Central Territory who have been spoiled by the prosperity of the capital, who only want to squeeze into Eternal Star City, who are arrogant but who love leisure and hate work. And you even have surplus grain and goods that can be circulated out of the country and sold to the desert or even Northland to make a fortune. Hearing this, Thales was shocked. He subconsciously looked at the other seats and found the bowl-cut man among the crowd standing on tiptoes. Levi Trent Ida. At this moment, this Northlander from Reformation Tower was keeping a low profile with his head lowered, oblivious to the Duke of Star Lake's gaze. I'm gonna buy some souvenirs to bring back. Food, clothes, toys. Damn bureaucrats and merchants conspired to suppress the quantity and raise the price. Damn it. The teenager gritted his teeth. Those are our farmland, our food, our wealth. And God knows if there are any other victims other than Crow City? Anchor's cold words echoed in his ears. The discussion in the crowd broke out again. This time, there was much less controversy. Most of them were whispers. At this moment, Mallows began to ponder. Speaking of this, Glover. The watchman suddenly looked up. Do you remember what your brother, Viscount Lozano Glover, said to His Highness before the banquet? The expression of Glover, nicknamed Zombie, changed slightly. He subconsciously looked at one of the tables, at the other Glover with a calm expression and composure. Lozano? Glover hemmed and hawed, as if unusually sensitive to the name. Lozano, he told Doyle to stop his father from sending money to the Department of Finance? Doyle, who was firmly held down by Glover, shuddered and looked at his colleague in disbelief. Mallows nodded. Viscount Lozano was very respectful when he met His Highness. He didn't even have time to talk to his half-brother. Why did he look for Doyle and bring up this internal matter of the Department of Finance? Just to badmouth the Doyle family? Doyle was stunned, while Glover's expression became very unpleasant. I remember now. Zombie recalled, and his face turned pale. Lozano also told Doyle that even if he sent money, he couldn't avoid this year's land settlement and tax inspection? Land settlement. Thales took a deep breath and focused his attention back on the center of the venue. Anchor waved his short sword and sneered. So, old varmint, how long did you originally plan to do this? Do you intend to keep it up? Since it benefits yourself at the expense of others, why not? Old Doyle was about to cry. I said it wasn't. The hostage-taker interrupted him. But you didn't expect it. 6 years ago, in the face of Extet's war crisis, the feudal vassals complained incessantly during the national conference about financial difficulties, lack of food production, difficulty in recruiting soldiers, difficulty in expeditions. So once the crisis was over, King Kessel made a bold move and reenacted the land measurement order from King Adie's era to revitalize agriculture and encourage production. Anchor's smile sent a chill down old Doyle's spine. Now, according to the decree, the buffer period has passed, and the deadline for land settlement is approaching. You can no longer deceive and deceive. Many people in the hall started whispering again. Seeing that the settlement was imminent and the fire was burning, you didn't have the time to make a long-term plan, but you also couldn't bear to cut off your source of wealth and abandon your tail to survive. Anchor's words seemed to be biting the tip of his tongue, causing blood to flow. You could only rush to use the simplest and most economical method to get this done, and make it an irrefutable case. Anchor's gaze turned gloomy. For example, my father's debt contract. Next to Thales, Mallows sighed slowly. Viscount Lozano works in the kingdom's Department of Finance. Whether it's bribery, food production, taxes, or land, he must have noticed the hidden dangers in the Mirror River district. The words he said before the banquet were actually directed at the Doyle family, who are also part of the 7 Jadestar attendants. But at this moment, another voice interrupted him. Not just that. The watchman and vice-captain looked up in unison and were surprised to see the person who spoke. He didn't just say that, Thales said absent-mindedly. Vogel narrowed his eyes. What? According to my royal etiquette lessons these days, Glover is a vassal of the Jadestar royal family, and I am the Duke of Star Lake, come heir to the throne, and his future lord. Thales looked at the center of the hall at Anchor, who had successfully stolen the prince's limelight today. Regardless of status or affiliation, our interactions should have been initiated by me or Viscount Lozano, and after receiving permission, he should have come to see me. But Mallows raised his eyebrows as he recalled. But he unusually and vaguely invited you to lower yourself to his mansion in East City District. Thales nodded with a heavy heart. That was Viscount Lozano's reminder and warning to me. But we didn't understand. Doyle shuddered again, his face showing remorse. The prince did not continue but sighed. And I reckon Lozano didn't expect this hidden danger to flare up so fiercely and so quickly. He can't even afford to wait for a meal. Thales shifted his gaze and noticed that the attitudes of the 7 Jadestar attendants had become increasingly grim. Patterson, the oldest, was biting his lip, panting and glaring. Stone and Adrian were expressionless and silent, observing the situation. Lady Eleanor seemed to have only her son left in her world. Lozano, who had warned them earlier, was staring down at the table, seemingly indifferent to what was happening. But in the entire hall, as Anchor's narration became clearer, many people could not help but look at the composed Duke of Star Lake himself. The problem is, sensing their gazes, Thales felt a slight headache. How are we going to clean up this mess? Vogel snorted softly. It doesn't matter, Your Highness. The vice-captain looked disdainfully at the resentful Anchor. He's putting on an act in public, all for the sake of pleasing the crowd with your name and the banquet's name, to publicize his family's situation, and to create big news. When he's done with his nonsense and achieved his goal, Your Highness, you can then console him with words of comfort, and he won't have any reason to continue putting on an act. But there's one thing. No matter how that fellow induces you, no matter how extravagant his words are, you will never pass judgment, take a side, or show any inclination towards either side, even if it's just a smile or an eye roll. Thales looked up. Either side. Vogel looked at him. This time, there was only sternness left in the vice-captain's eyes. Either. As for the rest of the investigation, interrogation, trial, and conviction, that's the matter of the court, the Nobles' Affairs Council, and even the Imperial Conference tomorrow. This person's actions, other than increasing the topic of conversation at tonight's banquet, will not damage your reputation. Thales pursed his lips, but Mallows, who was beside him, frowned. At least let the sniper team be on standby, right? Vogel glanced at him without saying a word. In the hall, the confrontation between Anchor and the old Baron was still ongoing. You and those scumbags under my father, you conspired and worked together from both inside and outside, waiting for the lone deadline to arrive, and forcing my desperate father to cede his land. You obtained the new land in accordance with the rules and regulations, eliminating any future troubles and avoiding the land liquidation, while they changed their name and became your lackeys justifiably. But you didn't expect that when my father passed away under the pressure, I, who took over his position, was a stubborn fool. Anchor raised his short sword and pointed it at the old Baron's nose. His voice grew colder. Tell me, when you set the trap, plotted against my father, and ultimately killed him, did you think this day would come? Has it ever occurred to you that his legacy, his bloodline, and his descendants will one day seek revenge on you in front of everyone? Doyle of Mirror River. Looking at the tip of the sword pointed at him, old Doyle shuddered violently. The Baron was stunned for a good while. His entire face turned red, and he could only spit out a few monosyllabic words through his muzzled mouth. No, he. At this moment, Count Godwin's furious roar resounded in the banquet hall. Anchor Byrel. His tone was unprecedentedly stern and unrelenting. No matter what grievances you have, whatever reasons you have, do not forget that the kingdom has its own laws, and this world has its own reason. Anchor was lost in thought for a moment. Laws? Reason? He lowered his sword and turned his head. Count Godwin breathed a sigh of relief. As a noble, you are courteous, wise, loyal, and righteous. You should know how to use legal means, go through the normal channels, appeal based on reason, defend your rights or communicate rationally, negotiate a solution, and seek justice and fairness. The Count's words were stern and righteous. Why bring a knife to the banquet and threaten someone's life? At Duke Thales' banquet, resorting to violence and taking risks out of desperation, you stand up for your father and family, but are you going to let your father's honor and family's reputation be completely ruined in your hands? The last sentence was obviously quite effective. Anchor shuddered and looked at Godwin in a daze. I did it. Count Godwin was taken aback. What? When I first returned to the country, Anchor said dejectedly. Legal means and methods. At first, I wanted to wait for the next year's harvest and settle my debts. He stared at Count Godwin in pain and said hoarsely, but I was told that the deadline for the contract was only before the land was settled. After that, I wanted to invoke the nobility's law and appeal for an extension. He stared at the short sword in his hand and muttered, but I was told that I had not yet inherited the title and had no right to appeal for an extension. Finally, I wanted to inherit my father's title early. In the end, Anchor looked at everyone in despair. But I was told that this would require a hefty recognition fee, and that I could only wait for the next year's harvest. Count Godwin was speechless for a moment, but he hesitated for a moment before speaking. If you can't solve it yourself, you can ask for help. But Anchor roared back in a louder, more agitated voice. I did it. His blade trembled with his movements, waving futilely in the firelight of the entire hall. I went to the ruins and Brave Soul's fort to ask for help from the bigwigs of Western Desert, but they said that the war at Bladefang's camp had just ended, and it was a critical period. They did not want to offend the vassals of Renaissance Palace, and said that this was a private matter between us and Doyle, and that they had no right to intervene. When I arrived at Eternal Star City, I submitted my complaint to the Court of Justice according to procedure, but it was rejected multiple times. A secretary who had been paid told me in secret that the Doyle family had just gained the favor of the Duke of Star Lake, and that Mindy's Hall was of great significance. They could not afford to offend them. When I arrived at the Nobles' Affairs Chamber, I wanted to inherit the title on a special basis, but they told me that the prince had just returned, that the kingdom was thriving, and that everyone was living in hope. So, don't spoil the fun with your own trivial matters. Thales listened to his account with a heavy expression, and uncomfortably realized that these reasons were all related to him. Anchor inhaled sharply. So, in the end, I could only go to Renaissance Palace, guard the palace gates, and wait for His Majesty to appear. But the moment I saw His Majesty's troops, the royal guards, and spoke, he grinned, showing calmness and resignation. I was sent to prison. Amidst the soft but unnoticeable buzz from the crowd, Count Godwin did not say a word for a long time. He appeared to be at a loss. I reasoned with you, and you reasoned with me about the law. I reasoned with you about the law, and you reasoned with me about tradition. I reasoned with you about tradition, and you reasoned with me about reality. I reasoned with you about reality, and you reasoned with me. I did it. Anchor rested his blade on old Baron Doyle's shoulder. His eyes were lifeless as he muttered absent-mindedly, "What methods, what means, what possibilities?" I did it. He looked up slowly. Only the last one left. The uneasiness in Thale's heart grew stronger. 3 days ago, I spent the last bit of my travel expenses, and finally got the police station to release me. Anchor's arm slowly tightened. The old Baron's expression changed as he groaned in pain. So I found him and told this old varmint, I am willing to execute the contract and cede my fief. All I asked was for my father's funeral expenses. And that exorbitant amount of funeral fees allowed me to buy a seat at the edge of Mindy's Hall tonight. Anchor smiled. A very happy smile. Anchor! Count Godwin seemed to have a premonition of what he was about to do. For the first time, there was panic in his voice. No. Doyle struggled to move forward, but Glover held on to him tightly. Anchor said coldly, If you don't kill, no one will listen. His wrist slowly lowered. If you don't shock the world, there is no way out. His teeth slowly clenched. If you don't give up, you will suffer. His eyes gradually dimmed. Please tell me, Count Godwin, His Highness Thales. Amidst old Doyle's screams of pain, his wife's heart-wrenching, and the horrified gazes of all the guests in the hall, Anchor looked up. His gray gaze pierced through the bright lights and fell straight on Thales. What kind of logic is this? Swordless only returned home at 5 in the afternoon and finished dinner at 8. Obviously, he could not have been writing. So, this chapter was written by me, Swordless next-door neighbor's dog. Woof, woof, woof. End of chapter. Chapter 556. Anchor Byral. Amidst the chaos, Thale's voice rang out clearly, echoing throughout the hall. The Duke's words carried a lot of weight. The entire banquet hall fell silent. Anchor's long sword stopped at old Doyle's neck, leaving the Baron panting nervously. Thales pushed away Mallows, who subconsciously tried to stop him, stepped out from the crowd, and spoke from the seat second only to the king. Your words, your story, your experience. The entire Mindy's Hall has heard it. His tone was stern. "Isn't that enough?" Anchor looked up, and for the first time, met the heir of the kingdom's gaze without interference or hindrance. "So, Your Highness, are you going to be like everyone else, using perfectly valid reasons and excuses to obstruct the justice you deserve? So, your past, your reputation, including your opening speech just now, are all lies?" Mallows and Vogel looked at each other, exchanging only worry and apprehension. Thales could feel that at that moment, everyone's gazes were focused on him without the slightest scruple. Whether it was guardian dukes like Zayn, Koster, Val, 7 Jadestar attendants and Central Territory dignitaries like Viscount Adrian and Lady Eleanor, or the king's loyalists and new nobles like Count Godwin and Viscount Kenny, and all kinds of conscripts, officials, chiefs, and other distinguished guests from all walks of life. Their gazes were like boulders weighing down on his vocal cords. It was as if they were trying to cancel out the respect and reverence he received throughout the banquet. "Damn it. I'm not a judge. I have no right to define justice." Thales looked at the pair of eyes filled with determination and death, and frowned. "But what you've done today is already shocking enough. But you're only blocking your way out." Anchor breathed absent-mindedly. Killing and taking lives might make people listen. Thales glanced around and tried to stabilize his voice, which was still undergoing puberty. "But if the audience is only here for novelty, there's no benefit in listening." The crowd buzzed. "And abandon yourself to depravity," Thales said loudly. "Even if you can avoid suffering for a while, the outcome is bound to be miserable and regretful." Anchor turned his head and looked at old Doyle, who was trembling under his sword. He smiled. "Your Highness, your words are as sharp as the rumors say. I can't refute you." No wonder he could protect Constellation's dignity and interests in the barbaric and dangerous Northland. Anchor's gaze sharpened. "But I'm not here to listen to your lecture. What I've come for is revenge. Then trust me. Put down your weapons and wait for a fair judgment." Thales tried hard to maintain the dignity of the Duke of Star Lake. "There's no need to resort to private punishment and harm more lives," he said sternly. "Revenge without justice is no different from despicable murder." Behind him, Vogel and Mallows were conversing, but Thales could not hear them clearly. Anchor subconsciously looked around, looking a little lost amidst the chatter of the banquet guests, until he looked at the Duke again, casting a questioning gaze at the latter. "Murder." Anchor stared at Thales and was distracted for a moment. "Murder? Justice?" He gritted his teeth and his voice trembled. "No, Your Highness Thales, no. My father held his weapon tightly in his arms, filled with remorse for his ancestors and his bloodline. He died on his sickbed, in his ancestral land. I didn't even have the time to bury him. I had to travel thousands of miles to find him, and only today can I stand before you." He roared. "That's murder. Where's his justice?" Under his sword, Baron Doyle interrupted with a trembling voice. "I didn't do anything. Your father died of his own illness." Anchor turned his head abruptly, frightening the Baron back into his stomach. "After you took everything away from him, after you used despicable methods to make use of merchants," Anchor shouted at the top of his lungs. "After you forced him into a dead end." Thales reached down and stopped Mallows from sending someone to pull him back into the group. Anchor roared. "Everyone, open your eyes and see. How is this trap and humiliation any different from murder?" The crowd erupted. The chatter became more chaotic, but the focus of the discussion was different. Baron Doyle trembled. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, he struggled to speak. "Your father had no money, so I lent it. He mortgaged his land, so I accepted it." Doyle, on the other hand, watched nervously as his father defended himself under Glover's restraint. "Your people had no work to do, no food to eat, so I hired laborers and paid them wages. What's wrong with that? This is the suzerain's normal operation. You should open your eyes and see how many years it's been." Old Doyle closed his eyes, trying not to look at the sword that terrified him. The entire kingdom, from the center to the blade, be it the East Sea or the South Coast. How is it not so? As soon as he said that, The crowd broke into an uproar. Count Godwin tried his best to maintain order, but with little success. Thales frowned, and Anchor, who held the Baron's life in his hands, was even more furious. "Damn it, Western Desert is not." His roar shook the entire Mindy's Hall. "Crocaw City, where I was born and raised, is not." The noise from the guests grew louder and louder. The guards had to work harder to separate the people who were standing closer and closer. Until, at the Duke's table in the distance, Coaster Nanchester opened his single, sharp eye. "Neither is the land of cliffs." He looked at the shackled Val Arund, who was still drinking by himself under the strict guard of the royal guards. He was obviously in a good mood. "And the Northern Territory." The one-eyed dragon Duke let out a long sigh. His words reached everyone's ears. In the past, the entire kingdom was not. The 7 Jadestar attendants had different expressions. Duke Zayn raised his eyebrows, looking amused. Thales clenched his fists and glared at the ruler of the Land of Cliffs, who was fanning the flames. But Coaster only looked at him from afar and shook his head slightly. This made Thales feel puzzled. The guests' discussion slowly quieted down, leaving behind an indescribable sense of solemnity and caution. Encouraged, Anchor's eyes rekindled with hope. "That's right." Young Byrel clasped the Baron's shoulder and pointed the tip of his sword at the top of his head. "Don't all of you feel the same way about this?" Seeing that he had caused trouble, Baron Doyle had no choice but to shut up. Damn it, he came prepared. At the back, Vogel watched the changes in the guests' expressions and was exasperated. He turned this case into a confrontation between His Majesty and Western Desert, between the central government and the local government. But Mallows only shook his head. Thales knew that he could not allow the situation to develop. His rebuke echoed throughout the hall. "Then prove it. Anchor Byrel, if you think you're doing the right thing, then prove it to me. You're here for justice for your father, and not just for momentary pleasure and self-satisfaction." Anchor looked at the Duke of Star Lake again. "Pleasure and satisfaction?" The hostage-taker took a deep breath. "I'm here because I believe in you, Your Highness." Thales had a thought and said cautiously, "Me?" Anchor put on a respectful expression and knelt on one knee, but his left hand did not leave Baron Doyle's shoulder blade. "Personally, Your Highness. Your adoptive father, Lord Mon, was born in Western Desert and served His Majesty loyally for many years. My father and him were schoolmates and fought side by side in the Desert War. Our friendship runs deep." Thales' breathing stopped. "And the Byrel family once risked their lives for you, opening the way for your return. You quelled the war in Bladefang's Dune, and your reputation spread throughout Western Desert, becoming a legend." Anchor's eyes were bright. "The legendary wing served by your side. The four-eyed skull gifted you a treasured sword. The Chroma family sent you 1,000 troops, and even the famous Black Lion of Brave Souls Fort traveled 1,000 miles to lead the way for you." The guests started discussing again. It was the first time many of them had heard such first-hand information. Thales' expression did not change, but he sighed internally. He just realized that the weight of the treasured sword gifted by Fakenhaz was indeed extraordinary. "Officially, Your Highness. You left the country for 6 years and went north as a hostage, sacrificing yourself to protect the people. When you defended the dignity of the kingdom, the Northland barbarians dared not oppose you." As Thales listened to these words and felt the gazes of countless people back and forth between him and Anchor, he felt very uncomfortable. "You personally experienced the perils and witnessed the most legendary succession of Extet's throne. The Northland barbarians see you as an enemy, but the Constellations worship you as a hero." Anchor became more agitated as he spoke, and his voice became hoarse in the end. "Your Highness, your glorious deeds in Northland prove that you are a rare new trend in the kingdom. You are the last hot-blooded hero of the great empire in this inherited kingdom. Everyone is looking forward to your return, including me, and my father." As soon as he said that, discussions broke out again. But the smart ones kept their mouths shut and remained silent. The only consensus was that everyone was looking at the Duke of Star Lake. In a place where no one could see, Thales clenched his fists. In Extet, in Dragon Cloud City, he was living under someone else's roof. The Northlanders looked at him with either hatred and hostility, or vigilance and disdain due to proper etiquette. Nicholas was a representative of the former. Regent Leespan was a manifestation of the latter, and the officials of Dragon Cloud City were even more unbridled. That was not a good feeling. In the past 6 years, Thales preferred to stay alone in the library, or in a corner of Heroic Spirit Palace, reading, sleeping, or even in a daze. Even Wuxia was sent 20 meters away. He used to think that was bad enough. But, at this very moment, when Thales stood in Mindy's hall on his own soil, facing his compatriots, feeling countless gazes mixed with anticipation, admiration, caution, and even probing. No. Vogel vaguely sensed the severity of the problem. He said in a low voice, "His Highness is the heir to the throne, belongs to the Jade Star royal family, and is the representative of Renaissance Palace. But he is not His Majesty, not the king, not the official ruler of the kingdom." Mallows first nodded, then shook his head. "But he is the master of Mindy's Hall, the Duke of Star Lake who has the power to assist in state affairs. And he has just returned to the kingdom. He is famous, yet has no foundation and is easily manipulated." The vigilance in the watchman's eyes increased. That's why they came for him. The vice-captain turned his head. Them? Mallows did not speak. Listening to their private conversation, Thales became even more solemn. "Duke Thales." Anchor's gaze was solemn as he raised his voice. "This man under my sword and his accomplices." He stretched out his short sword and forced the old baron, who had just taken the opportunity to catch his breath. They violated the Sacred Constellation Covenant, signed by Blackajon II in year 50 of the Calendar of Eradication, and set up a conspiracy to murder a hereditary noble with the title of baron. Thales' eyebrows twitched. They violated the absolute law set by Jackal Sumer III in year 340, and privately conferred with each other outside of the legitimate Byrol family. One official has many masters. Facing hundreds of people, Anchor said angrily, they ignored the creditor Alan III's king's tax law in year 414, and went behind the king and suzerain's back to conceal their production and evade tax. Sacred Constellation Covenant, absolute law, king's tax law. Thales clenched his fists. Damn it, he only knew the names of some of these laws, while Gilbert had yet to teach him about some of them. Amidst the discussion, Vogel looked displeased. The situation is clear. They really came prepared. He took a step forward and whispered behind Thales. "Your Highness, no matter what he says, you must take a stand now, and stand in line with His Majesty and Renaissance Palace." But Mallows was expressionless as he cut him off. "No." Vogel looked back in surprise. On the other side, Anchor's voice continued to reverberate through the hall. They violated the virtuous King Mindy's III's general rules for the selection of officials in year 512, disrespected local customs, interfered with town autonomy, and bribed the servants of the king. He stared intently at the composed Duke of Star Lake. They disobeyed the land measurement order issued by your grandfather, King of Changjiadi II in year 655, rented land in other places, transferred privately, and tarnished the sacred fiefdom. They even openly flouted the state of emergency control order, passed by your father 11 years ago for the Desert War, which is still in effect at the border, and illegally smuggled Western Desert strategic foodstuffs out of the country, and resold them to the desert and Extet. Baron Doyle's expression grew increasingly grim, his face full of disbelief. General rules for the selection of officials, land measurement order, state of emergency control order. Faced with the increasingly noisy crowd, Thales had a bad feeling. This had far exceeded the knowledge he had crammed for the past few months. Behind the prince, Mallows' voice rang softly. "Doyle is one of the 7 Jade Star attendants under Renaissance Palace, and Byrol is a local vassal under Fakenhaz. Doyle is a deep-rooted old noble with a long history." The watchman's expression was indifferent, but his tone was solemn. "Byrol is a new noble who rose to power through war, just over 100 years old." Vogel's gaze flickered. Doyle used the merchant style, resorted to new methods such as market contracts, annexed land, and changed ownership. Mallows continued, and Birol invoked the land measurement order and other royal decrees to defend himself, only to protect his old fiefdom and maintain the old legal system. Vogel reacted. He looked at Mallows in disbelief. Mallows looked back at him and nodded. Doyle is far away from the political center, and only tried to curry favor with the royal family after His Highness Thales returned to the country. And Birol boldly bypassed the Duke of Western Desert, entered Eternal Star City, and asked the central government of the kingdom to adjudicate local affairs. After the royal guards thought it through, their expressions changed drastically. Mallows sighed softly. Can you imagine how many people, how many things, and how much stake are involved in this? Who represents the central government, and who represents the local government? Who is the new order, and who is the old legal system? Who is upholding the royal government, and who is subverting the kingdom? Can anyone say for sure? Mallows looked towards Anchor, who was standing in the middle of the hall, loudly listing the crimes of his enemies. This is no longer as simple as choosing one of the two. New and old, monarch and vassal, father and son, central and local government, financial and local laws, governing methods, countless factors are involved, constantly intertwined. It's not something that can be resolved by choosing a side. As Thales listened to his personal guard captain, he felt his body stiffen. Any choice and solution are mutually beneficial and difficult to be perfect. Just like flour and sand mixed together, you can't possibly keep it pure and single out one. This is politics that's more typical than typical. The watchman's face was once again covered in solemnity, no longer calm. Those who set this trap, no matter who they are, Mallows said softly, they're all ruthless characters. In the middle of the hall, amidst the mess, Anchor slowly got up and stood upright. It was as if, at that moment, he was the master of the entire hall. Everyone, their evil intentions are unforgivable. Their crimes are intolerable. Their actions have shaken the rule of the throne and the foundation of the kingdom. The hostage-taker paused for a moment and turned to stare at Thales. But you're right, Your Highness. Anchor retracted the despair and defeat in his eyes, replacing it with determination and decisiveness. Don't worry, I won't commit murder at your banquet. Anchor removed the tip of his sword from the old baron's shoulder, allowing the latter to breathe a sigh of relief. That's not the Birol family's teachings, Thales said solemnly. Then what are you doing? What else do you want? I said, Your Highness. Anchor smiled as if he had seen through the ways of the world. Revenge. Or, as you put it, justice. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Behind him, Mallows turned his head anxiously. Has the messenger we sent to Renaissance Palace reported back? Prime Minister Cullen? Count Casso? Or Sir Kirkirkman? Any of the important figures in the Imperial Conference? In the current situation, they can only endorse and make decisions. The guards looked at each other. Only Vogel shook his head gloomily. Count Casso left early due to his alcohol tolerance. The Minister of Finance followed suit, and the Prime Minister was one of the first to leave. Besides, even if His Majesty was here, Vogel shut his mouth and kept his next words to himself. I can't just listen to your side of the story and make a hasty judgment here, Thales said with difficulty. While maintaining the dignity of the royal family and the dignity of a duke, he also took into account Anchor's emotions, hoping that he would not slit his throat in a fit of anger. All I see is you. Anchor looked up abruptly and interrupted him. No need, Your Highness, no need. His smile became bright and open, like a lost traveler who had found a way out in the desert. I know, I understand. You are in a high position, you have many scruples, and you bear the hopes of the entire kingdom. I cannot and will not force you to stand up for me and put you in a dilemma with many parties to blame. Anchor lowered his head and looked at the old baron, who did not even dare to breathe loudly, with a look of hatred on his face. But I also know that this person has deep connections and has eyes and ears everywhere, while I am but an ordinary man with a single sword. Once I leave this hall, all hope will be lost, he said with a bitter smile. His words were filled with deep helplessness and clarity. When it comes to delving into the laws, weighing the pros and cons, and playing political games, how can I win against this bunch of sly old foxes? Amidst the discussions and gazes of the crowd, Thales gritted his teeth. So there's no need to trouble others, involve all parties, or be in a dilemma, Your Highness. Anchor looked at the short sword in his hand, slightly lost in thought. I just need to be simple, clear, and straightforward, end our feud. He looked up at Thales, his eyes full of longing. Just like what you did. Thales reached out for the arm of the chair, but in his shock, grabbed nothing. No, but it was too late. Your Highness, I beg of you, please allow me, Anchor Byral of Crow City. Anchor spoke harshly and bellowed, allow me to follow in your footsteps, emulate your deeds, and recreate your legend. His footsteps, his deeds, his legend. Thales stared incredulously at the fanatical Anchor. No, please allow me to awaken the ancient legal tradition of the age of the Empire, follow the grand and heroic ancient customs of the Redalians, and rewrite your epic journey in Exdet. Allow me to Doyle of Mirror River, to this despicable scum of the nobility who killed my father and stole my home. At that moment, Thales' palms went cold. Anchor threw away his cumbersome coat, pointed his sword at the ceiling, and his voice shook the pillars, causing the everlasting lamp to flicker. Issue a challenge. For a moment, the hall was dead silent. Anchor's gaze was sharp, and he was unprecedentedly high-spirited. Let us, here, in the reopened Mindy's Hall 18 years later, complete a great and glorious, fair and just between nobles, between families, between nobles, between families. A duel to the death. Thales' heart was empty, his face expressionless. What the? Before Vogel could ask his incredulous question, the crowd erupted in a buzz. In the span of a few seconds, the discussion reached its peak. Shock and dissatisfaction intertwined and were indistinguishable. That's too much. The barbaric customs of the Northlanders? Are you kidding? But I heard that it's a tradition originating from the Empire. So the rumor is true? His Highness once challenged King Nuvan? As a witness, His Highness witnessed King Nuvan taking revenge on an archduke. It should be true. What about King Nuvan himself? Was he defeated by King Chapman in a duel? Did His Highness witness it too? In the crowd, Jorge of Elefure City squeezed past two guests who were blocking his way with his size advantage, and with a fanatical expression, he raised his arms and roared, fanning the flames. All right, a duel. If you have the guts. F***ck him up. Long live the Empire. Long live. He ignored the angry glares of the constellations around him. But the guests' discussion did not stop for a moment. I think it makes sense. Revenge and reputation. I'd do the same if I were him. What a joke! Then you bastards seduced my daughter. Wouldn't I be able to challenge you to a duel to the death for revenge? Why do you still remember this? Aren't we friends? Aren't our families old friends? What's there to talk about? Old friends. How? Will you hand over my daughter? Bah! Hey! Do you think I don't know that when my father passed away, you and my mother were in the study? Shut up, bastard. Come on. A duel to the death. Ah, no, this is too barbaric. I'm just a lady. I can't stand it anymore. Bart, I'm going home. Uncle, Gages, remember to tell me the result of the duel. All right, niece. At your age, you should take care of your health. I'll visit you another day. Bastard. You're not allowed to say another word to my daughter. Even though the Constellatiate nobles were known for their restraint and respect, Mindy's Hall was still in chaos. The guards had to divide their energy to be vigilant against the hostage-taker, and at the same time, to persuade and suppress the noisy crowd of guests who still refused to leave. Your Highness, please bear witness to me with the entire kingdom. Anchor exhaled slowly, his expression relaxed, as if he had finally completed a difficult task. Witnessing bravery and passion is not exclusive to Northlanders. Witnessing justice in the hearts of men and revenge is a matter of course. On the steps, Thales tried his best to regulate his breathing, his head aching. He felt mentally exhausted and mentally drained. The Duke's voice rang with difficulty. Your request is not in line with Constellation's tradition. But you have a precedent. So, Your Highness, this is not murder. As long as it is with your permission, approval, and even witness, it is not murder. Anchor's voice seemed to come from the sky, full of hope and anticipation. But you witnessed it with your own eyes in Extet. It was you who set an example in front of the born king. It was the courage and qualifications you relied on to become famous. It was the method you used to protect the dignity of Constellation and the safety of the kingdom. It was a method that has existed since ancient times and could not be more justified. Anchor gritted his teeth. Blood vengeance. As you said, if there is a second way, I do not want to commit murder. Your Highness, please don't make me do that. Thales turned his head mechanically and looked at the old baron, who could no longer speak. No, Your Highness. Behind him, Doyle struggled to break free from Glover's restraints and knelt beside Thales, speaking in a panic. My father, he's old, he can't. If you think it's unfair. Anchor raised his voice and looked at Doyle eagerly, full of provocation. Then let the other Doyle, the son of this old varmint, fight for his family and name and fight me. He's skilled. This will be a fair and exciting duel. He gritted his teeth with cold eyes. Until life and death is decided. Anchor took a deep breath and raised his short sword. After that, if I am still alive, I will surrender and accept all the punishment I deserve. I will not go back on my word. Doyle was shocked and furious. He stared at the opponent who had forced his father and his family into a corner. Your Highness, I can. Doyle subconsciously reached for his weapon, but was held down by Mallows and pushed back to his colleagues. We were wrong again. This assassination, the watchman's expression was grim, was indeed directed at Your Highness. In another way, Vogel's brows were heavy. He stared at the spoiler of the banquet, deep in thought. The crowd's discussion grew louder. Thales stood alone and powerless on the spot, enduring everyone's gazes. There were the observing gazes of a few dukes. Some were waiting for a good show, some were deep in thought, and some were indifferent. There were also the gazes of the 7 Jadestar attendants. Most of them were solemnly and anxiously waiting for the prince's reaction. There was anticipation and vigilance. There were also the gazes of the others. But Thales was no longer in the mood to distinguish. At this moment, the conversation between him and Gines not long ago rang in his mind. So, they can still eat me? No, but they will tear you apart. Even if I am the king's son, the heir to the kingdom? Thales pressed his forehead. That's right. That's why they're gentle and courteous. Tear you apart. Tear me apart. Amidst the endless noise, the prince inhaled absent-mindedly, closed his eyes and sighed. So, please bear witness to our duel, Your Highness. Anchor faced death calmly, but he was overwhelmed with emotions, just like what you experienced in Extet as the Prince of Constellation. He said with relief and satisfaction, after that, I will have no regrets no matter what the outcome is. Anchor Byrel, the man who single-handedly disrupted the banquet of Thales' return, took a deep breath and his voice pierced through the crowd. Because I believe that you are the hope of this kingdom. If the present and the past cannot be changed, at least in the future, you will definitely be better than your father. Anchor's eyes were bright. His voice was unique and clear amidst the incessant chatter. Better. At that moment, it was as if Mindy's Hall was a well-trained performance team, and a conductor had just made a gesture, causing the noisy chatter in the hall to disappear. Mallows closed his eyes deeply. Oh no, I believe, just like many people believe, that you will be better than him. Anchor took a step forward, looked at everyone and raised his voice. King of Constellation. Thales tensed up. In the span of a few seconds, from dukes to counts, from guests to guards, no one dared to speak. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Everyone fell silent. In the next second, the chatter started again. But it had completely lost its previous arrogance and ease of watching a good show. They became restrained and nervous, like a low, heart-wrenching whisper. Heart-wrenching. And the gazes that had almost crushed Thales earlier were now retracted and looked elsewhere in the hall. as if it was a sin to look at him one more time. Thales took a deep breath and slowly sat down on his seat. He did not even look at the royal guards behind him. He did not have to guess to know how they would react. Discussions, gazes, emotions, they filled Mindy's hall to the brim, leaving no space. Only an inch of space was left for the master of the hall to stand on, like a vacuum. But Thales did not feel relaxed at all. On the contrary, in this inch of vacuum, he seemed to feel countless chains protruding from the void, from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, locking him tightly without leaving any gaps. Getting heavier, tighter and tighter, deeper and deeper. Damn it. Thales was expressionless as he maintained his elegant sitting posture. Only his nails dug into his palms. "Your Highness." Anchor pulled the pained old baron to his feet and said eagerly, "That's right. Duel?" For a moment, Thales missed the days when he was a hostage in Northland. Duel? King duel. Now it seemed that in those 6 years, even on the day of the council hearing, even when the Northland barbarians gathered in the Hall of Heroes, even when the vassals of Dragoncloud City gnashed their teeth and wanted nothing more than to tear Thales to pieces, even when the ill-intentioned Nuvan VII and the overbearing Chapman Lampard, they were so amiable, friendly, and adorable. "Your Highness." Beside Thales, Doyle looked at his master in panic. There was a pleading tone in his voice. "Your Highness? Prince Thales? Your Grace? I want to, can win. I can make that son of AB*TCH. Thales sighed again. "That's right. You can win." And then, behind the distraught prince, amidst the heart-palpitating atmosphere, the royal guards moved. Tormund? Vogel, who had been deep in thought, suddenly called Mallows by his name instead of his surname or title. The watchman turned his head solemnly. "That sniper team of yours." The vice-captain was livid. He stared at the expectant Anchor Byrel and spoke cautiously and with great difficulty. "Are they still there?" Chapter 557. No. After Vogel suggested his idea, Mallows flatly rejected it. "It's too risky to snipe him now." Vogel frowned. "You were the one who suggested it first, and now you're changing your mind?" Mallows shook his head. Now he has a legitimate reason to ask His Highness to witness the duel in the name of revenge. Vogel scoffed in disdain. "Legitimate, my ass." In front of them, Thales was still staring fixedly at the hostage Anchor. His thoughts were in a mess. What to do? Reject him? Allow him? Kill him? Convince him? What a mess. Byrel. In the hall, Count Godwin, who was in charge of communication, was furious. "You've crossed the line, playing to the gallery and coercing His Highness. How is this the conduct of a gentleman and a subject?" But Anchor was clearly prepared. He did not flinch and turned back. "Don't tell me that as a citizen of Constellation, doesn't everyone have the right to appeal to our Supreme King?" The force of his grip made the old baron groan in pain again. "Isn't it every king's duty to listen to the sincere voice of every citizen?" Anchor's words resounded in the hall. Not only did it make Thales' frown deepen, it also made the already uneasy guests even more agitated. Count Godwin was speechless for a moment, unable to find a rebuttal. Whether it was appeal or king, the trap formed by these words was too obvious and too dangerous. Mallows ignored the situation in the hall. As calm as ever, he continued to communicate with the vice-captain in a low voice. "If we make the first move, the one at fault is His Highness Thales. It's a cowardly, incompetent, and despicable act of silencing, at his Mindy's hall at his banquet." Vogel thought for a moment and said decisively, "The guards can bear the responsibility, you and I. If necessary, we'll resign and have nothing to do with anyone else." But Mallows shook his head. "Do you think people will care?" His words were meaningful. The royal guards. The focus is always on the royal family, not the guards. Listening to the conversation between the two guard commanders, Thales' heart grew heavier. What to do? "Your Highness Thales." Anchor turned around and looked expectantly at the person standing the highest. "Justice is at hand, waiting for your command." "How dare you?" His aggressiveness once again drew Godwin's rebuke, but Anchor ignored it and continued to stare at Thales. It was like he was staring at his prey. "Refuse him, your highness," Vogel said softly from behind Thales with an angry expression on his face. "Lord of the Stars, the dignity of the royal family cannot be threatened." Thales instinctively opened his mouth, but Mallow's voice came from the other side. "And then force him to kill the Baron? Turning his highness into a cold-blooded bystander, a conniver of murder. Don't forget, those are the 7 Jadestar attendants who serve the royal family." Thales' teeth immediately felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and he could not make a sound. Vogel immediately retorted, "Even so, we can't encourage the barbaric practice of duels to the death. His Highness being tainted by the influence of the northern region is secondary, but if the kingdom has an effective imitation in the future." Count Godwin and Anchor's loud rebuke, Mallow's and Vogel's low bickering, the back-and-forth debates among the guests, countless voices entered Thales' perceptual range through Hell's senses, shaking his consciousness and attacking his spirit. He, who had already experienced a night of torture at the banquet, was exhausted. Mallow's voice continued, calm and indifferent as he refuted Vogel. "No matter how vile and backward this custom is, it is also His Highness' method of resisting King Nuvan. It has become a legend, a symbol. To deny it now, that was a misunderstanding." Thales was mentally and physically exhausted, his face expressionless. Back then, he was just scaring the Northland barbarians, but Nuvan never. Why does it seem like he really fought the born king? Thales sighed heavily in his heart. Back then, why did he challenge King Nuvan to a duel? God knows how much he regretted it. Also, who was the one who spread this news? Back then in the Hall of Heroes, were the Extet Archdukes present so tight-lipped? There was a small commotion among the guards. Doyle's expression was twisted as he dragged Glover's shackles and squeezed in front of the 2 officers. "Please let me duel him, your highness, sir." Doyle held Glover down, suppressed his emotions, and stared at the enemy who held his father hostage. "I can kill him fair and square. This is just a grudge between 2 families." Doyle looked anxious, expectant and nervous. Vogel snorted disdainfully. Thales' expression was gloomy. "Then you'll be playing right into that guy's hands." Mallows shook his head. "Beryl died in a glorious duel to avenge his father. What happened to him will be remembered and forgiven to the greatest extent. No one will remember his illegal actions and ulterior motives. His Highness and the royal family will be forced to the teeth of the storm and be accused of abusing power and disregarding human life." In the hall, Anchor calmly and clearly refuted Count Godwin's rebuke. Baron Doyle trembled under his sword. The audience's discussions rose one after another, becoming increasingly restless. Doyle clenched his teeth. Mallow's tone became more solemn. "And he's just someone's tool, a chess piece on the table." "Chess piece. My child, be strong. Don't become a chess piece that can be manipulated and sacrificed at will." Falkenhaz's words came to mind. Thales tightened the muscles on his arms. As for the people below the stage, the hands behind the scenes, Mallows kept the following words in his heart. Perhaps they would take advantage of Byryl's death to exaggerate this originally contractual dispute case and elevate it to an unprecedented level, such as the rule of the kingdom. Doyle and Byryl. How many similar cases could there be in the entire kingdom? How many different situations were there? How many more examples with similarities and differences that could be used as reference? Mallow's gaze froze. No, it would be given a different meaning and become the fuse for a series of political storms. But, Mallows. Thales tried hard to ignore the countless gazes cast on him. He turned his head sideways and spoke softly. His words were tired. He turned his head and spoke softly, his words weary. He's just someone who was forced by the situation to take a risk and stake everything on one throw. Mallows looked at Anchor's burning gaze and narrowed his eyes. So he's stubborn and dangerous. More so than the people behind him. The watchman said gloomily, he's a good chess piece. A good sword. Good chess piece. Thales did not answer. He just closed his eyes, feeling even more exhausted. "Your Highness!" Anchor grew impatient. His urging voice drowned out Count Godwin's rebuke. "What's making you hesitate?" The offender of the Birel family took a step forward. While the surrounding guards grew increasingly nervous, he raised the short sword in his hand and pointed it straight at the Duke of Star Lake on the steps. Hesitation towards justice, or confusion towards the Empire's traditions? Anchor glared at Doyle, who was beside Thales. "Or is it that you would rather protect your vassals and your personal guards because you are not close to them?" Doyle's expression changed. Anger surged. "Is there no other way?" Doyle's fists were trembling. Glover had no choice but to hold him back. "Just let this bastard spout nonsense here, hurt my father, tarnish his highness' reputation. The best way is to strengthen the investigation beforehand and suppress the storm," Mallow said solemnly. "Make sure this guy can't speak. Let the guards keep this matter out of the hall. Make it non-existent, whether it's this case or the assassination or kidnapping." Vogel's expression grew uglier, while Doyle grew more anxious. "Your Highness." The guests' discussion reached a climax once again, with no shortage of heated arguments. Many angrily rebuked Anchor's disrespectful behavior, but the son of the Birel family was unfazed. He either stood still or raised his voice to refute. Thales breathed in a daze. He felt the nails in his palms prick more and more painfully. At this moment, "I've thought of it." Mallow spoke in a low voice, attracting the attention of the guards. "There's another way. It can save the Baron's life and also solve the predicament." Vogel and Thales turned to look at him, but Mallows turned to Doyle instead. "Prepare for the duel, Doyle." Doyle responded instinctively, but was startled when he came to his senses. "Yes, sir." Mallow's expression was as indifferent as ever, but his tone gradually turned solemn. "But Vanguard Danny Doyle." He rarely called Doyle by his full name, which made the latter nervous. "Listen carefully." The next moment, the watchman's words caused everyone's expression to change. "You're going to die." Thales was stunned. Vogel and the guards around him were equally stunned. "What?" "This duel," Mallow said calmly, but his gaze was fixed on Doyle. "You must die by his hands." Thales reacted with a jolt. He was not the only one who reacted this way. "What?" Vogel looked at the watchman in disbelief. "The opponent wants to use public anger to create trouble, so we'll return the favor." Mallows calmly turned around, not looking at Doyle, who was rooted to the ground and in a daze. Doyle accepted the duel but was killed by his opponent. This way, regardless of the reason, the Birel family is naturally in the wrong for causing a disturbance at the banquet, using foreign evil methods to brutally kill their own countrymen. Everyone will only remember your family's humiliation, and His Highness Thales being forced to do so. After the incident, the royal family can act as the mediator to uphold justice, occupy the moral high ground, and quell the fallout. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Mallows was nonchalant as he recounted his terrifying proposal. "His Highness doesn't know about it. He is impartial." Doyle did not evade responsibility and took it upon himself. End of story. There was silence among the guards. "Die!" Doyle stood rooted to the ground, unable to regain his senses. Only Vogel got over his initial shock and frowned in doubt. But this way, the Doyle family, the son fought for his father with honor, died in the duel, and preserved the royal family's reputation. Mallows stared at the old baron who collapsed on the ground. The father shirked his responsibility and died of murder, causing the kingdom to descend into chaos. This concerns the bigger picture. They know what to choose. Thales saw Doyle tremble slightly, and he looked absent-minded. It was as if the former Doyle had disappeared. "No," Thales said subconsciously. "There must be a better way." But at this moment, neither Vogel nor Mallows seemed to care about what he said. But after that, Vogel folded his arms, as if seriously considering the possibilities and pros and cons of this solution. The 7 Jade Star attendants, their attitude towards the royal family? Doyle raised his head in a daze. "There are pros and cons, but that's not something you and I can comment on. It's the consideration of His Majesty and the lords at the Imperial Conference." Mallows said calmly. It was exactly the same as the day Thales returned to Eternal Star City and suggested for him to stay in the carriage. In the game of chess, Birel is just a pawn. The 7 Jadestar attendants are also pawns. You and I are also pawns. We can only choose the path with the least losses. Thales froze in a daze. Pawns. Pawns again. Pawns at the mercy of others. Is it worth it? Thales asked softly. But Mallows was still discussing with Vogel and did not notice him. So, Vanguard Doyle, how much do you want to save your father's life, save your family, save His Highness from his current predicament? Vogel asked the speechless Doyle softly. This was the first time he faced Doyle directly and addressed him by his name and title. Doyle shuddered again, but Vogel pressed on. So much so that you're willing to die for it? Doyle looked up. His tone was terrified and his breathing was rapid and uneasy. No one knew what he was going to say. That guy's positioning is lax, Glover suddenly said. Sir, let me circle to the back. I'm confident I can kill him with one strike. Doyle looked at his partner, color returning to his eyes. But Mallows calmly interrupted them. This is the only way. Someone has set up an unsolvable game of chess, and we can only make the most rational and concise choice. The watchman looked at the absent-minded Doyle. Sacrifice the pawn. He then looked at the incredulous Thales. Protect the king. The guards fell silent again. Thales closed his eyes and unclenched his fists. Sacrifice the pawn. Protect the king. Who's the pawn? Who's the king? But in the hall, Anchor was clearly tired of Count Godwin and the rest's pestering and did not want to drag on any longer. Your Highness? Is it worth it? Thales opened his eyes abruptly and interrupted him loudly. The Duke of Star Lake spoke angrily, drawing the hall's attention back to him. Is it worth it? The Duke of Star Lake took a step forward and looked at the troublemaker at his banquet with a complicated gaze. His tone was full of double indignation and injustice. Anchor Birel, no matter who instigated you, are they and their schemes worth it for you to willingly become a pawn and exchange your life for it? Anchor was stunned for a moment. Not only him, but the guards were also stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, the hostage-taker laughed out loud. Instigated. Anchor first glanced hatefully at the disheveled old baron, then said coldly, You don't believe it, do you? Whenever something like this happens, you think it's a political conspiracy, an ulterior motive, a scheme of interests. Anchor sneered and pointed his short sword at the crowd around him, causing a commotion among the guests. Just like most of the arrogant, indifferent, cold-blooded, ignorant, self-righteous, and hypocritical fools who think they're smart, self-righteous yet selfish, hypocritical, look on from the sidelines. Thales furrowed his brows. Why bother, there's always another way. They say, ulterior motives, attention-seeking. They also say, this isn't that simple, it must be a conspiracy. They still say, just like you now. Anchor said bleakly, you don't believe what I've done. It's already the last and most desperate choice of me, a man of flesh and blood. For a moment, Thales thought he understood the meaning in Anchor's eyes. But this feeling quickly drifted away, and Anchor's gaze became unfamiliar again. Thales was silent for a moment. Then where did you get your weapon? The prince said in a low voice. The banquet security is very strict. You couldn't have brought it in alone. Anchor was stunned. He looked at the short sword in his hand, smiled sheepishly at first, then his gaze turned cold. For those who have suffered injustice and have no way out, Your Highness? Anchor Birel looked at Thales again, his tone sad but determined. Weapons of resistance are everywhere, within reach. He ignored Count Godwin's furious roar and pressed the blade against the Baron's neck again. Your Highness, make a choice for me. Murder or duel? Thales gulped. Doyle's expression tensed. His dazed eyes regained focus, reflecting the struggle within. Mallow's gaze fell on Thales from the side. But it was more lethal than anyone else's gaze in the hall at that moment. Sacrificing a pawn. Protecting the king? Anchor, Doyle, and Mallows all focused their gazes on him, and Thales felt his mouth go dry. But in the next second, Another high-pitched and shrill female voice cut through the air. Bulsh asterisk T choice. Bulsh asterisk T viral. Everyone was shocked. They turned to look and found that it was Baroness Doyle, who had struggled free from the crowd and was in a sorry state but had a fierce expression on her face. Her breathing was shaky, her heavy makeup had long been ruined, and her gorgeous clothes were in disarray. But she still gritted her teeth and raised her finger, pointing at the hostage-taker. "You little brat who's still wet behind the ears. What else do you know, other than playing around with swords and debauchery in some broken tower thousands of miles away? Don't you know what kind of scum your father is?" Anchor was stunned, and then frowned. Like a person who had been struck by extreme fear, the Baroness' expression contorted. "Before I married into the Doyle family, my ex-husband was a merchant from Crow City. I know better than anyone what kind of filth your father is. Viral. Ha! That son of a B asterisk TCH. He was a first-class scoundrel knight when he was young, frivolous and vain, even resorting to trickery in a knight's tournament." The Baroness' expression was full of contempt and disgust. Ambitious, headstrong, short-sighted, and insatiable. If not for his dogsh asterisk T luck of having 4 cousins and 2 brothers all dead after the bloody year, how could he have been the Baron of Crow City? Anchor was taken aback and did not know how to react. "You? As a suzerain, your father only knows how to levy taxes and drain the goose that lays the golden eggs. Under his rule, Crow City's labor period was extended, taxes and fees were added, but the punishments were harsh and never forgiven. As a result, industries withered, the people were resentful, the bureaucracy was corrupt, and bribery was rampant." Anchor was exasperated. No, But the Baroness was obviously furious, and did not give him a chance to speak. Other things aside, just look at how unrepentant he was when he was in financial difficulties. He insisted on building up his military force, borrowing money for expeditions, and sacrificed countless lives. Just to risk his life in the desert, to make a fortune, to fight for glory? Isn't it clear enough? Lady Doyle spoke until her hair was disheveled and she was panting. But her sharp voice became smoother, and Thales could even hear a hint of a western desert bumpkin accent that was obviously cultivated since childhood. In Crow City, from the officials to the farmers, from the merchants to the craftsmen, everyone hated your father, hated him to the core. Every year, every month, the destitute, depressed, and overwhelmed people gathered in the mountains and engaged in robberies, causing endless harm to the surrounding areas. From the local townspeople to the Mirror River across the river, everyone suffered. My ex-husband died among them. Not to mention the countless refugees who abandoned the wastelands every year and smuggled across the Mirror River to other lands, including the Doyle family's territory, just to eat and wear new clothes. In the hall, everyone's attention was attracted by the Baroness' words. Shock and discussion swept through the crowd. After I remarried, your father even shamelessly asked the suzerains of the Mirror River district for the refugees' redemption fee. The Baron, my current husband, could only occasionally give him money to satisfy his appetite, and occasionally placate the refugees to return to farming to prevent the increase of robbers from endangering the surrounding areas. And this is what you call Bulsh *T renting a house in a different place. Anchor was shocked and furious, and was momentarily speechless. Mortgaging land in a contract? Damn it. Do you think any noble with integrity in the entire kingdom would mortgage their ancestral fiefdom and population for money without blinking an eye? Do you think the Doyles are the only ones who have lent your father money all these years? Whether it's merchants, nobles, knights, or officials, once the repayment period is up, he'll use the nobility's laws to act shamelessly, threatening to sue the creditors for murdering nobles and privately granting land. He's much more experienced than you in this kind of bullying, treacherous, shameless, and despicable act. Anchor gripped his sword, trembling. His face turned pale amidst the discussion. The Baroness shouted indignantly. In the face of such a shameless suzerain, the Byril vassals were divided, but dared not voice their anger. How much do you think the Baron of Mirror River is like a saint? How generous he must be to make them cry to the heavens and desperately seek refuge with him. In order to escape your father, in order to survive, and even more so for the next generation of children, the people of Crow City thought of ways to survive, and privately banded together to overcome the difficulties. What's wrong with that? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Baroness gritted her teeth and continued. And we, the Doyles, are generous and generous. On account of generations of neighbors and kinship, we rent their uncultivated land, collect normal taxes, appease their spirits, hire exiled laborers, and allow them to live a normal life without becoming bandits. We even open roads to protect the roads, drive away bandits, and maintain peace between the two places. But to earn some profits and convenience in the process, what's wrong with that? Under Anchor's coercion, the old Baron nodded cooperatively, his face covered in tears and bruises. His expression was innocent. The Baroness became more and more unyielding as she spoke. She pointed with her hands on her hips. Towards your insatiable, ambitious, but untalented, shameless father, in order to stop him from going crazy, we were even more merciful. We delayed the investment and treated it as if we had wasted it and fed it to the dogs. What's wrong with that? And now you've come to us, haven't you? And you still have the cheek to challenge us to a duel? Anchor faced these accusations with an ugly expression, his breathing quickening. Lord Talon, Thales turned around and whispered to Vogel. Just now, the Flag-Bearer Division's intelligence on the Byrell family. Earlier, the Flag-Bearer Division's intelligence on the Byrell family. Can I take a look? The vice-captain was taken aback. He clearly did not expect the Duke to ask him, but he only hesitated for a moment. Under Mallow's contemplative gaze, he summoned his subordinates and handed a stack of papers to Thales. Regarding the truth of these territories, you little brat who isn't home for 10 months a year, this little young master whose food and clothing are all earned by his father. The Baroness scowled and looked shrewish. Do you think you have the right to bark at us just because you've practiced swordsmanship overseas for 2 days, read 2 books, and slept with a few foreign girls? This? Anchor's lips twitched, unable to refute. All right, Thales thought to himself as he flipped through the intelligence. I've made a mistake. In this hall, a woman who remains calm in the face of iron spike. Perhaps not just that Lady Eleanor. But Thales frowned as he flipped through the papers. No, the most that was written was where the Byrell family came from, how long its history was, how far its pedigree was, how big its territory was, how much it had changed, how many people there were in the family. There were no details about territorial governance or the dispute between the two families. There was no evidence to refute. You said you want to inherit your father's fief, family property, title and title? The Baroness scoffed. Then why don't you King inherit all the sins your father has committed against his vassals, his people, his neighbors, the kingdom, everyone? The sins he has accumulated, the evil he has done, the harm he has done, the lives he has owed, the blood he has stained. Byrell's little brat. After the Baroness screamed, she collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, and was held up by several female relatives. Thales frowned. The entire hall was silent. It seemed that everyone was stunned by the Baroness's performance. Even Doyle's expression froze. Doyle, right? Vogel addressed Doyle by his nickname. He looked at the Baroness in the middle of the hall with a complicated expression. Your father married a good wife. Doyle stared at his stepmother in a daze. Glover was as expressionless as ever, but he pressed down on his shoulder from the side. You know, Doyle looked absent-minded, as if he was talking to himself. When my father wanted to remarry, all these years my attitude towards her has not been very good. Mallows did not say anything. He merely sighed softly, but Thales was as solemn as ever. He knew that it was not over. A few seconds later, the hall was once again drowned in a torrent of discussion. Everyone was fiercely discussing the latest news that the Baroness had just revealed. Anchor turned his head with difficulty and noticed that the guests' gazes had changed. They began to look at him more, at the son of the Byrell family. No. Apart from panic, he was also a little embarrassed and angry. Listen up, little brat. Baroness Doyle caught her breath. As she watched the guests discuss among themselves, she became more confident and arrogant. She did not care about her disheveled appearance and snorted coldly. I don't care whose connections you have, whose orders you have to harm our family. You have tarnished His Highness' reputation. The Baroness pointed directly at the person holding her husband hostage and shouted angrily. But if you dare, go ahead and try. Anchor shuddered violently. Instead, the expression of old Baron Doyle, who was being held hostage, changed as he said in horror, "That dear." The high-spirited Baroness lowered her gaze and revealed a ruthless expression. "Shut up." The old Baron shuddered and obediently shut his mouth. The Baroness glared fiercely at the troubled Anchor and gritted her teeth. "But I swear, little brat of Birel, I swear to the setting sun, to the bright moon, to the dark night, to the desert god, to my grandaunt, to everything. If my husband suffers even the slightest bit of harm tonight," her expression was vicious, "I will give it my all for the rest of my life. I will make your remaining brothers, sisters, friends, and relatives suffer all the torture you can imagine in the most painful, cruel, and terrifying way. I will make them cry in the end, begging me to kill them." As soon as she said that, everyone's expression changed, including Anchor. But the Baroness apparently did not notice. Ignoring the old Baron who was hurriedly signaling her with his eyes, she waved her arms and roared. "I will make sure that your family line ends without descendants. Just like the fate you were meant to have." The guests burst into an uproar. Thales, Mallows, Vogel, and the rest frowned. **T. As expected, when it comes to lying and quibbling, you're still the best. The hesitation and anger on Anchor's face faded, and he became cold again. "All right, if that's the case. Then let the gods decide our fate." In a fit of anger, he tightened his grip. The old Baron screamed, "No, no, no. Come on, coward son of Doyle." Anchor stared straight at Doyle on the steps and roared, "Come down and fight me. Let's put an end to this. Everything." The Baroness stared at the rapidly deteriorating situation. She seemed to realize something and froze in place. Doyle gripped the weapon at his waist tightly, feeling a mixture of shock and anger. "It's too early." Vogel looked at the public opinion around him, then at the enraged Anchor, who was clearly ready to pay any price, and sighed. Chapter 558. Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Baron Doyle, who was being held hostage, screamed in pain. "Wait, we can still talk." But the enraged Anchor was in no mood to listen to pleas. He grabbed the old Baron's neck and choked the latter's words. "I've had enough of your family's viciousness and hypocrisy." "Doyle," the hostage-taker bellowed, regardless of gender or age. Behind Thales, the hesitant Doyle's eyes widened and his arms trembled. Praka had no choice but to rush forward and help Glover hold him down. Despite being the captain, Mallows remained silent and only sized up the hostage-taker with a cold gaze. The old Baron's breathing became visibly labored and his face quickly flushed red, eliciting a scream from the Baroness. "Ah, you cold-blooded bastard! You dare touch my man! I swear, I'll—" Seeing that the situation was dire, Count Godwin hurriedly gestured for the ladies to hold the Baroness down and pull her back into the crowd to prevent her from further provoking the hostage-taker. Fear and worry spread. The guests began to discuss among themselves again, and it was the guards who managed to maintain order. "You, Doyle's son." Anchor's hair stood on end. He was furious as he pointed his sword at Doyle on the steps. "Don't hide behind a woman anymore. Get down here." Thales looked at the crazed Anchor from afar with a heavy heart. "That man, he's desperate," Thales said silently, hysterical, all for a duel. But he was just a pawn. His existence was to complete a small step in someone's chess game. Thales felt even more sorrowful at the thought. The guards separating the crowd from the assassin tensed up, but Anchor seemed to retain his last shred of rationality. He did not kill, nor did he draw his sword hastily. He only glared at Doyle. "We'll settle this, like a man." son of AB***. Doyle instinctively wanted to charge down but was stopped by the well-prepared Praka and Glover. Let go of me. At least she gained some advantage. People's perception has been shaken. Vogel ignored Doyle's loss of composure. He looked at the crowd around him and frowned. If we kill him now, maybe… No. Mallows stared at Anchor and shook his head. Our audience is not just in this hall, but the entire kingdom. They are as stupid as ever and only care about the result. This chess game is still unsolved. The Go game. Thales stared at the situation in the field, which had not only not been alleviated, but had even worsened. He was mentally and physically exhausted, and he felt incredibly bitter. In the distance, Zayn, Koster, Val, and the others were still silently watching the situation in the field. They had no intention of intervening. Lady Eleanor, Lozano, Adrian, Patterson, Stone, and the other guests from the 7 Jadestar attendants family seemed to feel the same way. They locked their gazes on the prince and waited for his reaction. Then, Vogel frowned and leaned toward Doyle. Have you thought it through, Vanguard Doyle? Vogel repeated Mallow's words in a low voice. Sacrifice the pawn. When he heard the vice-captain's words, Doyle shuddered slightly, and his emotions changed. Duel then die, Vogel said calmly, like an emotionless machine. Doyle's angry struggle lessened. Doyle stared blankly at his father, who was being held hostage. With a last glimmer of hope, he turned to Thales and Mallows as if asking for help. But the prince only pursed his lips and said nothing. What could he do? Tell Doyle not to move and let Anchor kill his father? Let Doyle fight a duel, and then deliberately die by his opponent's sword? What else could he do other than sacrifice the pawn? Think. At the side, Mallows watched the prince's twitching eyebrows and remained silent. Now, you are the only one who can save your father and resolve the stalemate, Vogel said coldly in Doyle's ear. Realize this early. Doyle turned back stiffly, his gaze filled with despair. Duel, die. He stared in the direction of Anchor and the old baron, but his eyes were dazed. He kept muttering, duel, die, duel, die, duel, die. Thales turned his head away, unable to bear it. He forced himself to focus and think of a way out. Or should he just ignore it and order the guards to kill the hostage-taker in front of him once and for all? As for the aftermath, forget it. As long as he gets through this unbearable hardship and pain, who cares about the aftermath? Let his father clean up the mess? No, I can't. Thales' mind was in a mess. Glover could not bear to see his colleague like this. He pressed down on Doyle's shoulder from behind and said sternly, Doyle, pull yourself together. But Doyle subconsciously shook off his hand. As long as I die in the duel, Doyle said absent-mindedly. Father, can be saved? The problem will be solved? Thales could not bear it anymore, but just as he was about to speak, Mallows suddenly said, It's not that simple. The guards looked at him in unison. The watchman's gaze was still fixed on Anchor, whose face was contorted. From just now until now, this Anchor's gaze has always been unwavering in the face of death. I think he probably has the same goal as you. Mallows calmly stated his conclusion to Doyle at a moderate pace. He also wants to die in your hands in the duel. Doyle's dazed gaze suddenly shifted. Thales frowned and looked at Anchor. Yes, that's the only way, Vogel said gloomily. To bring the greatest benefits. Mallows nodded. See, as their pawn, he's the same. He looked at Doyle with a profound gaze. Sacrifice the pawn. The watchman glanced at Thales again. General. Thales closed his eyes. Sacrifice the pawn. General. Sacrifice whose pawn? Whose army will it be? Doyle was still breathing absent-mindedly, occasionally mumbling to himself. But Anchor was already impatient. Answer me, Doyle's son. Do you have the guts to fight me fair and square? The hostage-taker's rage and the old baron's cries of pain further agitated the crowd, inciting gasps and uproar. Or I can start with this old varmint's limbs. Let's see how much blood he can bleed. Watching Anchor move the blade to the Baron's wrist, Thales's heart clenched. This is bad. All right. Seeing that Doyle was in a state of panic and confusion, Vogel scoffed at Mallows in dissatisfaction. If you don't want to dirty your hands, watchman, then I'll do it. He turned to his subordinates. Gather the flag-bearer division. Choose 4 people, the best snipers. But the next moment, a loud and sonorous voice interrupted them. Duke Thales. The banquet hall fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. It was Doyle. The one who shouted the Duke's name was not Anchor, but Doyle. He slowly raised his head, his gaze no longer lost. But there was an additional layer of gloom. Please give the order, Your Grace. Doyle spoke loudly so that everyone could hear him clearly. But there was a hidden bitterness in his voice that Thales could hear. I, the son of the Baron of Mirror River, Danny Doyle. Under the gaze of the entire hall, Doyle took a step forward and gritted his teeth. I am willing, for the sake of my father and family, to follow the ancient tradition of the Empire, and under the witness of Duke Thales and all of you, to respond to his challenge with this despicable man. To fight to the death. Thales looked at his personal guard in disbelief, and then at Mallows. But the latter seemed to have expected it, and responded indifferently. Doyle glared at Anchor, whose face was full of provocation and desire, and tried his best not to look at his dumbfounded father. I am willing to defend our dignity and reputation. Doyle spoke mechanically, as if his mouth did not belong to him. As long as you let my father go. After saying these words, Doyle, who was drenched in cold sweat, swayed as if he had deflated, until Glover steadied him. The guests were silent at first, then a small commotion broke out. The sound of debate once again drowned the hall. Very good, very good. There are still men in the Doyle family after all. Anchor, who received a response, looked at the soulless Doyle and smiled. But Thales could not feel any happiness or satisfaction from it. There was only a different kind of desolation. Thales gritted his teeth. Doyle. Vice Captain Vogel pursed his lips and looked at Doyle with a complicated gaze. Mallows was silent as well, but his expression was much calmer. No, no, no. In the hall, the old Baron, who was being held hostage by Anchor, could no longer care about his pain and disheveled state. He shouted in exasperation. Brat! What are you doing? Doyle snapped out of his daze, glanced at his father, and forced a weak smile. The old Baron looked at his wife in horror. My dear, stop him, stop him. But the Baroness was also frightened. She looked around in panic, but all she received was sympathy. Your Highness? Is anyone there? Anyone? The old Baron was so anxious that he was on the verge of tears. Anyone? Stop him. Knock this damned unfilial son out. Doyle will be heavily indebted. I will give him 40% of my income this year. 40%? All right, then half it is. 60%? 70%? The Baron's shouts echoed between the pillars of the hall. Apart from the flickering flames, there was no reply. Desolate and helpless. Looking at this scene, Thales felt even more uncomfortable and indescribable. But he could not reveal it. He had to maintain his most elegant, most detached, and most noble posture, because he was the second prince, the Duke of Star Lake. Under countless gazes, Doyle took a deep breath, composed himself, and strode forward. Byrel, I've already promised you. Doyle roared angrily at Anchor. Now, let go of my father. I'll play with you. Let's settle our scores. Anchor smiled. He did not let go of the old Baron, but turned to Thales. Duke Thales, Your Highness? The initiator and the receiver of the duel are both present, and only the noble witness remains. Anchor's gaze was a mixture of desire and anticipation, despair and madness. Doyle also turned around and looked at Thales with a rare gloominess in his eyes. The old Baron stared at him and shook his head frantically, his eyes pleading. The royal guards looked at him, their expressions subdued and restrained, making no sense of his demands. Your Highness, Vogel quietly stood beside him. This is proper justice, a necessary evil. Mallows sighed as well. When it's time to end, a pawn should be sacrificed. Thales clenched his fists. Sacrificed pawn. Damn it, sacrificed pawn again. Pawn. The guests in the hall stared at him menacingly and aggressively, filled with all sorts of emotions. At this moment, countless gazes converged on the prince aggressively, waiting for his response. Zayn's gaze was contemplative, Koshter's expression was murderous like the autumn wind, and Val stared fixedly at Thales, his emotions indiscernible. The 7 Jadestar attendants stared at him intently, as if the prince's next decision was an irrefutable oracle. No one knew that at this moment, what the expressionless Thales wanted to do the most was to sit in his chair, bury his head, close his eyes, and ignore all gazes and voices. Leave all the troublesome matters to his subordinates. This way, he might be able to use the inviolable majesty of the royal family to fool his anxious and helpless moment. But he could not, because he was the second prince. He could not. He was the Duke of Star Lake. Your Highness, make the announcement. Doyle's words were rather weak, like a terminally ill patient whose hope was dashed. Let it come, the sooner the better. Save you the trouble. Thales was expressionless, but his heart was bitter. All right, the sooner the better. Save me the trouble. Finally, after a few seconds, to Thales, it felt like a lifetime. The Duke of Star Lake maintained his most upright and noble posture, slowly rose and raised his voice. Anchor Byral. The moment his voice rang, everyone in the hall, from the officials to the bureaucrats, from the nobles to the merchants, carefully listened to the words of the returning prince, displaying, at least on the surface, the uniform deference and obedience. In the name of Constellation's Duke of Star Lake, the second prince, Thales Jadestar. The Duke's voice was incredibly deep, and people could not help but feel respect for him. However, only those who had been with Thales for a long time would notice that at that moment, the prince's voice was much hoarser and gloomier than usual, much more tired. In accordance with the long-standing tradition of the Empire, I hereby grant you permission to initiate a duel to the death against another noble, against Danny Doyle, in order to avenge your blood kin. Doyle lowered his head and exhaled a long breath. Thales' expression was gloomy as he stared darkly at the long-awaited anchor. And I will personally witness its outcome. I guarantee its fairness and propriety. Is that enough? The Duke's words were met with silence in the hall, until a few seconds later, Anchor's equally tired voice rang out. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. Under everyone's gaze, he seemed to have been freed from his shackles and pushed the old Baron away. Baron Doyle fell to the ground, but did not leave. He just lay paralyzed on the spot, sobbing softly and panting in pain. The guards took the opportunity to step forward and help the Baron away. A few people hesitated on whether to take the opportunity to attack the hostage-taker, but Count Godwin sighed and shook his head, indicating that they did not have to. Whether you believe it or not, Your Highness. Anchor smiled bitterly. You and this Doyle brat, out of the hundreds of people I've met over the past few months, the two of you are the only ones who are willing to respond to my request. If it was not shocking, no one would listen. Thales recalled his words and could not help but feel dejected. Whether we live or die, Thales Jadestar, Your Highness, Your Grace. Anchor took a deep breath and knelt down on one knee with sincerity. He placed the hilt of his sword in front of his chest and bowed his head deeply. I will remember it forever, Your Grace. Thales sat down weakly and closed his eyes. I actually updated 80,000 words this month. What's wrong with me? End of this chapter. Chapter 559. The guests in the hall maintained a rare silence, as if everyone had forgotten how to breathe after the order for the duel was issued, until Doyle suddenly reached out and picked up Thales' wine glass. Under everyone's surprised gazes, he recklessly and willfully downed half of the wine in one gulp. Doyle tossed the wine glass away and took a deep breath amidst the sound of glass shattering. Gradually regaining his senses, he looked at Anchor's ceremonial attire. In the next second, Doyle removed the leather armor and protective gear belonging to the royal guards in an orderly manner with an expressionless face. Old leather, my sword. Praka hesitated for a moment. Under Mallow's gaze, he retrieved the confiscated weapons. This will not be a pure duel. Both sides seek defeat instead of victory, seek death instead of life. Mallows walked to Doyle's side and watched him make his final preparations. He said softly, "Are you ready?" Sitting in his seat, Thales clenched his fists. Both sides seek death. Why? Why? Doyle took off his arm guard and glanced at his superior indifferently. My lord, commanding officer or Tormund Jr. Perhaps it was because he was tipsy, or perhaps he had no scruples, he casually addressed the other party. Do you know you're such a bastard? Tormund Jr. Mallows frowned. You look like you don't even give a damn about his highness. You're asking for a beating, Doyle said and laughed. But no one else in the guards laughed. The watchman sighed. In the Rose Branch, the follow-up thrust is a must-learn technique. It's known for its simplicity, sharpness, craftiness, and difficulty in blocking. It's hard for practitioners to change. If you find the right timing, it'll be less painful. Doyle's smile froze. He straightened his back and looked at Glover, who had been his partner for the longest time, with a desolate expression. Zombie, I'm sorry to bother you with my trash talk, but my father told me to build a good relationship with the Glover family. Glover nodded, his face still expressionless. I know. Doyle took a deep breath. Also, you never go to Red Street Market? That's why I've been meaning to ask. Doyle ignored everyone's gazes and flashed a pale smile. Are you gay? The guards immediately fell silent. Glover furrowed his brows, but he still replied, No. Doyle snorted and shrugged. All right, I want to say that it's okay even if you are. I'm very tolerant. The Doyle family, Anchor interrupted Doyle from the center of the hall. He was at ease, completely disregarding the guards around him who were itching for a fight. What are you waiting for? Doyle laughed and turned around. What's wrong? Can't you wait to die? Just like you. Anchor looked at his opponent and smiled. Same here. They watched the two sides, but their smiles soon disappeared from their faces. He was calm and indifferent. Without any warning, Doyle snatched the sword from Praka's hand. Your Highness. I know I've been exaggerating and overexerting myself in order to please you, but Doyle hugged the scabbard tightly as if he was drowning. He didn't even turn his head as he let out a heartless laugh as usual. You are a good man. Thales moved. Doyle looked at the dome and curled the corners of his lips. Compared to Renaissance Palace, it's easy here. His smile disappeared. In the future, if my father, please remember this day. Thales subconsciously opened his mouth, but could not utter the word, okay. He could only stare at Doyle in a daze. His Highness is kind. Mallows took over the conversation calmly, dispelling the awkwardness of the moment. You know, he won't forget. Doyle forced a smile and nodded in understanding. Kind. Kind. At this moment, Thales only felt that this description was extremely ironic. In the hall, Baron Doyle hugged his wife and sobbed softly, as if no one else was around. Doyle showed a helpless expression. He no longer looked at Thales, but turned around, picked up his weapon and walked down the stairs, towards his opponent, his ending. Doyle! Thales could not help but speak, but Mallows grabbed his arm and stopped the prince from speaking. He knows what he's about to sacrifice, Mallows said calmly. He also knows what he's trying to save. The watchman turned to Thales. But the problem is, do you know? Do I know? Thales was silent. What he's about to sacrifice. Thales watched Doyle's back as he slowly walked down the stairs. He did not have his usual relaxed and leisurely demeanor, only a heavy, out-of-place trance. What he's about to save. Thales slowly looked at Baron Doyle, who collapsed on the ground, his face ashen, and the Baroness, who was sobbing and trembling. What I'm about to sacrifice. What I'm about to save. Thales looked at Anchor, who was holding a short sword and looking calm, and was momentarily lost in thought. He had a thought. So, is this how it feels? Thales said to himself. He was the second prince, the Duke of Star Lake. He should sit on the high ground, gaze at the chessboard, watch the chess pieces fight to the death below, and save the entire game. Devise strategies, order generals, and move pawns. He should just accept the sacrifices he deserved, watch Doyle and the enemy in the duel, and try to die under the opponent's sword, no matter how ridiculous it was. After that, according to the gains and losses, rewards, and punishment. Because if you want to enter this circle, Thales, and even climb to the top. Quick Rope's words suddenly rang in Thales' ears. The first thing you have to do is to bow down to them. Open up your body and mind, and let their world and ideas rule over you. Turn yourself into something that you can't even recognize. Only then can you start playing this game, and only then can you play it well. Thales silently watched Doyle's back as he walked away. Remember. Vice Captain Vogel caught up to Doyle and reminded him softly, if you survive and he dies, then both His Highness and your parents' fates in the future will be terrible. Doyle's back trembled, just like how Thales stopped breathing. But unlike Thales, Doyle quickly calmed down and walked forward step by step, as if he had accepted his fate, just like a chess piece. At that moment, Thales suddenly understood. Think carefully. What did you become after you became a prince? Can you still choose your own path? Follow your heart? Thales lowered his head gently. Everyone waited for Doyle's footsteps to converge with Anchor's position. After you become a prince, are you still yourself? Are you still Thales? Or have you become something else? You're right, Mallows, Thales suddenly said faintly. Doyle, he knows what he's sacrificing. And Anchor, he also knows what he's trying to save. What did you gain and what did you lose? Mallows tilted his head in confusion. Your Highness? Thales looked up, his gaze sharpening. But you're also wrong. He sat in his seat and looked at every face in the hall. Worry, anxiety, fear, panic, pride, anticipation, sadness, indifference, schadenfreude. He's not a chess piece. Thales said calmly. None of them are. He clenched his fists. No one is. Maybe someone else could. Move a chess piece without any burden or scruples, or willingly be a chess piece. Maybe the Duke of Star Lake could, maybe the second prince could, maybe Doyle could, maybe Anchor could, maybe Mallows, maybe Vogel, but he couldn't, because he was Thales Jadestar. He was Thales, just Thales. They're not chess pieces, they're just Doyle, just Anchor, just people. Thales said profoundly, the purest and also the most complicated people. The watchman asked in puzzlement. Your Highness? What do you mean? Thales took a deep breath and winked at the watchman with a smile. I mean F***CK, sacrificing pawns. Mallows finally sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, the prince's eyes were no longer as uneasy and anxious as before, and lacked the usual depth and bitterness. Instead, there was unprecedented firmness and brightness. Wait, Mallows' expression changed. What do you want to do? But when he realized what the second prince wanted to do, it was already too late. The next second, just as Doyle was about to reach Anchor, just as the two men who hated each other finally faced each other fairly, just as the first debt between the two families was about to be settled with blood, Thales straightened his face and stood up proudly. He shouted the order, Go! Wait! The Duke of Star Lake's voice reverberated throughout the hall. In an instant, everyone turned to look at him. Even Doyle stopped in his tracks. Everyone looked at the prince strangely. Your Highness? Anchor frowned. Worried that things might change, he asked subconsciously. Thales curled the corner of his lips and glanced at Mallows. The latter felt uneasy for no reason, even ignoring Vogel's questioning look. Just now, my personal guard captain told me. Thales raised his voice and raised his arms. In this duel, whether it's you, Anchor, or you, Doyle. He looked at the two of them with a burning gaze. His words were sharp. He said, Both of you will do your best to seek death. Thales yelled. Only seek defeat. As soon as he said that, the hall broke into a flurry of discussion. Only those who had expected it, such as Count Godwin, The Duke of Iris Flowers, the One-Eyed Dragon, Duke Val, and the others did not react. Among the royal guards, Mallows and Vogel looked at each other, but could only see shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. What's going on? Why did he have to make this matter so grand and overt? In the eye of the storm, Anchor and Doyle looked at each other and were equally at a loss. Use actual sacrifices in exchange for greater benefits or smaller losses. Thales smiled. He glanced at the two of them separately, his voice bright and confident. Fight a battle where you seek defeat. Do you know how? Do you? The prince's question stirred up more and more discussion in the banquet hall. Anchor and Doyle were stunned for a few seconds before they spoke almost simultaneously. Your Highness. And the prince's smile cooled. But I don't like that. Thales roared, interrupting the two men who were caught off guard. The Northland barbarians may be barbaric. Thales raised a goblet that belonged to an unknown person and held it in the air, his gaze sharp as a knife. But they never compromise. Well, most of the time they never compromise. Thales gently let go, letting the goblet fall and shatter on the ground. He looked at the hall full of people who were either bewildered or confused, solemn or happy, and chuckled. So, I would like to add some stakes as encouragement. As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was once again puzzled. Only Thales remained smiling. To increase motivation for the two of you, a glint flashed across his eyes as he locked onto the dueling duo in his field of vision. To ensure that this is a fight where every punch hits the flesh, every stab sees blood, brilliant, and strive for victory, and unforgettable. Thales' smile froze and his voice deepened. A duel to the death. What? In the next second, from the nobles to the guards and servants, everyone was shocked and unable to react. Thales roared angrily. Anchor Byral. Anchor responded nervously. In the name of the Duke of Star Lake, the second prince, Thales Jadestar, I swear to the Sunset Goddess. Thales' expression was unprecedentedly solemn and cold. If you win the duel and kill your opponent. My father, His Majesty King Kessel, Thales said coldly. He and we will fully support you to reopen the court for your family and seek justice. Anchor was shocked. Not just him, Mallows, Doyle, Vogel. When everyone came to their senses, they were all shocked and in disbelief. Anchor said in shock. You represent His Majesty? Thales sneered. Yes, the Jadestar royal family will speak up for the Byral family. Until you're satisfied. The guests in the hall burst into an uproar, their voices rising and falling. Anchor was taken aback. He stared at Thales' expression, breathing erratically and unable to control himself. Fully support. Speak up for the Byral family. Doyle, on the other hand, looked betrayed as he stared in disbelief at the prince he once served. Vogel, who was beside Mallows, gritted his teeth and whispered in shock and anger. His Majesty, how is he representing His Majesty? Still supporting Byral? No, that's too rash. Mallows frowned. But Thales quickly spoke again, his voice as solemn as before. But, Anchor, if you lose the duel, you will die. He said coldly. Then I promise on behalf of my father, on behalf of the Jadestar royal family. The Byral family controversy? A cold glint flashed in Thales' eyes. It ends here. The meaning of this sentence was unclear. The guests were puzzled for a while, until Anchor, whose expression kept changing, tried to speak. Your Highness, I don't understand. But Thales immediately raised his voice, interrupting everyone's thoughts. As the price for witnessing your glorious duel, as punishment for your disrespect and overstepping your boundaries. The Duke of Star Lake's voice echoed between the pillars of Mindy's hall, making everyone stand in awe. If you lose, the Byral family case will never be overturned, retried, or objected to. Thales stared coldly at the increasingly bewildered Anchor, his voice cold as ice. No matter how much grievance you have, how much legal evidence, how much reason you have, the kingdom will not question any of it. And that ends here. Amidst the guests' discussion, Anchor stood rooted to the ground. He took a few seconds to understand the prince's bet. Fully support if you win the duel. Never overturn the case if you lose the duel. Anchor looked up in a daze. But my family's land. Never overturn the case. I don't understand. Thale's voice was cold as he cut off his question. Anchor, you're saying that you're going to resort to a duel to recreate my legendary journey in the north? Anchor frowned. Thales snorted coldly. Since you chose to solve the problem with the ancient style of the Empire, you should enjoy the convenience of solving the problem once and for all. You have to bear the price of its barbaric backwardness. Anchor was stunned. Thales raised his head and looked around the hall at the people who were looking at him. Wherever his gaze landed, the guests lowered their heads. He said in a deep voice, "This is the truth of duels. This is the true way of the Empire and the Northlands." As he stared at the two duelists who were both stunned, Thales curled up the corners of his lips and revealed a gentle smile. With this kind of bet, you will have the motivation to win, right? Discussions rose in the hall like a buzzing bee. Everyone was trying to figure out Thales' intentions. All right, I think I understand a little. Vogel thought hard and ventured. That's not the case. That guy's path of retreat has been blocked by His Highness' tyranny of royal power. Now he must kill Doyle and cede the moral high ground to us in order to reverse the family's verdict. The vice-captain looked at Mallows in confusion. But isn't His Highness afraid that the Doyle brat will try to kill the other party to end the case in order for the royal family to fulfill their promise? Mallows looked at the Duke of Star Lake's profile and lowered his head. No, the watchman answered Vogel in a low voice. You don't understand. The vice-captain was stunned. In the hall, having figured something out, Anchor and Doyle exchanged glances. What's the matter, Birel? Color reappeared in Doyle's eyes, turning into a flame of eagerness. Are you afraid of losing? Anchor did not answer immediately. After a long period of silence, he finally let out a cold laugh. All right, if that's what you want to see, Your Highness. He raised his head and looked straight at Thales. His tone was as resolute as ever, but with a hint of murderous intent. Come on, let the duel begin, but please remember your promise. If I win, Thales chuckled, I guarantee that the royal family will fully stand by your side. Vogel frowned when he heard this. You guarantee? Is it appropriate to say that? What does he want? Vogel looked at the second prince in annoyance. Only Mallows said calmly, Help, help? Vogel responded with confusion. When we're ready to sacrifice the pawn. Mallows turned his head, his eyes burning. He wants to save his life, not just one. Vogel's confusion only deepened, but fortunately he no longer had to wonder. Mallows, since the duel is about to begin. Thales ordered his personal guard captain loudly, so loud that the entire hall could hear him. Go get Sentinel. Sentinel. Upon hearing this name, many people in the banquet hall felt their hearts skip a beat. Mallows frowned and said, Sentinel? But Your Highness, isn't that? Yes. Thales interrupted him without hesitation. The prince turned to the guests with a piercing gaze. A gift from the Duke of Western Desert, an heirloom of the Fakenhas family, a famous ancient sword of the Empire that represents their infinite trust and loyalty towards me. It should be worthy of this duel, right? Everyone was taken aback by these words. Your Highness? Anchor from Western Desert asked doubtfully. You want to lend your sword to one of us? He and Doyle looked at each other, exchanging a look of wariness and disgust. Thales smiled, but he shook his head. You're from Western Desert, Anchor. He looked at Birel calmly. Then you should know that the tribal leaders in the Great Desert always treat their guards as their own, as their wings. Anchor nodded skeptically, but after Thales' next words, his expression gradually changed. Challenging them in a duel is no different from challenging the leader himself, Thales said indifferently. At the same time he caused a commotion, he remembered an orc war chief he once met, and the duel rule of buy 1 + 2 and get 1 free, that left a deep impression on him. And unfortunately, Thales' expression was indifferent as he spoke calmly, drowning out the discussion. Danny Doyle happens to be my personal guard. the Duke of Star Lake. You challenged him. You challenged me. Doyle was stunned on the spot. Anchor's eyes widened. As soon as he said that, many came to a realization. Your Highness. But Thales ignored them and continued to speak loudly, not hesitating to use the sin of Hell's River to drown out all other voices. As for Baron Doyle, he roared, you are also my esteemed guest. Thales' expression was gloomy as he pointed at the stunned old Baron Doyle, who was in his wife's arms. Today, at my banquet in my Mindy's hall, he shall not be threatened, harmed, or challenged. It is an affront to me personally. The dueling duo was no longer the focus of attention. All eyes were focused on the prince, whether in surprise or fear, uneasiness or apprehension, admiration or disdain, until Thales looked around with a murderous look, forcing away all the strange gazes. No. Vogel instinctively wanted to step forward to stop the prince, but Mallows held his arm firmly behind him. Constellations, listen up, as Doyle's master, as the master of this banquet, and even more so as the master of this manor. Thales' expression was cold and murderous. His voice shook the dome, and his words were resolute. I, Thales Jadestar. He stood on the highest seat in the banquet hall, raised one arm, fearless of the gazes of the audience, and spoke in a loud and clear voice. In accordance with the ancient custom of the Empire, I shall carry out my duties and rights as the master. I will represent Danny Doyle and accept the most legitimate challenge to a duel issued by Anchor Birel on his behalf. Thales' gaze was cold as he lowered his arm and pointed at the two duelists who could no longer speak. Carry out this duel of blood vengeance. Until the winner is decided. Until the winner is decided. Until the ancient ritual is completed. As soon as he finished, the banquet hall fell into a long silence. Thales lowered his gaze and sneered. Don't worry, Anchor. He smiled at the shocked Anchor and the dumbstruck Doyle. The conditions and wager previously mentioned are still valid. Thales lowered his head slightly. The firelight cast a dark shadow on his face. As long as you're in the duel. He put away his smile and uttered his last words coldly. Kill me. It's the end of the month. I want sponsored partnerships. I want monthly votes. Making typing noises. End of chapter. Chapter 560. In the brightly lit hall, Thales looked down from above, enduring countless shocked gazes, but only staring at the dazed Anchor, waiting for his reaction. You. After a long while, Anchor looked up in disbelief. Thales was still staring at him coldly. His posture was relaxed, but his gaze was intimidating. Like a hunter after an arrow left the bow, he confidently lowered his longbow. Your Highness, a proxy duel? Anchor finally understood what had just happened. His eyes were red and his breathing quickened. Me and you. Thales narrowed his eyes. No. Grief and pain surged from the eyes of the spoiler of the banquet as he hissed. No. In the hall, after the initial shock, everyone began to discuss what had just happened anxiously, but their voices became more restrained, and even the way they looked at the Duke of Star Lake changed. The shackled Val Arund was no longer drinking. His gaze was locked on the prince, his intentions unclear. Zayn frowned and kept turning back to ask his butler. The one-eyed dragon, Koshter, smiled faintly and was still in the mood to respond to the private inquiries of the other guests. Thales tossed aside the scenes he had glimpsed from the corner of his eye and scoffed. Why not? The young duke walked down slowly. The royal guards behind him wanted to follow, but were stopped by an unquestionable gesture from Mallows. Isn't this what you want? Thales walked out of the encirclement and slowly walked down the stairs. His voice was as sharp as a blade. A duel with the second prince himself will shock the entire kingdom. Everyone will hear about it, and you will achieve your goal of seeking justice. Such a banquet dish. Doesn't it smell good? Anchor gritted his teeth. The short sword in his hand began to tremble, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. He was not the only one in disbelief. Doyle stood rooted to the ground, watching Thales descend from the sky and walk slowly towards him. The murderous aura on Doyle's body slowly faded away, and what replaced it was confusion and bewilderment. Your Highness, you don't have to. You don't have to do it on my behalf. I can. Thales stopped in his tracks, his expression unhappy. On the other side, old Baron Doyle, after experiencing the double torture of grief and shock, showed a look of disbelief and joy. He came to his senses and desperately winked at his son. But Doyle obviously did not notice his father's actions. He stared blankly at the imposing Thales, raising and lowering the scabbard in his hand. He stuttered as if he had not fully reacted to the situation. You don't need to. I'm the guard, to protect you. Then, Thales cast Doyle a sideways glance, and a cold glare swept past him, causing Doyle's words to die in his mouth. I did not ask for your opinion, Danny Doyle. Thales mercilessly called out his personal guard's full name. I command you. I will fight for you. Thales looked at the crowd with a cold scowl, as a Jadestar ordering one of the 7 Jadestar attendants. Do you have any objections? Doyle was stunned. As soon as he said that, the guests standing in front of him were stunned. They instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. The young and promising Viscount Adrian let go of his wife and looked back at Thales sternly. The old Viscount Patterson opened his blurry eyes and pushed away his 2 nephews who were supporting him. The graceful Lady Eleanor held Luther Barney, who was playing with his head lowered, in a tight grip. She was silent. Baron Stone lowered his head slightly and glanced at the prince. His expression seemed to be sneering. Lozano Glover crossed his arms tightly, as if he was rooted to the ground, and did not move. Thales' gaze was as sharp as a blade. A second later, the 5 nobles moved one after another. They either lowered their heads and pressed their chests, or bent their knees and lifted their skirts. They were submissive and willing. But no one reacted as quickly as Baron Doyle. No, Your Highness, no objections, no objections. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Old Doyle was seen rolling and crawling with a sobbing tone, which shocked everyone. With you here, as the 7 Jadestar attendants, the Doyle family of Mirror River, we pledge our lives to you. The battered and sniveling old Baron was about to say something when his shrewd wife quickly covered the Baron's mouth and dragged him back into the crowd with Doyle. Thales exhaled. He turned back and continued to pace. The crowd below, whether it was guards, servants, or guests, instinctively made way for the prince, until Thales stepped into the hall onto the lowest ground and stood at the same height as the tensed anchor. As for you, but Thales did not stop. He walked forward steadily towards the center of the hall. Anchor looked up in a daze, slightly surprised. He realized that the blade in his hand could reach the prince if he took 2 steps. Doyle, who was closest to him, was the first to react. He put down his father and rushed forward, exclaiming at the same time, Your Highness! The guards who followed Thales down the hall also sensed that something was wrong. Mallows frowned and raised his voice. Your Highness, we're close enough. Count Godwin panicked. Prince Thales, your precious body. Beside Mallows, the exasperated Vogel, who had been dealt a series of unexpected blows, ordered, Surround them! Protect His Highness. In the hall, the startled guards and nervous royal guards moved at the same time. Their footsteps were chaotic, causing the guests to cry out in alarm, until Thales roared angrily, shocking everyone who had lost their composure. Stop! He turned around and raised his arm, pointing at Doyle, who was charging forward. Step back. All of you, step back. The footsteps of the royal guards stopped in unison. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Thales ignored Mallow's frown and Vogel's anxiety, and turned his head back. He looked at Anchor, who had subconsciously raised his sword to defend himself. Since my guest has the guts to come to the meeting alone and armed with a sword. Thales shifted his gaze away from Anchor's short sword and focused on Anchor's eyes. His footsteps did not stop. Then I naturally have the guts to stand before him and look him in the eye. Anchor trembled. Calm down. In the chaos, Mallows ignored Vogel, Hurry and get him back, and protested angrily. His Highness has spoken. He raised his fist and stood his ground, gesturing for the royal guards to calm down. Seeing that Mallows had openly set the tone, Vogel could only grit his teeth and shut up, glaring at the watchman's impudent actions. Finally, Thales stood in front of Anchor, facing the other man's anger and misery. "Duke Thales?" Anchor lowered his short sword and glared at the Duke with resentment. "Why?" Thales' expression was calm and composed. "Why?" He snorted coldly. "Anchor Byral, do you think you can openly come to my territory and do whatever you want? Do you think you have my weakness, and can use it to hurt and threaten me?" Anchor tightened his grip on his sword. His gaze lingered on Thales' chest and abdomen. This made Vogel even more nervous, and he kept urging Mallows to take action, but the latter remained unmoved. As for Thales, he was equally unconcerned. "I don't know who gave you this rotten idea, but a duel?" Thales chuckled and glanced at the crowd, intentionally or otherwise. "Just because I came back from the north?" Thales turned around slowly, indifferently facing the sword-wielding, emotionally unstable Anchor. "You, and the people behind you, you don't know that I've been facing such predicaments and problems my entire life, struggling to survive between the last and most desperate choices." Thales swept his gaze over the guests around him before he turned his head around. He looked at Anchor, who was stunned and speechless, seemingly hesitant to take the opportunity to attack and kill the prince with his sword. "Now, Anchor, no matter who you are, or whose people you work for," Thales said coldly. Ignoring Anchor's blade, he continued to approach Anchor amidst the gasps of the crowd, until the distance between them was less than half an arm's length. "No matter if it's for yourself or for others," Thales said solemnly, "make your choice." At such a close distance, Thales noticed that Anchor was trembling uncontrollably, his breathing erratic, and his expression uncertain. He was out of sorts. With his hell senses, Thales understood with a glance. In Anchor's current condition, not to mention a duel, he might not even be able to execute a proper sword technique. "Choice?" Anchor finally lost it and spoke angrily. "Either I kill you or... His breath was so heavy that it could almost collide with Thales' face. "You didn't give me a choice at all, did you?" Anchor's eyes were bloodshot, his expression ferocious, and the short sword in his hand trembled uncontrollably. The onlookers could not help but break into a cold sweat for his highness. Mallows had no choice but to hold down Vogel, who was gnashing his teeth, and never let go of his fists that restrained everyone. But Thales paused and said softly, "No." The prince's tone became serious. "I gave it to you. Not only did I give you a choice, I also gave you a chance." Thales looked into Anchor's eyes, which were filled with despair and desolation, and tried his best to speak sincerely. "The best chance, the other option. You know." Thales' voice unwittingly took on a hint of anxiety. "You know." But Anchor, who was staring back at him, was unmoved. Anchor's gaze went from hot to cold, from bright to dark, from resentment to disappointment, from pain to numbness. Finally, Anchor closed his eyes gently. "Your Highness, can you do me a favor?" Anchor said faintly, his voice seemingly immersed in a gray hue. "Kill me?" The onlookers and the vigilant guards were stunned. Thales' gaze dimmed. "Of course." But in the next moment, Thales' voice became cold again. "But only in a duel, on the terms we agreed upon." Anchor was silent. 1 second, 2 seconds. Until the third second, Anchor suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, the blade in his hand moved, slicing through the air and causing the wind to howl. Straight at Thales. In the next second, the attentive crowd erupted into a cacophony of exclamations. "No! Damn it! Protect His Highness! He's killing again." The chaotic crowd either retreated or moved forward, momentarily blocking their line of sight and hindering the royal guards who were ready to rescue. "Damn it! Mallows, your lousy idea." Vogel pushed aside a guest who was blocking the way, exasperated. "If the prince, you're done for." Mallows did not say a word. He merely clenched his fists and gestured for his subordinates to maintain order, until a loud roar came from the center of the hall, from the center of the chaos. In the name of Thales Jadestar, I said it. Step back. Motherf * king everyone. Thales' voice had never been so enraged. It even shook the dome. I can handle it. The chaotic scene fell silent. The guards took a few seconds to restrain the crowd. The royal guards rushed to the front, led by Mallows and Vogel, and surrounded the center of the hall. Only the two people in the center were left. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, quite a number of customers sucked in a sharp breath. Anchor's blades stopped between their necks, neither moving forward nor backward. His sword-wielding wrist was firmly gripped by Thales, unable to advance or retreat. Thales and Anchor stared at each other. One was calm, the other in despair. They trembled slightly in the tense wrestling. Mallows frowned. Vogel, on the other hand, was shocked and furious. He was about to instruct his subordinates to move forward. Damn it, hurry up. But Mallows' voice was louder than his. Steady. The watchman raised his fist high again, causing everyone to freeze. His Highness' orders are not to be disobeyed. Vogel's footsteps paused. Mallows said coldly, His Highness is handling it. Not to be disturbed. Vogel was exasperated. He lowered his voice. Handle it? You're the captain of his guards. If something happens to him... This time Mallows did not swallow his anger. Instead, he replied coldly. Then I'm still the captain of his guards. The vice-captain's words were choked in his throat. In the hall, Thales carefully pacified the sin of Hell's river that was infused into his arms. While obstructing Anchor's intentions, he did not let the power of eradication turn into a bloodthirsty beast. Anchor, don't do this. Thales shook his head, his eyes carrying a warning look. Sentinel hasn't been brought, our duel hasn't begun. But Anchor shook his head. Let go, let them kill me. Anchor lowered his voice, his tone gloomy. I have to die. I can't walk out of here alive. Thales frowned. In that instant, he felt like he was back in the prison of bones. Right in front of him, Barney Jr. had brought the blade of the sword to his neck. Yes? Thales chased away the unpleasant memories and said firmly, But this is only the choice he gave you. He balanced the strength in his arms, not allowing Anchor to move an inch, and stared into Anchor's eyes. The person who gave you the sword, he's not worth dying for. Anchor seemed infuriated. His pupils contracted, revealing his anger. I'm not doing this for him. Thales did not back down. I know. The prince stared at the pair of eyes that alternated between anger and despair, hoping that Anchor could read his meaning. So I gave you a chance. Seize it. Thales' voice was a little anxious. Anchor was dazed for a moment. His breathing slowed down, and his pupils refocused. Why? Because I know you're not his pawn, Thales said firmly. I know what you really want. Thales tightened his grip, closing the distance between the two, and said in a volume that only they could hear, You're not here for revenge, and you're not here for personal gain, and you're not here for your father. Anchor was stunned at first, then in disbelief. How did you? Thales said coldly. Because I believe that we're the same people. The same people. Anchor's palm trembled. What? But the person who gave you the sword? Thales stared into his eyes. He's definitely not. Separated by a horizontal short sword, the two stared at each other, one determined, the other confused. Anchor's hesitation only lasted for a moment. He gritted his teeth, his eyebrows twitching. He gave me a sword, and you gave me a wager. Anchor glared at Thales. You're both forcing me to take the next step you want. Are you different from him? Thales was silent for a moment. A second later, the strength in the prince's grip weakened. He wants to be a chess player and win the game, Thales said in a low voice. Anchor sneered sarcastically. And you want to lose? Thales raised his head slowly. No, I just understand, he said tiredly. The other chess pieces. Anchor was startled. I told you we're the same kind of people. Thales said with difficulty. Anchor Byral. Anchor loosened his grip, and the distance between them returned to an arm's length. But the short sword was still between them. The prince stared at Anchor with a burning gaze, and tried to touch Anchor's weapon. Now let go and give me the sword. Anchor's gaze was confused. He glanced around at the royal guards, who were eyeing him as if they were facing a formidable enemy. He gritted his teeth. I can't. The chess piece can't. Thales pressed his left hand on the hilt of Anchor's sword, his gaze firm. You can. Anchor Byral, you can. Anchor hung his head. If I let go. Byral's gaze regained clarity, but then became pained. What should I do? Faced with this question, Thales was silent for a while, but he quickly looked up. I don't know, but I'll try my best. Anchor snorted, his emotions indecipherable, as if he was crying and laughing at the same time. I've tried my best. No, you haven't. Thales shook his head unquestionably. You didn't see me. He said firmly. This time, Anchor stared at him for a long time. Under Thales' gaze, Anchor's gaze went through a series of confusion, pain, torture, struggle, anger, and resentment. Finally, it returned to relief and silence. The next second, Thales felt his hand lighten, and in front of him, Anchor's body fell forward. Thud. There was a muffled thud. Under countless gazes, Anchor closed his eyes, knelt beside Thales, and slumped. Thales exhaled softly, raised the short sword in his hand, and turned around with mixed feelings. It seems the duel didn't go through. He raised his voice and reverted to the uncompromising Duke of Star Lake, forcing away the sharp gazes of the onlookers. The Duke strode towards Mallows, who had his fists clenched all this time. Thales nodded. While his emotions were indescribable, he forced his tone to be the same as before. The bet hasn't been fulfilled. What a pity. Under countless surprised gazes, Mallows waved his hand. The well-prepared royal guards swarmed forward and roughly pinned Anchor, who had long since given up resisting and had a numb expression on his face, to the ground and tied him up. End of this chapter. Chapter 561. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Thales stared expressionlessly at the short sword in his hand. He walked against the flow of the crowd and allowed the guards to pass by him. The prince's figure was embellished in the midst of a group of armored guards, looking lonely and out of place, dazzling and prominent. In the next second, as if the ban had been lifted, the long silent crowd of guests burst into an uproar. Waves of cheers, discussions, applause, and whispers rang out incessantly. Oh my God! I swear, this banquet is the coolest thing I've seen this year. As expected of Jade Star, right? Reminds me of 40 years ago. Cough, cough, cough. That's right, let me tell you, when Polaris was still in Northland. He killed kings and archdukes when he saw them. Elefure City really missed him. Remember, if anyone asks about what happened today, don't talk too much. Just say that the royal guards controlled the scene. His stance was so brave. Good Sani. Let me tell you a secret. I really want to be pressed against the wall and kissed by His Highness. What, you too? Humph. Shameless. B*TCH. Let me tell you, go back and immediately invest in the Glass Merchants Guild, especially in the production of wine utensils. No, listen to me before Renaissance Palace responds. You are not allowed to come to Mindy's Hall again, and you are not allowed to comment on what happened today. Before that B*TCH Inosha does anything, we have to find out the details of His Highness' life in the north, especially what kind of girls he likes. As expected, he still can't get rid of the Northland. Barbarian style. Let me tell you, be careful in the future. Mama, I also want to study an extet. Otherwise I can be a hostage. Did you write it down? Yes, in this order. Quail eggs, roast goose, lettuce, especially lettuce. Tell your father to close all the usury loans your family has. Losses? You're still thinking about losses? Doyle is a good example to learn from. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I have the guts to stand in front of him and look him in the eye? No, when we go back, we can't even mention it, especially that bet. It was as if the public's temporarily lost enthusiasm had finally returned after the situation had calmed down. Thank God. Thank God. My sunset, that damned scoundrel. I swear. I swear. Baron Doyle hugged his son and wife as he wailed unbridledly, which made Doyle feel very awkward. Many people began to size up the Prince of Constellation, who stood among the many guards with his back to the hall, with different gazes. But Thales only said nothing. He raised his head slightly and looked at the empty highest seat after the king left. It was as if he was living in his own world. Not to be disturbed. Not to be disturbed. All right, Flag Bearer Division will take over from here. Take him directly to the Secret Intelligence Department. Vogel instructed the men who were escorting Anchor, then glanced at the dazed Thales with a complicated expression. Obviously, a lot of people have to work overtime tonight. Soon, under all kinds of gazes, Anchor was escorted away by the guards who were waiting for him. Even though he did not struggle, the length of the escort team was still comparable to a guard of honor. Thales listened quietly to the sound of Anchor being taken away. He did not look at his eyes. On the other side, the Doyle family was finally free, and they cried tears of joy. Thales did not react. It was as if a boulder was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to react. Mallows motioned for Glover to put the cloak on the Duke, but was stopped by Thales' outstretched hand. As the backbone of the king's party, Count Godwin coughed, stepped forward, and greeted Thales like an elder. Your Highness, you've worked hard tonight. If you don't mind, I think the banquet will end here. But Thales suddenly spoke. Sorry, everyone. The Duke of Star Lake's sudden loud voice interrupted the buzz of discussion. Thales turned around. His expression was cold, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Looking at the prince's expression, Mallows frowned slightly. Thales knew that more than one person had told him, a smile is the best armor. But the Northlanders had taught him, armor alone is not enough to fight. The prince pressed down on the bewildered Count Godwin and walked towards the crowd. I know, perhaps today my opening remarks were too gentle. Thales' gaze was unprecedentedly cold. It's easy to misunderstand. The banquet hall fell completely silent. Thales lowered his voice, but in the silence, his words were incredibly clear. But for those who don't know me, or don't like me, or even don't want to see me, Thales' expression was dark. I don't mind repeating my welcome speech. He paced lightly, and his sharp gaze swept past every guest. It made people want to retreat. Everyone. Thales suddenly raised his voice, and said through gritted teeth, using the toughness and deterrence that he had once forgotten out of habit. I am Thales. He looked around the crowd, and his gaze was sullen. A name that you can't find even if you flip through the 700 years of the Jadestar family's genealogy. The guests whispered again, but they soon disappeared under Thales' gaze. Thales lowered his head and caressed the short sword in his hand, feeling its expensive material and good feel. He said in a low voice, So you may not know. For the past 6 years, I am neither the Prince of Constellation, nor the Duke of Star Lake. The guests looked at each other. Thales played with the short sword and did not raise his head, but every word he said was deep, and the guests subconsciously pricked up their ears. I saw the vassals kill each other, and Nuven's death. I saw the great dragon descend from the sky, and the calamity burn the city. I saw the war turn chaotic, and Chapman rise to power. Thales' pupils narrowed, and he looked up abruptly. Black Sand Region hates me like a mortal enemy, and Dragon Cloud City sees me as a jinx. His sudden cold voice made many of the listeners quiver. Thales strode forward, and his gaze was resolute as he stared at everyone who met his gaze. As he approached, the crowd subconsciously retreated. And in all of Ekstedt, the millions of living beings call me. While he was still speaking, Thales suddenly flashed his short sword and stabbed it into a long table in front of him. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales roared furiously in the midst of the throbbing sound. Polaris! With the help of the sin of Hell's river, his voice echoed in the banquet hall, causing the lights to flicker and the figures to flicker. The entire hall was silent. Hundreds of people, including many important figures of high status, did not even dare to breathe loudly. Thales stared at the blade on the table, his breathing erratic. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Thales finally let go of the short sword. Only the hilt trembled slightly, but the silence lingered, and the guests remained silent, until Thales spoke coldly. Everyone, welcome to my Mindy's Hall. He turned around, expressionless, and concluded with a cold voice. May you enjoy yourselves. The banquet is over. No one moved, until Mallow sighed, stepped forward, and instructed the royal guards and the guards of Mindy's Hall to restore order and persuade the guests to leave. Vogel and Count Godwin also stepped forward and arranged for everyone to leave. Only then did the banquet hall gradually regain its liveliness. The sounds of discussion and footsteps rang out again, but in a much more orderly and low-key manner, as if deliberately avoiding the Duke of Star Lake, who was in a bad mood. Thales was still standing in the hall, and behind him was the short sword that had disrupted his banquet. I remember telling you to retrieve Sentinel. Thales asked Mallows, who had come up behind him and seemed to have something to say, without turning his head. Why hasn't it been retrieved yet? Mallows gestured to the guests passing by, apologizing to them on the Duke's behalf, and replied nonchalantly, That sword is hidden in the locked cabinet in your study. The sword is hidden in a locked cabinet in your study. I don't have the password. Thales was slightly taken aback. Why didn't you ask me just now? Because... Mallows glanced at the short sword behind him. From the beginning to the end, you never thought about using that sword. Thales paused for a moment, then smiled in relief. Then you weren't worried that he would really duel with me? Mallows chuckled, raised his clenched fist, and looked above his head. Thales followed his gaze and looked up. Soon, he saw 5 or 6 members of the Star Lake Guards emerge from the shadows above the banquet hall. Each of them held a crossbow and looked at them vigilantly. Mallows slowly unclenched his fist that had been clenched for a long time. In the next second, the royal guards in the shadows put away their crossbows. That's Toledo, Morgan, and Itariano who are beside you. Thales recognized these people and could not help but be surprised. The sniper team you arranged at the last minute, Thales said in realization. Why do I remember that Vogel stopped you? Mallow scoffed and looked at Vogel, who was bidding farewell to a few nobles in the distance. He thought he stopped me. Thales exhaled. Previously, did you think about the price of doing this? Mallows asked softly. Thales shook his head. No. And now? Thales' heart sank and he fell silent. Mallows did not say anything. His expression remained indifferent. The guests in the hall gradually began to move. Many squeezed to bow and bid farewell to Thales, but even more dilly-dallied, as if wanting to linger for a while longer. For example, the 7 Jadestar attendants. Very clever, Your Highness, as expected of Count Casso's favorite pupil. This was Baron Stone of the 7 Jadestar attendants. His expression was gloomy, and his thoughts were unclear. Despicable scoundrel, how dare you be so presumptuous? The elderly Viscount Patterson said indignantly. Your Highness, you must forge ahead and face the truth. Otherwise, such devious schemes will only become more rampant. This is no trivial matter. Take care, Your Highness. Viscount Adrian's farewell was concise and clear. The Doyle family has no way to repay Your Highness' great kindness. Only... This was a weeping old baron, but long before he could start his speech, he was dragged away by the observant Doyle, who apologized profusely to Thales before leaving. Your Highness, your righteous act of standing up for your subordinate is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, Lady Eleanor said softly as she led her son, Luther, to bid farewell. A benevolent master is bound to be rewarded. Facing them, Thales was expressionless. At most, he nodded slightly, until Val Arund, shackled and escorted by the guards, came before him. "You will become a problem, child." Duke Arund snorted softly and stared at Thales with interest. "Trouble for many people, big trouble." Thales suddenly moved. He slowly raised his head and stared intently at the Duke. "Even bigger than you?" Val raised his eyebrows and smiled. Without saying a word, he instructed his escorts. "Let's go. Let's go. I miss my luxurious single room." After Val left, Lozano Glover, one of the 7 Jadestar attendants, came before him. "Your Highness, the accumulated problems in Mirror River and Crow Caw City are not just a temporary problem. They will affect many parties. Please pay more attention when you deal with them." Thales nodded, but his heart was numb. Viscount Lozano paused for a moment. He glanced at Glover, who was coordinating the work on the other side. "My younger brother, Callan, he is dull and taciturn. He often forgets to eat and sleep when he works. He does not know how to rest and rarely goes home." Lozano looked at his younger brother with a complicated gaze. "Please let him come back for a vacation regularly, so that he can better serve the royal family." Thales' gaze flickered. "I will." Lozano nodded, bowed and left. "That's it." Thales turned around. Coaster Nanchester blinked his single eye and looked at the prince disapprovingly. "No," Thales said flatly, trying not to think about the haze in the depths of his heart. "This is just the beginning." Coaster snorted. "I will return to Steep Forest City soon." The Duke of the Land of Cliffs curled his lips. "Tonight, I brought you a few special stones from the Land of Cliffs as a gift. Find a few trustworthy people and keep them safe." Thales frowned in confusion. "Why?" "Because they are military messenger Raven directional stones," Coaster said nonchalantly. "They are connected to a few military intelligence ravens that have not been recorded in the post stations, and not even the Secret Intelligence Department knows about." Thales exhaled. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Coaster snorted and shook his head. "Because your banquet had not started then." He glanced at Mallows, who was arranging matters not far away. "Because you did not need it then." Thales was stunned. But the one-eyed dragon left without any reluctance. The figures hurried away and said their goodbyes. Thales watched the day's unique banquet come to an end with exhaustion and apathy, until he saw one of the figures. Thales took a deep breath and recalled everything that happened tonight. He smiled. Amid the noise of the guests, Thales raised his head and called out to the figure who was about to leave. "Dear Zayn." The hall fell silent again. Many people stopped and looked over. In the crowd, the amiable Duke of Iris Flowers turned around. "Your Highness, proper etiquette and elegant behavior." Thales looked at him and suddenly said, "You forgot something." Zayn was stunned. "Something? I don't understand." But the next moment, his expression changed, because Thales turned around and, without hesitation, pulled out the short sword from the table. Clang! The metal short sword flew a few meters and hit the stone floor with an incessant clang. It caused the people around to avoid it. "The sword you brought." In front of everyone, Thales said coldly, without hiding anything, "Aren't you going to take it back?" As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed and they were shocked. The hall fell completely silent. Zayn's eyes widened slightly as he looked at him in surprise. Thales and Zayn, amidst the countless hurrying figures, looked past the crowd without any hindrance and met in the air. Soon, the surprise faded from Zayn's gaze, leaving only coldness. It was tit for tat with Thales. As if they had a tacit understanding, after a period of fearful whispers, the remaining guests scrambled to leave in batches. Even Vogel was no exception. It was as if there was a plague in the banquet hall. Not long after, most of the guests in the hall had left. Mallows frowned and waved his hand to dismiss the equally surprised royal guards and servants. He also stepped back quietly. Zayn pondered for a few seconds before turning around and dismissing his old butler. "You know, in these 6 years," Thales chuckled, "did I learn anything from Dragon Cloud City? From the Northerners? Duke Zayan frowned slightly. He did not speak, but his expression grew more serious. His earlier elegance and composure were nowhere to be seen. In the empty hall, Thales spoke softly. His tone gradually turned murderous. "Uf asterisk ked them." Thales stared at Zayan, his gaze sharpening. "And they f asterisk ked you back." In the messy banquet hall, the Duke of Star Lake's voice echoed in every corner with a chilling coldness. "Only harder, more ruthless, more painful." In a split second, the banquet hall fell into a suffocating silence. Only the two men facing each other from afar, their gazes as swords, confronted each other in the air, until Zayan sighed and sneered. "How did you find out?" Thales did not speak. He frowned, took a step back, and sat down on a chair. He stared at the short sword, his thoughts unclear. "You told me," the prince hissed. "Is that so?" Zayan's smile grew wider and wider. "When?" A few seconds later, Thales raised his head and looked at Zayan again. "Now, after reading the anti-epidemic news for a day, I feel overloaded. My threshold has reached its limit and is about to be melted. I'm happier writing. What matters of the 6 dynasties have become private schemes." End of this chapter. Chapter 562. In the spacious banquet hall, Thales and Zayan faced each other from a distance. There were few figures in the distance. The guards and servants were still sending off the nervous guests, looking over cautiously but reverently from time to time. "Now?" Zayan's look of surprise only lasted for a second. His good manners made him keep his expression under control. The Duke of Iris Flowers did not say a word, nor did he care about the nervous gazes of a few people in the distance. He just slowly stepped over the mess and walked towards Thales. Thales stared at him coldly, until Zayan stopped and stood in front of the short sword. "So you were just a blind cat running into a dead mouse, casually bluffing and trying your luck?" The master of Covendier looked at the short sword on the ground, unhurriedly, with a faint smile on his face. He was at ease, without the slightest loss of composure or self-awareness of having his plot exposed. Just like when Thales exposed New Star's plot at the National Conference 6 years ago. This made Thales even more uneasy. "I got it out of him," Thales said without changing his expression. This sword was indeed given to him by a guest, and not some other unknown channel. The prince glanced at the few exits. "Unfortunately, the banquet tonight has strict security, and there aren't many guests who don't need a personal search to enter the venue." Zayan spoke unhurriedly and cheerfully. "Then why are you so sure it's me?" He looked so interested that a stranger might have thought the two dukes were talking about something amusing over a cup of tea, and not a thrilling political conspiracy. Thales frowned slightly. The youth suddenly realized that compared to the young and promising Duke of South Coast from 6 years ago, Zayan's aura was much more restrained now, and his body was much stronger. "He's different," Thales told himself silently. "He's less lively and bright, and more somber and steady." A thought flashed through Thales' mind. His experience in Northland may have made him tougher, sharper, and more skillful. Then these 6 years in Constellation. What did it make Zayan like? Our discussion fell through. Thales said calmly, maintaining the shrewdness and dignity of the Duke of Star Lake. "Before the banquet." Zayan's eyes moved. "But in the middle of the banquet you came over to talk about the gains and losses of politics." Thales stared straight into the man's eyes. "Or to put it more bluntly, I'm just trying to find something to say." There was a short silence. Thales looked at the pillars of the hall in the distance and watched the indistinct servants come to clean up the mess from the banquet. "I know you have good self-restraint, Zayan, and I know you're thick-skinned. But it's not that good." Zayan nodded slowly. His lips curled up as if he was savoring a glass of fine wine. "Can it be that I really want to chat with you?" Thales interrupted him coldly. "You noticed." Zayan's gaze froze. "You noticed that the royal guards were frequently mobilized to strengthen their defenses. You realized that someone had unexpectedly discovered Anchor's existence." The teenager looked at the short sword lying alone on the ground and walked forward. You can't sit still. You need to hold me back to ensure that the plan goes smoothly. Make sure that even after the king leaves, Anchor's target is still present. This is your biggest flaw. Zayn did not speak, and based on my experience, every time you're acting suspiciously and hypocritically, something bad happens. Thales stopped in front of the short sword, looked straight at the Duke of Iris Flowers opposite him and called out his name. Zayn Covendier. Old friend. Thales said quietly. Zayn smiled, looking nonchalant. You're really paranoid, Your Highness. Perhaps when you were still in the north, you were schemed against and harmed by all sorts of people. Schemed. Harmed. Thales swept away the images of Nuven, Chapman, and even the Black Prophet from his mind. He chuckled as well. And perhaps you didn't realize, Zayn, that tonight, when you were trying to find something to say, king and vassals? Land and security? Rule and resistance? Thales' words were sarcastic. What you say reflects what you think. Zayn's smile faded. I think before today you've probably been troubled by the matter of Crocaw City and Mirror River, the grudge between Byril and Doyle, and the problem of how to take advantage of the opportunity to profit from it for a long time. Thales did not look at Zayn's expression. He looked around at the countless tables, chairs, cups, and plates that were shattered because of Anchor's ruckus at the banquet. And all of this jeopardizes the prestige of Renaissance Palace, alienates the 7 Jade Star attendants, incites conflict among the nobles, and reveals the contradictions of governance. Just to make trouble for me? In the hall a distance away, Glover and Praka, who had sent off the last batch of guests, were about to enter when Mallows reached out to stop them. The watchman looked at the 2 men who were confronting each other in the hall and shook his head. The lights were still bright, Mindy's hall was still quaint, but compared to the bustling scene before, the banquet hall was silent, cold, and empty. Only Thales and Zayn stood in the middle of the hall, facing each other and staring at each other quietly. The only thing between them was the sharp-edged short sword on the ground. After a long time, Zayn walked to the long table at the side, picked up the wine glass the butler had left for him, and poured himself a glass of Sarah Dukedam's famous grape wine. Like most people in Western Desert, Anchor Byril is both realistic and pragmatic, and not someone who will be easily swayed by words. Thales looked at his actions and frowned. Zayn raised his wine glass, leaned against the long table and turned around. How can you be so sure that he will give up and back down? He looked at Thales carefully, as if trying to match the young man in front of him with the boy from 6 years ago. Not to the extent that he will risk everything in a fit of rage, to the point where blood splatters everywhere? Anchor Byril. Thales turned his head, and a shadow flashed across his face. Just like you, he said in a low voice. Zayn swirled the wine glass in his hand and smelled the aroma. Oh, why? Thales looked at the wine glass in Zayn's hand and felt thirsty. Before he became a pawn, he was a person. He is a person, a very complicated but also a very simple person. The Duke of Star Lake came to another long table, swept away the clutter, and casually picked up a wine glass. He did not care who had drunk it before, and simply flung it behind him, spilling the rest of the liquid inside. The wine fell to the ground, and a few drops splashed on Zayn's boots, causing the owner of Iris Flowers, who was savoring the aroma of the fruit wine, to frown. Thales picked up a jug of water, leaned against the long table and turned around. No matter who instigated him, who influenced him, and who coerced him, all his thoughts and actions ultimately originate from himself. Zayn left the spot without batting an eyelid. Did you know him before? No, Thales filled the glass. But it was written in the intelligence that Anchor has a younger brother and 3 younger sisters, all young, living in Crocaw City. Thales' gaze froze on the wine glass in his hand. At the time, I was thinking, if he died avenging his father, what would happen to them? Zayn looked at him and curled the corner of his mouth. Thud. Thales put down the jug. Single-handedly, breaking into the palace, pleading his case, and killing his enemy to avenge his father. This sounds heroic and satisfying, Thales said in a low voice. Thales said in a deep voice as he stared at his own reflection in the wine glass. But in reality, this won't solve anything. The royal family won't tolerate assassinations, and his actions will only be seen as a crime against order. As a bad example of destabilization, he will be severely punished as a warning to others. As Biral's family, they, who are already in dire straits, will only be met with disaster. Zayn's smile became even more subtle, and Thales' gaze gradually froze into ice. But when I thought about how he wanted to duel Doyle, I understood. Anchor doesn't want to kill, or even seek justice. Perhaps revenge is just an excuse. Thales looked up suddenly. Under the triple pressure of his father's huge debt, the vassal's betrayal and Doyle's scheme, the inexperienced and helpless Anchor only wanted to fight for one last guarantee for his family. To win the public sympathy, to force the royal family to step in, and to ensure that his family safely gets through this disaster, and not go bankrupt, lose their land, and destroy their family. Zayn was still calmly savoring the wine with his nose, but he did not put it in his mouth. The prince's tone became tense. He took the risk, not for revenge, not even for justice, but for a future. And in order to not leave any loose ends, to perfectly complete this goal. Thales clenched his teeth. He must die. Zayn looked up and finished the sentence coldly. Thales' mind was in a daze. He suddenly remembered Doyle's expression when he declared his stance and entered the duel. The voice of the Duke of Iris Flowers floated in the hall, ethereal yet mysterious. He can only use the most legitimate excuse of revenge and justice as an excuse, bear all the responsibility, and use his death to take away all the blame and disgust. It would be best if he died honorably, in awe, dramatic and legendary fashion. Like a hero, become a perfect victim who is not subject to harsh criticism, and only leave behind nostalgia and sympathy. Zayn observed Thales' expression and said playfully, "Only in this way can the mean, vicious, selfish, and hypocritical onlookers be at ease and release their pitiful empathy. Only in this way can the royal family and the kingdom, under pressure after this sad story, have no choice but to lend a helping hand and take care of his struggling family, so that it does not fall into ruin and decline." The clear water in Thales' wine cup began to swirl slightly, like the surface of the sea where a storm was brewing. Anchor Biral. Thales was expressionless. He is not a selfish hero who, in a fit of rage, commits suicide for a just cause, and does not care about the cries of loneliness and widows behind him. Nor is he a scumbag hero who, in a moment of helplessness, becomes hot-headed and destroys everything indiscriminately just because of some **T idea. Zayn looked at him silently, the wine cup in his hand calm. The prince slowly raised his head, his eyes still. He is just a rundown squire from a remote place, with a family and siblings, shouldering responsibility in an unbearably difficult life, bearing burdens and humiliation. A man who, under power, painstakingly plotted, struggled to support his family, and sought a chance of survival for his loved ones. Thales' breathing quickened. An ordinary person. That was why Anchor backed down. Thales thought bitterly. He had to back down, because he was not alone, not just living for himself. Thinking of this, Thales could not hold back the indignation in his heart and raised his voice. "And you, Covendier, you took advantage of this, of his humanity, of what he was born as a human being, of what he cared about the most. You turned him into your pawn." Thales' words were chilling. "To deal with me." Zayn looked at him quietly. After a long while, he finally cracked a smile, like a spring breeze and rain. "Aren't you?" Thales trembled slightly. Zayn swirled the wine cup gently, watching the liquid in the cup swirl orderly and steadily in one direction. "Didn't you also take advantage of this, appearing to persuade him, but actually coerce him?" Zayn's smile turned cold. Thales' wine cup trembled. "Not long ago, when Biral came to me," Zayn's tone was casual. "What I saw was a wounded, desperate, pitiful man who wanted to ask for help from the Iris Flower family, who were famous for their amiability." The eyes of the Duke of Iris Flowers flashed. He needed hope. So I gave him hope. Zayn paused and raised his eyebrows, and perhaps relief from a heavy burden. I told him that to reverse his family's fate, he could only rely on one person, a newcomer who returned with a heaven-sent halo, and was completely different from the king on the throne and the nobles in the court. Thales clenched his teeth and stared at the water in his cup churning back and forth, creating ripples. Zayn left the long table and walked forward, approaching Thales. His tone could not help but be smug. Until you took the field for the duel. Until you used your power to cut off this hope. Regardless of victory or defeat in the duel, life or death. Whether you killed the prince or never overturned the case, his family would be doomed eternally. Thales shuddered and closed his eyes. Covendier's master snorted coldly. You took advantage of his humanity, forced him to give up the duel, and even forced him to live. You were so stingy that you were not even willing to grant him the mercy of death. Only crueler than me. Thales was speechless. The Duke of South Coast leisurely strode over the short sword on the ground. Do you know what kind of future he will face when he walks out of here alive tonight? Thales' breathing stopped. Covendier came before Thales with a mysterious smile and gently swirled his wine cup. Now, who is the heartless one, your highness? Thales was silent for a very long time. He just stared at his wine cup. He watched the water in the cup go from churning to overturning, and then return to silence. Just as Zayn's smile faded and he was about to turn around. Aren't you going to drink? Zayn frowned. Thales raised his head, his expression indifferent as he looked at the wine cup in Covendier's hand. Perhaps a little stunned, the Duke of South Coast looked at the wine in his hand and replied cheerfully, in terms of aroma, it's worse than the ones imported from Jade City. Zayn shook his head and swirled his wine cup with a regretful expression. But if you want to drink it... No, it's not my favorite flavor. Thales did not say a word and only snorted softly. But the next moment, he suddenly raised his wine cup and poured the water in the cup into his mouth. He downed it in one gulp. The Duke of Star Lake finished drinking and soothed his dry tongue. He did not care about his poor image and inelegant behavior. He wiped the water stain from the corner of his mouth and flung it away. Water droplets splashed. Zayn silently stepped back. But Thales stood up and left the long table. Why? Thales strode forward and questioned coldly. Just because I didn't agree to your conditions? To be in cahoots with you and love each other? Zayn stood still. But he frowned as he realized that Thales kept moving forward and was closing in on him. Or have you already made up your mind to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight to the death with me? Thales pressed all the way to Zayn until they were less than a foot apart. All that was left was the gleaming dagger on the ground. Their gazes met and sparks seemed to fly. Zayn stared at Thales, his leisurely expression slowly disappearing. This is a warning. Thales snorted softly. Warning. Zayn curled his lips and called him by name. At the banquet, I purposely came to find you. Thales. To be honest, I'm not afraid of you finding out it's me. No, it's more like I want to be found out by you. Thales furrowed his brows. It's not just to create opportunities for Betrayal, Zayn sneered. Thales, it's to give you one last chance. Zayn lowered his wine cup and indifferently moved closer to the gloomy Thales. Betrayal's actions were all spontaneous. All I did was point out the way, give it a gentle push and make a casual move. But even so, you can't take it anymore and are in a sorry state. He leaned close to Thales' ear and whispered like a lover, but his tone was deep and cold. Can you imagine when the game of chess gets serious? Thales did not answer. He just tightened his grip on his wine cup. I want you to know, Thales, I want to teach you. This is my response. The Duke of South Coast said in a rare, fierce tone. As a response to you offending me, rejecting me, and even threatening me 6 years later. Thales stiffened. Zayn's breath left Thales' ear. The person in front of him turned back into the kind, gentle, and refreshing young Duke of Iris Flowers. But just a few seconds later, Thales took a deep breath. He chuckled. Me? Rejecting you? Thales' expression changed. He sized up Zayn from head to toe as if he was weighing him down. This made the latter unhappy, until the prince said frivolously and sarcastically, "Sorry, I didn't know you like men, my dear Zayn." In that instant, Zayn's gaze turned cold. But Thales did not care. He even raised his left hand and gently placed it on Zayn's right shoulder. He also leaned close to the other's ear and shook his head. "Otherwise, perhaps when I rejected you just now, I could have been more gentle and gentlemanly?" Zayn stopped smiling. He did not move, nor did he look at the hand on his shoulder. He only stared coldly at Thales. "If you choose war, Thales, you are determined to be my enemy. Then this move is just the beginning." Zayn looked at Thales as if he was looking at a corpse. The Prince of Constellation, the Duke of Star Lake, the protection of royalty, a good reputation, the loyalty of a subject, experience in Northland, a lofty stance? He asked coldly, his tone flat. The next moment, Zayn suddenly raised his left hand and pressed down on Thales' left hand. "I can destroy them." The Duke of Iris Flowers, every word was laced with viciousness. One by one, feeling the other party's grip on his wrist, Thales pursed his lips. "Here, on the chessboard that I am familiar with, I can make you wish you were dead." In that moment, Zayn's gaze was so sharp that it could cut through flesh and pierce straight into the heart. "When the time comes to shed all pretense of cordiality, even if I have to sacrifice everything, I can and will make you pay the most tragic price." The Duke of South Coast snorted and moved Thales' palm away. But to his surprise, not only did the silent prince not let go, but he quickly grabbed Zayn's wrist. Zayn's gaze froze. But what made him dissatisfied and even disgusted was not the action itself. "Is it because of that conversation?" Thales' voice rang softly. "6 years ago, when I was about to leave Eternal Star City and head north, our parting conversation. 6 years ago. Leaving Eternal Star City conversation. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zayn's gaze was confused at first. Then it fell into deep coldness, followed by anger. "Because I asked about your family, your family?" Thales' voice rang faintly, like poison flowing into blood vessels, flowing into Zayn's ears. "And the secret of their misfortune?" Any expression disappeared from Zayn's face in an instant. At that moment, the sin of Hell's River in Thales' body erupted with an inexplicable agitation. It almost made him lose his composure. And at that moment, Thales knew that he had made the right choice. That was it. Thales restrained the urge to use the power of eradication, looked at the Duke of South Coast again, and gritted his teeth. "See, to a certain extent, you and Anchor aren't that different." Thales felt a counterforce trying to break free from Zayn's grip, but he still held on tightly to Zayn's wrist, refusing to let go. At least, he could not let the elegant man break free gracefully. "And you ask, who is the heartless one?" Thales stared at Zayn, at his expressionless face, which was as dull as a blood clansman's. "That depends on you." Zayn Covendier. Silence. A deathly silence spread as the two stared at each other as if nothing had happened. In the hall, the atmosphere between the two finally dropped to a freezing point. At the periphery, the royal guards waiting for the dukes to negotiate seemed to sense something and wanted to step forward, but were all stopped by Mallows. Finally, Zayn turned his head, avoided Thales' gaze, and stopped trying to break free from the prince. But he smiled. "Do you know? From Black-Eye John, Southerner Herman, Ascension King Alan, Oathkeeper Midier, Conqueror of the North Erica." Zayn became relaxed and at ease again, but the coldness in his eyes revealed the truth. In history, there were many kings of Constellation who taught Extet a lesson. "And do you know what I've learned about how to deal with Northlanders?" Thales furrowed his brows. Zayn no longer pushed Thales away, but pulled him closer and indifferently whispered in his ear. "Before they F***ck you, you F***ck them to death." Thales' gaze turned cold. "Don't imitate me." But Zayn smiled slightly. "Do you think that just because you survived the Born King, You have the right to be complacent and do whatever you want? Polaris? Ha ha ha. The master of iris flowers said softly. Believe me, if you try to imitate Nuven the Seventh's playstyle in Constellation, you will only die faster, more tragically, and more inexplicably. Thales felt a chill in his heart. This Zayn was often more unsettling than the gloomy and sullen Duke of South Coast. The next moment, Thales' wrist shook and was flung away by Zayn with great force. Watch your hand, your highness. The Duke of Iris Flowers smiled, as if spring was in full swing and the grass was luxuriant. As I said, times have changed. Not like before. Thales was silent. His threat was not effective. Or was it too effective? Zayn took a step back and nonchalantly swept his shoulder, as if it was tainted. You don't want to be f***ed to death by me, your highness. Before you meet a real enemy. Thales' expression changed. He slowly raised his head. So far, the only enemy I can see is you. Zayn burst out laughing as if he had heard a joke. How to choose a friend or foe is an art, your highness. Constellation is at peace and has a bright future. His smile remained, but his tone became more subtle. Those who can see are friends. Those who can't see are enemies. Zayn picked up the wine glass in his hand. The wine was still in the glass, and the color was new. Better to die for a friend than to die for an enemy. He smiled warmly and immediately loosened his fingers. Thales' pupils constricted. Crack! The wine glass fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, sending crystal shards everywhere. Every piece of shard reflected the lights in the hall with a different kind of light and shadow. Zayn did not linger and turned to leave. That's my property. Behind him, Thales looked at the shards on the ground and said coldly, That's right. Zayn did not turn his head. So you feel heartache. Thales frowned. Aren't you afraid? Watching Zayn walk further and further away, Thales could not help but raise his voice. In Eternal Star City, you openly challenged the authority of the royal family, alienated Jadestar and its vassals, destroyed the relationship between Renaissance Palace and Western Desert, and endangered the heir of the kingdom. Or are you still planning on your coronation after the Jadestar royal family dies? Thales stared at Zayn's back and lowered his voice. My father will not be happy. Zayn let out a cold laugh. After what happened, you might be very busy tomorrow. He still did not turn around and only showed his back to Thales. He replied loudly, But if you have time, you might as well visit Byril in prison. Thales was stunned. Believe me, His Majesty will be very happy. Zayn's voice was getting further and further away, echoing. You might be the only one who will be unhappy. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Why? Because I said, this is just a warning. Zayn's steps were as elegant as ever, his posture calm and noble. So I left you a little surprise. Thales was puzzled. Be smart, your highness, and know your place. The Duke of South Coast's voice gradually lost its emotion. I said, if there's a next time, it will be a declaration of war. What? A declaration of war? Thales stared at him in disbelief. Displeasure, anger, and disgust gathered in one place. What the hell is this damn condescending bastard doing? A next time? Does he still think that Thales offended him tonight? Thales was both shocked and angry. For a moment, he did not know whether to be angry or to mock him. Zayn's figure disappeared into the distance. He left the hall and met up with his butler. It's over? Mallow's footsteps came from behind him. Thales sighed. No, it was just the beginning. When he thought of the ordeal he went through today and what he would face tomorrow, it was only the first day and the first banquet. Thales, who had forced himself to act like a pretentious person for the whole night, exhaled and fell into a chair wearily. He felt indignant. I still don't understand why he hates me so much. Thales snorted coldly. Looking at the broken glass on the floor, he became even more displeased and wanted to throw the empty glass in his hand to vent his anger. But halfway through his arm, the wealthy Duke of Star Lake took a few deep breaths, indignantly but rationally, put the glass back on the table. Like I brought disaster to his whole family, Thales was unhappy. Mallows came behind him and nodded silently. "Then have you caused trouble?" The prince turned his head and rolled his eyes at him. "I had Doyle change shifts in advance. He has to go back and settle his family down." Mallows was obviously used to the Duke's death stare. He reported indifferently, "Of course, tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Oh no." Thales covered his face and let out a painful groan, interrupting the captain of his personal guards. "By the way, Mallows." The watchman appeared to be listening attentively. "Your temporary sniper team." Thales raised his head weakly. "They haven't changed shifts yet, right?" Mallows glanced at the periphery. "No." "Why?" "Since they haven't changed shifts." Thales snorted coldly and glanced in the direction where the Duke of South Coast left. His expression was dark and his words were chilling. "Then what if I order them to follow in secret and kill Zayn Covendier?" "No," Mallows answered quickly. Thales frowned. "Why?" "Because—" Mallows turned around calmly and without the slightest hint of guilt. Chapter 563. As mentioned last time, the language of the elves had already surpassed the scope of language that we could understand. Most of its effective meanings were hidden in the silent understanding and resonance of the speaker. This was due to the extraordinary senses that the elves were born with, which was almost like a species instinct. Even if they only have words, they can reproduce the context through pronunciation and even brush strokes, read aloud or touch, complete reference, and achieve empathy. This is unimaginable to humans who can only speak dryly. In the study room of Mindy's Hall, Grand Scholar Bonner shook his head as usual and explained his grammar lesson in a leisurely manner. Thales sat upright behind the desk, quietly copying the ancient Elven alphabet, as well as the 5 to 15 phonetic symbols for each letter. His posture was elegant and meticulous. It was as if nothing had happened last night. Therefore, in written language, the Elven language is often so concise and capable that it makes one's hair stand on end. The grammatical structure of the ancient CIA Elven language often omits tenses and even pronouns, while the word order of the Gurian Elven language has many incomprehensible inversions. There's a little joke. An Elven romance novel about a love triangle was translated into the common human language, but the readers were divided into 3 factions after reading the ending. They quarreled fiercely because all 3 factions felt that the pair of characters they liked ended up together, until the original author could not help but jump out and say that he wrote a hexagon romance. Grand Scholar Bonner's voice buzzed, but Thales remained focused. The Star Lake guards who accompanied him closely at the door were still the pairing of a vanguard and a guard, as Mallows preferred, but not Glover and Doyle of the past. Instead, it was the young Ness and the burly Bastia, whom Thales was unfamiliar with. Both of them had performed well last night. The former subdued Doyle, who was eager to save his father, with his iron fist, while the latter showed Thales the toughness of his abdominal muscles. Therefore, Glover and Doyle had also changed shifts. Thales said quietly, "In view of this, when the Redalians, the origin of the Empire and the uncivilized era, imitated the ancient elves in creating the alphabet, they had to add a lot of additional grammatical standards, such as tense, voice, subject, verb, object, order, and so on, to clarify things that the ancient elves could perceive without the trouble of describing. Thus, they went to the other extreme, which later resulted in the complex, detailed, and ever-changing ancient language of the Empire. In this way, we have to be extra careful when reading or even translating the Elven language. There was no sun today, the cold wind howled, and it was bone-chilling. Mindy's Hall also appeared desolate and silent. In previous years, Eternal Star City would have already entered winter at this time of the year, but this year's autumn seemed to be especially long. It was gloomy, dreary, and grim. The Duke of Star Lake quietly moved his wrist and watched the letters appear on the paper. After one night, his back was stiff, his forehead ached, and the sides of his legs were cold. All of this reminded him that the corner of the bedroom was not a good place to sleep. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why different races have different languages, and how different languages shape different races. Language is a tool, a result, but it is also a master, a cause. It is the best example of turning from guest to host, deeply influencing the user in the midst of change. As he listened to Scholar Bonner's whisper, Thale's eyes focused on the letters in front of him. The tip of the pen moved as delicately as a machine. Every stroke was meticulous and precise. Other than that, there was nothing else. The others that he hated to face. Far away. Scholar Bonner's voice became a little ethereal, his pitch strange, fluctuating between high and low. The young Duke did not respond. He changed the paper expressionlessly and turned to the next page to copy. The next page. And the next page. But Scholar Bonner's volume suddenly rose. It's far. The tip of Thale's pen trembled, and a drop of ink spread on the paper. He came back to his senses and looked up in surprise. "Ah, I'm sorry?" In front of him, the calm and composed Scholar Bonner had his hands clasped together and was watching him with interest. Scholar Bonner smiled and explained patiently, "That was a sentence in ancient CIA. That was a sentence in the ancient CIA Elven language. If you annotate all the information contained in the pronunciation, it can be translated as." The scholar returned to his seat and said in a playful tone, "Your heart is not with me, not in the class, not even in the letters under your pen, Your Highness." Thales was stunned for a second. Although he quickly thought of a few excuses, he finally sighed and apologized sincerely. I am sorry, Scholar Bonner." "Oh no, I should be the one apologizing." Scholar Bonner picked up his teacup without a trace of anger. "My explanation is obviously not interesting enough for you to focus your attention and forget your worries." Thales shook his head. "It's not your fault. You're an excellent teacher. It's just that But Bonner interrupted him. "I heard about what happened last night." Thales paused. "Respect and understanding are good things, Your Highness. It's even more valuable not to ignore the value and connotation of a person, even an enemy." "Is that so?" The prince forced a smile and suppressed his chaotic emotions. Scholar Bonner closed his textbook and said faintly, "But don't forget that you're also a person." Hearing this, Thales was stunned for a moment. The old scholar, who was a person of virtue and prestige, smiled. "So I think we might as well end class early." Thales put down his pen. He just realized that the page of Elven language he had copied was full of mistakes. The teenager sighed. "Thank you for your understanding, Scholar Bonner. I'm grateful." Scholar Bonner smiled slightly. "And the reason why we have to improve our grammar and study language is not to stop at daily conversations and letter writing, Your Highness." He stood up and said meaningfully, "I'm sorry. It's precisely because we, as humans, value each other's values and feelings, and because we want to better communicate and understand each other, and unearth and express what's hidden in our hearts. Instead of superficial behavior and reactions, falling into blind self-awareness and misunderstanding, constrained by malicious conjectures and suspicions, and trapped by indifferent nature and rules. The reason why we're different from animals and beasts, Your Highness, is not because we know how to make fire." The doddering Scholar Bonner carefully put away his teaching materials. "It's because some of us know how to make fire and some don't." There was a profound meaning in these words, and Thales was speechless. He could only stand up and bow respectfully. After Scholar Bonner left, Thales looked at the gloomy weather outside the window and summoned his attendants, Ness and Bastia. "Has there been any news from Renaissance Palace?" "No, Your Highness." As a probationary vanguard, it was obviously the first time Ness had received the task of serving the prince closely. The young man, who was only a few years older than Thales, was very excited. He looked at the prince with eager and expectant eyes. "In fact, I think the palace is very busy because of what happened last night." "Last night?" Thales sighed, his mood gloomy. The older Bastia glanced at Ness, but the young man was oblivious to it and was still in high spirits. "Do you want to send someone to Renaissance Palace to ask?" "I can." "No, there's no need." Thales stood up. "I want to change. Next is martial arts class before Mallows arrives." The Duke stood up and unbuttoned his cuffs. After last night, he had an urgent desire to wield a weapon. "I want to go to the training field to warm up first." Ness was beaming with joy. Of course, I'll inform the servants. But, Your Highness, the older Bastia said hesitantly. His voice was rough, like the bellows in a blacksmith's shop. About the training field. He wanted to say something but stopped. What's wrong? Thales looked at this guard officer who was as strong as a hill and recalled the strength he had when he surrounded him last night. He wondered if every royal guard had a person of such a build. Doyle just came back. Thales' hand that was unbuttoning paused. Bastia observed Thales' expression and quickly said, Doyle and Vanguard Glover are currently on the training field with Officer Mallows. Thales turned around, puzzled. So? The two of them looked at each other and did not answer him. Soon, he no longer had to wonder. When Thales arrived at the training field, most of the Star Lake Guards were there. They were divided into several teams according to seniority and duty, forming a semicircle, just like the last time Thales was tested. Ness was about to shout a reminder to everyone to salute, but Bastia quickly intercepted him. Thales could feel that the atmosphere was not right. Under the gloomy sky, everyone stood in silence. No one whispered to each other. No one even dared to make any unnecessary movements. Thales' gaze swept past the crowd and saw Mallows standing at the forefront. He had his hands behind his back, his expression calm and his eyes calm, but his entire being exuded an unsettling aura. Penal Officer Patterson, Logistics Officer Stone, Flag Bearer Fubby. These senior guards with special identities stood behind the watchmen with solemn expressions. And right in front of Mallows, in the middle of the training field, two people knelt on one knee, hands on their chests and heads bowed. They were under everyone's gaze. That was Doyle and Glover. Thales was slightly startled. The prince subconsciously stood to the side of the training field and did not continue forward. His instincts told him that he should not go any closer. There were still people who noticed the Duke's arrival, but obviously, the atmosphere in front of them prevented them from saluting loudly. Many just bowed slightly and kept their eyes on their chests. Mallows soon saw Thales as well. He only gave him a light glance before returning to the matter at hand nonchalantly. Patterson, get to work. In front of the crowd, Penal Officer Patterson took a cold step forward, past Mallows, and came before the two people kneeling on the ground. First Class Protector, Danny Doyle. Doyle, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled slightly. The penal officer's voice was calm but cold, with a judgment that left no room for doubt. As the most prestigious protector in Mindy's Hall, your audacity last night endangered the safety of His Highness, obstructed the work of your colleagues, jeopardized the responsibility of the guards, and went against your mission. Watching from the sidelines, Thales closed his eyes. He knew what was going on. But last night, Thales thought of Baron Doyle, whose face was full of fear, the hysterical Baroness, and Doyle, who angrily brandished his sword. Then he thought of Anchor Byrel, who was smiling in despair, and the countless pairs of eyes watching from the sidelines. He felt a wave of discomfort. Sharpen thy sword to sharpen its edge. Patterson uttered an old-fashioned phrase. He lowered his gaze and looked coldly at Doyle, who was kneeling on the ground. Do you have anything to complain about? Doyle looked haggard and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had not slept all night. At the moment, his attire was messy and his hair was disheveled. He was a far cry from the usual image of a rich young master who slacked off but had a good image. No, Penal Officer Patterson. Doyle took a few deep breaths and raised his head. His expression was bitter and sorrowful. Only when he saw Thales did his eyes brighten. My recklessness has implicated His Highness and everyone else. I am willing to take responsibility for my mistake. He put down the hand on his knee and knelt on the ground. He lowered his head deeply. Sharpen thy sword to sharpen its edge. None of the bystanders among the guards spoke. Everyone stared at them silently. The atmosphere was somber. Patterson glanced at Mallows. The latter did not make a sound. Very well, then. The penal officer nodded and said indifferently, 9 lashes. When the verdict was announced, there was finally a small ripple among the guards. but it was quickly suppressed. Behind Patterson, Capone and Pedrassi of the disciplinary division, the former was always teased by Doyle as Patterson's little cotton-padded jacket, and the latter was a member of the impromptu sniper team last night, walked forward with expressionless faces. Doyle, who was kneeling on the ground, was already prepared. Under everyone's gaze, he quietly removed his weapon and handed it to the penal officer. Then he took off his equipment and clothes one by one. Coat, jacket, wrist guards, arm guards, leather armor, belt, scarf, undershirt, until his muscular and well-proportioned upper body was revealed, shivering slightly in the cold autumn wind. The penal officer did not stop and turned to another person. Caleb Glover, first-class Vanguard. Glover, nicknamed Zombie, did not answer. His expression was as calm as ever. It was as if it was not his name that was evoked. As the most experienced and most skilled Vanguard official in Mindy's Hall, you did not pay attention to your partner's emotional state at all. After you realized it, out of sympathy, you ignored your responsibility and even violated orders, allowing him to act recklessly. Doyle bit his lower lip, but did not dare to say anything. Compared to before, Patterson's reprimand to Glover was harsher. Thy sword shall be sharpened to shine its edge. Any objections? Glover raised his head slowly, like a statue that had been sealed for 1,000 years coming into contact with the air and falling dust. No, Zombie said hoarsely. His voice was calm and flat. My sword shall be sharpened to shine its edge. Patterson stared at him for a long time before he spoke. 7 lashes. Glover's movements were swift and fierce without needing any reminders. He knelt on both knees and consciously removed his weapon and armor, revealing a body of strong but tanned and rough muscles. His body was full of potholes and old scars, a stark contrast to Doyle. Just like that, the two of them knelt on the training ground with their upper bodies bare, facing the gazes of their peers. Mallows still did not make a sound. He only watched coldly. Thale's emotions grew more and more complicated. Capone of the disciplinary division silently opened his equipment bag and took out 2 short sticks the size of a spindle. He handed them to Doyle and Glover and let them bite them in their mouths. You've all had experience. Capone released the wooden stick that Glover held tightly in his mouth and whispered between the two of them. I only have one piece of advice. Bite tight, don't drop it. On the other side, Pezzarossi methodically took out 2 fist-sized brown leather objects that were tied up like bows and slowly untied them until they looked like 2 leather whips. The 2 whips were slender and sturdy. Pezzarossi swung them in the air twice, and they made a whistling sound. Many of the guards frowned. Doyle took a deep breath. Glover looked even more serious. Bear with it, boys, Penal Officer Patterson said coldly. Trust me, I've seen the barbed whips used by the Northlanders. They're thicker than the hemp ropes used to hang the city gates. That's even worse. Doyle looked like he accepted it calmly. He turned his head to look at Thales and nodded deeply at the prince. Thales sighed and nodded silently at him. Mallows frowned when he saw this. The next second, Patterson waved his hand. Capone and Pezzarossi came behind the two of them and skillfully shook off the whips. But at that moment, the penal officer's shoulder was pressed down. It was Mallows. Gray, you'll be in charge of Glover. The watchman looked at the surprised Patterson, walked forward, and gestured for Capone to pass the whip to him. As for Protector Doyle, I'll do it. There was quite a commotion among the guards. Doyle and Glover were also extremely surprised. Patterson frowned. We'll do it ourselves? Actually, we don't have to. But Mallows quickly interrupted him. Since there are nobles in the audience, we have to be more serious, don't we? The watchman glanced sideways at Thales. The guard's commotion was quickly suppressed. The prince felt a chill in his heart and cast an indignant look at Mallows. But although this is the internal affairs of the guards, Your Highness. Mallows did not give Thales a chance to speak. He bowed to the prince and smiled faintly. But you're still welcome to watch and be a witness. Or are you willing to count out the number of whips for us? Thales was in disbelief. He was rendered speechless by him. Patterson sighed. He walked behind Glover, pushed aside the stunned Pezzarossi, and took the whip from him. Mallows came behind Doyle and flicked the whip in his hand. He smiled at Thales and did not wait for the latter's response. All right then, since His Highness is unwilling, then Toledo you count out. Among the crowd, Toledo, Mallows' messenger, was stunned for a moment. He looked at his superior, then at the prince, a little at a loss, until Mallows looked displeased. Now, Toledo did not dare to hesitate. He took a step forward, raised his head, and shouted, "One!" As soon as he finished. Under Thales' shocked and angry gaze, Mallows and Patterson swung their arms at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. Their movements were practiced and smooth. The two whips were swung at almost the same angle, and the sound of the whips breaking through the air was almost identical. Thales' breathing stagnated. In the next second, the leather and skin trembled under the high-speed contact, making a sound that tore through the air. Smack! It was crisp, piercing, cold, and terrifying. In the field, Doyle shuddered violently. He subconsciously clasped his hands together and bowed forward, but quickly reacted by putting down his hands and straightening his back. On the other side, Glover bit on his short rod. His expression remained the same, and his body was like steel. He only trembled slightly the moment the whip touched him, but both of them were short of breath. Thales soon saw that the upper backs of the two tortured, whether rough or smooth, revealed a fine and terrifying red line from the upper right to the lower left. Bright red seeped out from it and spread to other parts of the skin. This strength, Thales heard Bastia sigh in a low voice, intentionally or unintentionally. It's going to leave a scar. The onlookers' breathing was uneven, their gazes complicated. Mallows stretched out his left hand and stopped Toledo from counting out. He slowly said, "Protector Danny Doyle, do you know what your biggest mistake last night was?" Doyle was still immersed in the pain of the first whip. He did not speak, but only bit on his short rod, his face twisted. Mallows was silent for a while. Then he turned to Toledo. Toledo did not dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly counted out. 2. Mallows and Patterson's whips swung out in an arc again. Smack! Doyle and Glover shuddered again. Thales subconsciously turned his head, as if he could feel the unbearable pain even though he was watching from the sidelines. "Answer me." Mallows flashed his usual calm smile. "Protector Doyle? Do you know?" Doyle panted heavily, his eyes showing signs of struggle. But in the end, Doyle took a deep breath. He spat out the short rod decisively, endured the pain, and said, "Because my choice was reckless and selfish, endangering His Highness and everyone else." Mallows snorted softly and signaled to Toledo. 3. The whip shadows appeared again, and both tore through the air. Smack! This time, without the short rod in his mouth, Doyle groaned in pain and fell forward. It took him a few seconds to straighten his back and kneel again. On the other side, Glover only bit on the short rod tighter and tighter as he watched him. "Wrong answer," Mallows said calmly. "Tell me, Doyle, when the interests of the individual and the collective conflict." The watchman shook his whip. "What will you choose?" As soon as he said this, Thales, Doyle, Glover, and the guards present were all stunned. Or let me put it bluntly, when one day your family and loved ones conflict with your duty and mission. Mallows glanced at Toledo, who was counting, and said nonchalantly, "What will you choose?" Toledo sighed, for both whips danced in unison. Smack! Doyle groaned in pain through gritted teeth. Glover obviously could not take it anymore, and his body began to sway. They panted rapidly, and blood began to seep from their backs. What if someone threatens you with the lives of your family members and harms His Highness? Mallows' voice grew louder. What if your dearest family members want you to betray His Highness? Thales' heart tensed. He suddenly remembered the prison of bones and the former royal guards. Doyle caught his breath and straightened his back again, but he was already drenched in sweat and looked pathetic. He hissed in pain, "I'm sorry. I failed my mission last night, Your Grace." Mallows furrowed his brows. This time, he did not wait for Toledo to count. He swung his arm and whipped, creating an explosion that was much more terrifying than the previous one. Smack! Doyle screamed and collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The guards also trembled. On the other side, Patterson was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted. He whipped Glover until he arched his back and twitched. Toledo hurriedly followed and reported the number. Filthy 5. Thales could not bear to watch anymore. He looked away and felt his heart sink. Mallows exhaled. He looked at Doyle, who was trembling uncontrollably, and turned his head to look at another person. You, Vanguard Caleb Glover. You answer me. What will you choose? Glover, who was also drenched in sweat and covered in dust, took a few deep breaths and straightened his body with a determined gaze. The zombie spat out the short stick and said hoarsely, We've all sworn an oath, sir, to dedicate our lives to the throne and to serve the royal power forever. Mallows paced and pursed his lips. So, under the double torture of pain and humiliation, Glover revealed a ferocious expression. So we must make sacrifices. Mission comes before family. Thales' breathing quickened as he listened to him. Mallows suddenly turned around and whipped again. Smack! After a terrifying explosion, Glover cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Patterson, who was holding the whip, frowned. He looked at Glover, who was supposed to be his mission, and then at the gloomy Mallows. He did not understand. Give him 5 more lashes. Without waiting for Toledo to report, Mallows gestured with his chin at Glover, who was under him, and said to Patterson, Also, the whip just now does not count. The penal officer looked surprised and doubtful. Because you held back on that whip, Gray. Mallows did not wait for the other party to speak and said calmly, You know, I trust you very much. Patterson's expression froze. The penal officer gripped the whip handle tightly and did not make a sound. He did not dare to show any mercy. On the other side, Doyle, who had recovered, looked at the trembling Glover on the ground and hurriedly said, My lord, sir, this has nothing to do with the zombies. Last night He gritted his teeth and ignored the tears and snot on his face. I made the wrong choice. I dared not make the sacrifice. Mallows frowned slightly and swung his arm. Smack! With the sound of the whip, Doyle also fell to the ground. His back was dripping with blood and he was panting intermittently. 5 more lashes for this too, Mallows said calmly, but did not explain why. Toledo did not dare to hesitate and continued to count. Thales wanted to speak up, but when he remembered that it was his appearance that worsened the situation and increased their punishment, he had to force himself to calm down and hold back all his words. Mallows raised his head and looked at the guards. Sacrifice. The watchman spoke softly, but it made everyone stand up straight in awe. This word always seems easy when you say it, doesn't it? Sacred, glorious, great. It makes one's emotions surge and feel like they have ascended. Mallows paced and did not continue the whipping immediately. But many people forget. Mallows looked at the gloomy sky with misty eyes, as if he was looking at an unreachable god. The essence of sacrifice. It's a transaction. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the watchman slowly lowered his head. Doyle and Glover clenched their teeth again and straightened their backs. In ancient times, when the belief in the god of light was still prevalent, mortals would offer sacrifices in front of the altar in exchange for the blessings of the gods. This is the source of sacrifice. As soon as he finished, Toledo began to count again, and the next crack of the whip sounded. Smack! The 2 who were being whipped fell again, their elbows on the ground. Thales' pupils constricted violently. So it's exactly the opposite of what it sounds like. Sacrifice is selfish. Mallows' tone was profound. It's a transaction that seeks profit. End of this chapter. Chapter 564. Mallows slowly raised his gaze, but it was as if he was looking at everyone present. The air seemed to be pulled taut, leaving no gaps. Only when you believe that through sacrifice, You can get something more precious: reputation after death, practical benefits, the safety of others, or pure self-satisfaction. Will you choose to sacrifice? Mallow's words became more solemn. In other words, only when you know what you believe, what you cherish more, and what you want to trade, will you have the right to choose, to sacrifice what justifiably, such as your life. Thales was silent. Thales did not make a sound. He seemed to have an illusion that Mallows had been staring at him all along. In the next second, Mallows turned around swiftly, and Patterson raised his arm as well. Both of them lashed out at the same time. Smack! This time, Toledo could not even react in time. He could only barely catch up to them after counting down. Otherwise, your so-called glorious sacrifice. Mallows looked expressionlessly at the two men panting on the ground. Is just a moment of impulsiveness, foolishness caused by manipulation, and even self-abasement caused by blindly believing and following blindly. Smack! Another lash. Glover dragged his chest up from the ground, gritted his teeth, and held on. Doyle simply leaned back and sat on his calves. I punish you, Doyle. Not because you made the wrong choice, Mallows said coldly. When your father was kidnapped and the situation was tense, you appeared so heroic. You threw everything to the back of your mind, pulled out your sword, and went on a rampage. You sacrificed yourself to save your father. Doyle was dazed for a moment and looked at the watchman. But what do you want to sacrifice, and what can you exchange for? Father? Your Highness? Yourself? Justice? Loyalty? Do you know? Do you understand? Mallows no longer looked at the confused Doyle. And you, Glover? The zombie straightened his back and listened to the lecture solemnly. Whether you sympathized with Doyle and secretly let him go to save your father, or you wanted to stop him from the duel, so you suggested a sneak attack from behind, it felt very kind-hearted, very noble, and very considerate of comradeship. But what do you intend to sacrifice, and what do you want to exchange for? Comradeship? Friendship? Conscience? Responsibility? Mission? Do you know? Have you thought about it? Mallows showed a rare expression of seriousness. What do you believe? What was he fighting for? Sacrifice what? Who are we saving? Doyle and Glover were at a loss. They did not know what to do, but they did not need to answer, because what greeted them was, "Pa!" Amidst the screams, their thoughts were once again interrupted by the intense pain. No, you can't even tell me, you can't tell me honestly, because you don't know anything. Mallow's voice had calmed down, but it did not feel relaxed at all. It was still the tension of a bowstring being pulled taut. All the guards fell into deep thought. No, the reason why I'm punishing you isn't because you made the wrong choice, but because you can't see a choice at all. You only resorted to your animal instincts when you were ignorant and confused. You moved forward blindly and acted rashly, only to regret it later. Then, you pretended to be stubborn and wiped your tears to say that it was a necessary price. You will do the same stupid thing again next time. And you call that a sacrifice? Mallows chuckled and shook off the bloodstains on the whip. Like two pitiful chess pieces, subconsciously taking their own steps. Until His Highness mercifully scooped you up from the chessboard of certain death, along with the enemy's chess pieces. Thales, who had been silent for a long time, shuddered violently. He felt that many people's gazes had turned to him. Doyle and Zombie breathed absent-mindedly, as though at that moment, the pain of the whip could no longer affect them. In the end, your unclear actions not only betrayed yourselves, but also endangered your mission, harmed your colleagues, and threatened the overall situation. You ended up with nothing good on either side. You achieved nothing on either side. Mallow's gaze was sorrowful. That's extremely stupid. The wind howled, and the whip flashed. Pa! As they screamed in pain, the shadows of the two tortured dragged out irregular shapes on the ground. If you were the warriors who charged, the cannon fodder in war, and the suicide squad on the battlefield, then I might have promoted you and awarded you with honors to motivate the troops to continue throwing away their lives. Whether you were willing or not, you would have promoted sacrifice. Mallow's voice dimmed along with his gaze. But you are not. Mallows looked at each of them, and his voice was heavy and cold. "You are the royal guards. 1,000 years ago thy name was the Emperor's Praetorian Guard." The whip sounded again. Pa! But this time, Doyle and Glover only grunted stubbornly. Their bodies trembled at the same time, but they did not fall. Mallows looked at Patterson, who was beside him, silently put away the whip and passed it to Pezzarossi. Then, he saw Toledo frantically signal him with his eyes, indicating that the number was enough. "You are not sacrificing yourself like this. You are not qualified to be sacrificed like this." The watchman said plainly, "I'm tired. Save your last whip." He turned around and passed the whip to Capone, Protector Doyle. As soon as he finished speaking, the two who were holding on released their last breaths and collapsed stiffly. Only their bloody backs remained in the air, telling the story of what happened before. A small commotion broke out among the guards, as if many people had breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Logistics Officer Stone sighed and waved his hand. A few people who were already prepared rushed forward. They carried the stretchers, disinfected, cleaned, applied medicine, and bandaged them with great familiarity. Flag-bearer Hugo Fubel put away the little notebook that he had been writing and recording during the execution. "Someone will take over your duty while you recuperate." And those who were not whipped. Mallows glanced at the crowd from the corner of his eyes, and the remaining 20 or so people shuddered. "Take this as a warning." The watchman took his weapon from Toledo's hand and said in a tone that was neither gentle nor forceful, "Now dismiss." In the next moment, the entire Star Lake Guards dispersed like a bowstring that had been released. But at this moment, "My lord, I don't understand." Lying on the stretcher, the pale Doyle ignored Praka's attempts to stop him. He pushed his upper body up, and his voice was tired. "Sacrificing is wrong, but not sacrificing is wrong as well." "Then, sir, what should I do?" Many people stopped in their tracks. Mallows also paused slightly. He looked at Thales in the distance, which made the latter's heart clench. "Since sacrifice is a trade," the watchman said faintly, "then when you make a deal, don't misjudge the value of both ends of the scale. There are too many things in the world. Empty promises, sinister schemes, and habits that you don't even realize, that can confuse them and trick you into making unfair deals." Mallows turned his head and looked at each of them. "So, when you decided to trade," the watchman's voice was steady, but there was an emotion hidden in his tone that Thales could not identify. "Make sure it's your own scale," he said slowly. "Don't leave weights and scales on them that you can't even understand and blindly believe in." Hearing this, many people fell into deep thought. Thales remained silent. A few seconds later, the guards on the training ground returned to their respective duties and left one after another. Thales snapped out of his daze and walked forward towards the two prisoners. On the stretcher, Doyle, who had sensed something, raised his head laboriously. When he saw that it was Thales, he revealed a dying smile. "Your Highness." Thales' heart was heavy. He did not know what to say. He could only say, "How is your father?" On the stretcher, Doyle revealed a bitter but stubborn smile. "You know, he's very frightened. He should be well behaved for a while." Thales was silent. A few seconds later, he patted Doyle's arm and nodded at Glover on the other side. "Rest well." Doyle and Glover were carried away. Many people in the Star Lake Guards also walked past him and bowed to Thales. The old Praka whom he had sparred with, the left-handed Johnvold, the former police officer Commodore, the high-ranking Franzuk from the Defense Division, the dumbfounded Ferry, the strongman Bastia, and the young Ness who had just come with him. "Your Highness, good day. May everything go well for you." After spending a few months together, the unfamiliar but familiar faces flashed before his eyes. He did not know whether it was a figment of his imagination, but after one night, the unfamiliarity and dissonance that the Star Lake Guards initially gave Thales seemed to have dissipated. At the very least, their salutes seemed more respectful and natural. Except for one person. Your Highness." Mallows walked up to him calmly. "There's still some time before the martial arts lesson." Thales sneered. Same to you. Mallows did not seem to hear the anger in the Duke of Star Lake's words. He turned around leisurely. Just in time. Let's warm up. Thales took a deep breath. I say, every time I feel like my impression of you has improved, Mallows. He looked at the two stretchers in the distance and said coldly, you just have to destroy it, don't you? The personal guard captain I hate the most? Behind him, Bastia and Ness looked at each other and retreated into the distance in tacit understanding. Mallows nonchalantly picked out a practice sword and tossed it to Thales. So, how many personal guard captains have you had? Thales snorted coldly and came to the training field. He swung his long sword and began to warm up. Just you. Mallows snorted through his nose. Then I'm relieved. Thales let out a sarcastic laugh. By the way, he looked at the watchman in annoyance. Why do I have a feeling that when you said, those who weren't whipped just now, you were referring to something else? Mallows smiled faintly, relaxed as ever. Maybe you misunderstood? Thales executed a few sword styles. His breathing quickened as he stretched his body. Or not. Mallows shrugged and smiled. Then let's not. His lukewarm demeanor made Thales choke on his words. Speaking of which, Thales said maliciously, why do I feel like you're admonishing them not to sacrifice themselves impulsively? Not to be blindly loyal to the royal family. Mallows gestured for Thales to move more vigorously as he said calmly, I said, you misunderstood. Thales sneered. Or not. Mallows did not respond to this. You might as well take your warm-up more seriously. The watchman seemed to have turned back into a dedicated martial arts teacher. He said seriously, after all, it's your own health. You have to take care of it yourself. Thales snorted coldly, but then he remembered something less pleasant. Has no one from Renaissance Palace arrived yet? After all, last night, Thales did not continue. This topic seemed to have lowered the temperature. Mallows was silent for a while. No, but I assure you they will definitely come sooner or later. With mixed feelings, Thales finished his warm-up. He felt his whole body heating up and sweating slightly. All right, what's today? Target practice? Sword rack? Or getting beaten up? Mallows smiled and waved to the distance. Ness? In the distance, the probationary vanguard, Ness, pointed at himself in surprise. After receiving confirmation, he walked over in a flattered manner. Thales rolled his eyes and went to look for his shield as if resigned to his fate, ready to receive a fight. But this time, Mallows exceeded his expectations. No, Your Highness, you don't have to go, the watchman said with a smile and pointed to a chair. Come sit. Today's teaching demonstration, theory class. Teaching demonstration? Theory class? Thales was stunned. He looked at the heavy practice sword in his hand and said foolishly, then why did you make me warm up just now? Mallows laughed even more heartily. To maintain good habits? Thales looked at him expressionlessly. Toledo. Mallows did not notice the Duke's murderous gaze at all. He happily summoned his messenger. You go up and practice with Ness. Thales threw down the practice sword sullenly and sat down on a chair, crossing his legs inelegantly. In the field, Ness and Toledo looked at each other, then at Thales before walking towards the weapon rack. Wait, Mallows said calmly. Use your own weapons, real swords. I say we don't want to be caught by Lady Gines again, right? The watchman said, glancing at Thales intentionally or unintentionally. After spending so much time together, Thales knew that the watchman was taking the opportunity to mock and protest. Thales did not respond but laughed coldly. A few seconds later, Ness and Toledo both stood on the training field. You're more experienced and ranked than me. You go first? The young Ness kept glancing at Thales and Mallows, eager to fight. The long sword in his hand was light and agile, and of extraordinary quality. No, I'm not used to being first. As one of Mallows' most trusted old subordinates, Toledo only smiled modestly. You go first. Toledo's weapon was a machete. Strangely, his blade was sheathed but tied horizontally behind his waist, which looked awkward. Ness also smiled and no longer declined modestly. "All right." But just as he finished speaking, Ness unsheathed his sword. The sword flashed, like a lightning strike. Thal's palm, which was still yawning, paused. The sin of hell's river in his body suddenly woke up. Clang! A muffled sound of metal colliding. At that moment, Toledo barely managed to draw his sword. In the nick of time, he used an awkward posture to block this lightning-fast strike. Thales looked at Ness in amazement as he soothed the power of eradication in his body. He recalled the first strike just now. That's too fast. Even at such a distance, the sin of hell's river felt threatened just by looking at it, and was forced to react instinctively. But Ness' offensive was not over. His blade reflected a strange light as he pursued the attack on the shortest route, going straight for the middle. Clang! Toledo was forced into a sorry state and had a hard time defending. "Your Highness, remember I told you that there are different martial arts schools in the kingdom." Mallows clasped his hands leisurely behind his back as he watched his two subordinates fight with real swords. "Of course, there's the offensive and defensive school in the north, the martial arts school in the southeast, and the trendy school that prioritizes practicality." "You didn't just say that," Thales answered while looking at Ness's swift sword attacks in amazement. He realized that it was not only the speed of his sword that was fast, but also his movements and footwork, which allowed him to move like a phantom during the battle, always appearing at the most uncomfortable spot for Toledo. Mallows nodded. "And I've also said that after you pass your target practice, I'll introduce you to the other two mainstream schools." "Now is the time." The watchman narrowed his eyes. "Be serious, both of you," Mallows bellowed. "His Highness is not here to watch you perform." As soon as he finished, Ness's sword flashed again. His footwork and speed seemed to have been increased by several times in an instant, and his last strike even grazed Toledo's shoulder armor. Toledo's defense became increasingly strained, and he had no choice but to retreat and dodge. So the battle gradually turned into one side in hot pursuit, while the other side fled in panic. Thales looked at Toledo, who was at an absolute disadvantage, and frowned. "If it's me?" Thales shook his head secretly. "No, I can't dodge. I'll only lose worse than Toledo." "But how old does Ness look?" "Within the borders of the kingdom, there is a special type of warrior." Mallow's voice came from the side. "They learned martial arts from the same source, but their styles are all strange and different." The watchman's expression was solemn. In history, there were scholars who specialized in martial arts, and they collectively called them the disciples of the temple. Thales was stunned. "Temple? Temple disciples?" Mallows nodded as he watched the shadows of the swords flying and the glint of the blades flashing, but he remained unhurried. "But today, because the name is too genteel and ancient, no one calls it that." But his tone was extremely serious. "But in reality, they are not only spread across constellation, but also the entire Western Peninsula. They have prospered for thousands of years and have not declined to this day. Nate Ness is one of the best." Thales stared fixedly at Ness, who was practically creating a doppelganger in his vision. His longsword was swift, fast, and direct. The effect of a single strike was astonishing. Mallows put on a storyteller's pose and continued. "The place where they were taught martial arts was ancient and special. It gathered the most diverse martial arts legacies and powers of eradication over thousands of years, and continued to improve in different eras. Teaching and learning, their names spread far and wide." But at this moment, Thales suddenly interrupted him. "The Temple of Knights." Mallows was stunned. The prince straightened his sitting posture and said seriously, "That's why in history they are called temple disciples, right?" Mallows frowned at the youth, a hint of displeasure at having his story interrupted. You know?" Thales looked back at him and smiled. A little. Mallows took a deep breath and looked at Ness, who was attacking relentlessly, and tried to return to his previous tone. "All right, then you may not know these people, they were the first to..." But Thales's words cut in again. They were the first batch of knights who originated from the north before the age of the Empire, the first to awaken to supernatural powers. The young duke carefully watched the fierce battle between the two in the field, as if he was inadvertently talking about it, but it left a lingering taste in his mouth. Mallows was at a loss for words again. The watchman had to cough. Speaking of supernatural powers, through them, supernatural powers spread among humans. Thales finished his sentence quietly. In the Holiness Exorcism campaign and even the war of survival against the other races, they shone brilliantly and achieved victory. They expanded and refined the supernatural powers that were still immature at that time, and explored the boundaries and future of human potential. Thales turned his head around and looked at Mallows, who had a displeased look on his face. So, they gathered elites, gradually formed groups, and built their own creeds and organizations. It was for the Temple of Knights. Thales took a deep breath, as if he was inhaling the ink on a book. For thousands of years, it was the holy land of human martial arts, and the holy source of the spirit of chivalry. Mallows was stunned for a few seconds, caught off guard. Where did you hear that? Thales smiled sheepishly. The North, to be precise, the Walton family's book collection in Dragon Cloud City, The Light of Mankind, the beginning and end of the Temple of Knights. Mallows pursed his lips. The Northlanders' book collection, the temple's beginning and end. All right, since it only reached the temple, the watchman, who was interrupted again, cleared his throat in displeasure. All right, but while the Temple of Knights was glorious, times changed until the Battle of Eradication. Thales's voice rang again at an inopportune moment. 700 years ago, the entire army of the Temple of Knights went out to fight against the calamities. In the end, they suffered heavy casualties, and not a tenth of them survived. Even the temple itself was destroyed, and it was difficult to rebuild. Under Mallow's incredulous expression, the prince's words were filled with melancholy as he reminisced about the past and the present. In the end, the survivors of the Temple of Knights left their homeland and built a legendary tower. In that tower, they carried on the will of their predecessors as knights. They collected, researched, and taught supernatural powers. After that, it was called the power of eradication. They taught all kinds of martial arts and protected the hope of mankind. Thales's eyes widened. It is today's famous, the Tower of Eradication. Once he finished speaking, Thales let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Mallows, who had been interrupted several times in a row. So, Ness should be a student of the Tower of Eradication. Mallows did not speak. Thales blinked. What's wrong? Mallows looked at him with a gloomy expression. I'm waiting. To see what else you have to say? Thales raised his eyebrows. That should be it. The prince looked happily at Mallow's deflated expression. Please correct me if I'm wrong? Mallows took a deep breath. He seemed to have used up all his strength to control himself to turn towards the center of the field. Did you not eat? The watchman shouted coldly, displaying the dignity of the captain of the guards. Be more serious. The two men in the field were engaged in a fierce battle, but when they heard this, they paused for a moment. Mallows turned around with an expression as if he had eaten a fly. Ahem. You were right. Nate Ness just returned from the Tower of Eradication not long ago. Mallows paused subconsciously and glanced at Thales. Only when he was sure that the prince was obediently listening and had no intention of snatching his words did the watchman cough. In Constellation, the temple faction that worships the Tower of Eradication as the standard is a prominent school, in the eyes of many people. It has a long history and a long history. Prominent school. Thales frowned slightly and thought of many acquaintances he knew who learned skills from the Tower of Eradication. Many nobles in the kingdom, if they hope to achieve success in martial arts and military achievements, will choose to send their descendants to the Tower of Eradication. On one hand, they will receive the inheritance and improve their skills, and on the other, they will broaden their horizons and travel the world. They can also accumulate fame, or avoid great disasters, Mallows said in his heart. The watchman pointed at the field. Unlike other martial arts factions that are based on style, the swordsmen who come out of the Tower of Eradication do not have uniform styles and skills. In fact, they are completely different. As the successor of the ancient Temple of Knights, the Tower of Eradication keeps pace with the times. They summarize all kinds of martial arts, organize and categorize the skills passed down, then conduct in-depth research and finally form 8 major factions. Thales was stunned. He had long heard of the famous Tower of Eradication, but there were actually so many branches? 8. Mallows nodded. He spoke slowly with fear and respect, as if he was reciting a short poem. Pegasus, Death, Sin, Iron, and Blood Flash. Rose, Storm, World of Miracles. He said solemnly, "It is the 8 branches of eradication." Chapter 565. In other words, the skills taught by the Tower of Eradication can be divided into 8 types? Thales narrowed his eyes in confusion. He had heard from Wuxia that there were countless martial arts inheritances in the Tower of Eradication. Not exactly. Mallows said steadily, the 8 meridians of eradication represent 8 different philosophies and styles, but just like the power of eradication, even practitioners of the same branch often differ greatly. There are even a small number of elites who do not limit themselves to the different branches and practice interchangeably, complementing each other. Thales recalled the students of the Tower of Eradication he knew. Just like that, in the hundreds of years after the Battle of Eradication, the legacy of the Tower of Eradication spread throughout the world through their students. Through teaching and sparring, the new were eliminated, and the strong were retained. On the training field, Ness' sword was aimed straight at Toledo's vitals, forcing him into a corner. Mallows nodded slightly at this strike. The story continued. Ness came from a small family in Blade Edge Hill. During the Bloody Year, they moved to Central Territory to avoid war, and sent Ness to the Tower of Eradication for further training a few years later. As you can see, his swordsmanship is the typical style of the Flash branch. This branch believes that speed is the only thing that can't be defeated. They pay particular attention to speed and time, agility and effectiveness. They usually end the battle quickly and finish it with one strike. The prince nodded, but still felt that something was not quite right. By the way, a long time ago, your uncle, the Sword of Reversing Light Prince Horus, was also a student of this branch. Thales was shocked, and immediately remembered the story of his second uncle. The former second prince who was known for his bravery, but was eventually trapped under the fortress and died at Raymond Pass. Perhaps because he was no longer interrupted by the Duke, Mallows returned to his usual relaxed self. He sat down leisurely and commented on the duel in the field. Ness's power of eradication is called Reincarnation of the Sun. It is known for speed, which the Flash branch values the most. In front of him, Toledo could not dodge in time. In the end, he could not avoid his opponent's domineering strike. He lost his balance and retreated. Ness did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he took a step back unhurriedly and raised his sword again. His style changed, as if he was going to display everything he had learned in front of a noble. Mallows gazed at Ness, who was still young and immature but full of vigor. His talent was great, and he was full of spirit. Aside from focusing on the flashing sword style, he also cultivated the skills of the Storm and Death of Sin series, gaining strength and lethality. That's how the Vanguard Ness of today came to be. His sword moves as fast as lightning. His moves are executed in one go. His power is like a cold wave descending from the heavens. Victory is decided in a single strike. Thales frowned. With Hell's senses, he discovered that Ness' body was shining with a golden light, like the sun. Coupled with his unconstrained style and occasional creativity, Ness' offensive strength is no less than that of the offense and defense faction. His moves are no less exquisite than those of the martial arts faction, and his lethality is no less than that of the martial arts faction. He can be said to be at the pinnacle of the superclass, and is even better than most of the top superclasses. If we only compete in terms of offense, I might be able to put up a fight against some Supreme Realm experts. Thales was slightly taken aback. He finally understood where Ness's youthful arrogance came from. It said that before he dropped out of school and returned to the country, he arrogantly defeated every member of the Flash branch in the same batch, and arrogantly gave up his recommendation for the Battle of Seeds. That's a recognition of strength. And because of this, he was recruited by the Royal Guards, who had always been averse to the Tower of Eradication, as an exception. Mallow sighed. If it's a one-on-one fight, there aren't many in Mindy's Hall who can take him on. The watchman crossed his arms and watched his subordinate fight relentlessly, but his brows were slightly furrowed. What's rarer is that Ness has an ally that many elites can only dream of: time. He's incredibly young and still improving. His future is limitless. One day, he'll become a Supreme Realm. At this thought, Mallows shook his head almost imperceptibly. But what a pity! Thales stared at Ness' youthful face, and his superb skills that did not match his age. In his amazement, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Is he even 20 years old? In front of him, Ness' attacks intensified again. Toledo awkwardly dodged another dangerous-looking strike, the blade in his hand wobbling. So, the historical temple disciple, the current swordsman of eradication. Watching the battle in front of him, Thales' train of thought suddenly stopped. Finally, he realized that something was wrong. But, if the Flash branch's main point is to end the battle quickly and finish it off with one strike. Thales turned his head, his face full of questions. Then why is it only now? Toledo hasn't been defeated yet. Mallows glanced at Thales, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. There seemed to be a smile. But Thales, who had been with him for a long time, knew the answer just by seeing this detail. That's enough of a demonstration. Mallows turned around and ordered loudly, "Toledo!" The moment his voice trailed off, Toledo's retreating footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Thud. At that moment, Thales felt the sin of Hell's river in his body stirring restlessly. Toledo's figure did not move, but his aura changed. Swoosh! He slashed with his saber. It was an ordinary saber strike. His movements were elegant, his posture solemn. It met head-on with Ness's unstoppable strike. At the same moment, Ness' expression changed. Clang! The sword and the blade clashed, and both of them swayed. Toledo, who had taken the full brunt of the blow, grunted. But this time, although he was at a disadvantage, he did not retreat. Instead, Ness's attack faltered, as if he had hit an iron plate. He needed to withdraw and retract his next strike before he could stab forward. Thales was surprised and began to size up Ness' opponent again. He knew that Toledo used to be in the command division and was Mallow's most trusted person, so it was true. Toledo was born in Eternal Star City and grew up in Central Territory. Mallow said calmly, "They haven't changed their surname 3 generations ago. They are one of the famous 7 Jade Star attendants, the second son branch of the Blade of Elimination Tardin family. Their ancestors even have the blood of a royal princess." Tardin. Hearing the familiar surname, Thales' heart skipped a beat. When Toledo was young, he had the opportunity to serve one of the strongest former royal guards as a knight apprentice, Lord Conrad Toney. He trained under him and listened to his teachings. It wasn't a long time, but he learned a lot. Former royal guard, Conrad Toney. Thales' heart skipped a beat as he caught sight of this familiar name. On the training field, Ness, whose attack had been interrupted, seemed to be a little embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and advanced. His power of eradication shone again, and in 0.1 seconds, his sword whistled as he advanced with an unstoppable attack. Mallow's words were interspersed. From then on, his foundation is solid, his consciousness is complete, his moves steady, and his defense flawless. But Toledo was like an iron wall, with a horizontal slash that seemed to be both pushing and blocking, and a few shocking steps. He turned Ness' fatal slash into a blunt force and cleverly deflected it. He even blocked the path of his opponent's second attack. Metals clashed, and Ness once again returned empty-handed. But Toledo remained in his position, rooted to the ground, and did not counterattack. Thales observed his steps, saw his steadiness and calmness in the face of a swift attack, and felt that he had learned a lot. If there's anyone in the Star Lake Guards who can firmly restrain Ness with just his moves and style, it has to be Toledo. Before he was transferred to Mindy's Hall, he was one of the most reliable messengers in the command division. Mallows was a little emotional. He doesn't seek to be meritorious, but to not be defeated. Although Toledo has only scratched the surface of his defense and can't recreate the Knight of 1,000 Blades' blood-soaked attack, it's enough. The Knight of 1,000 Blades. 1,000 Blades? Thales was puzzled. What kind of nickname is that? Perhaps because he felt embarrassed in front of the prince. Ness was annoyed and struck again, but Thales could see that he was in a state of unease. Under his anxious attack, his sword style pursued extreme speed, and its power was reduced. And Toledo, who had gotten over the initial difficulty and gradually got used to his opponent, had an impenetrable defense and became more relaxed. 1,000 Blades. Mallows said slowly, with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. According to Captain Adrian, a long time ago, when Lord Tony escorted Prince Horace to the Tower of Eradication, he once met the Grey Sword Guard, who was also in his prime and later became famous. Tower of Eradication, Grey Sword Guard. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He had heard Wuxia mention this name before. No one knows how they fought and who won or lost. The watchman's gaze sharpened. But after that meeting, the Grey Sword Guard's private lament and comments eventually leaked out of the Tower of Eradication and back to Constellation. Thales saw that Mallows' attitude was respectful and serious, but he uttered a sentence that was unusual in both grammar and wording. Since ancient times, swords cannot escape their scabbards. Sealed with 1,000 blades, what is evil? Mallows fell into deep thought as he spoke. Thales frowned. Cannot escape their scabbards. Sealed with 1,000 blades? Thales tried hard to make use of the grammar knowledge of various languages that he had refined over the past few months. This should be comparing Tony to a scabbard, and then comparing the martial artists of the world to swords. So Tony can be like a scabbard, using an unimaginable method to seal 1,000 blades and subdue countless masters? Thales scratched his head. Then Tony should also be a scabbard knight. Why is he a knight of 1,000 blades? What Grey Sword Guard? Do you have to be so artistic when you praise someone? You made everyone confused and gave Tony a random nickname? Thales shook his head and stopped thinking about other things. So, Toledo's style is known for defense and specializes in countering the flash sword style? Is it another style of the 8 branches of eradication? At this point, Mallows' gaze shifted. In the field, Ness was getting more and more anxious after failing to take down the opponent. He had to take a few steps back to rest, his face already drenched in sweat. Toledo, on the other hand, was getting more and more indifferent. He even had the time to wave his sword and make an inviting gesture, somewhat like Mallows' sarcasm. Since you are familiar with the classics, Your Highness. At the side, the watchman stared at Thales. Then do you know, in the thousands of years of glorious history, what is the Temple of Night's strongest opponent, the greatest threat, and the most inescapable struggle? Thales shuddered slightly, not because of this question, but because he felt. At this moment, Mallows was extremely serious, his eyes burning. He was almost unlike that courteous, indifferent and innocent person on the surface, but actually disdainful, black-bellied, and fond of giving him soft rebukes every day, the personal guard captain he hated the most. Thales turned his head and looked at the 2 opponents who were temporarily separated and taking a short break. The temple's strongest opponent. He knew that the Temple of Knights was eventually destroyed by the calamity. But, in the training field, Ness and Toledo faced each other with their swords. When their gazes met, there was only their opponent in their eyes, and they seemed to have forgotten that the prince was still watching the battle. They regained their momentum for the duel and prepared for the next lesson. In the face of Mallows' solemn gaze, Thales put on a straight face and slowly uttered a word. The Empire. The watchman's pupils contracted slightly. At that moment, Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere quieted down because of this word, until Ness roared angrily and attacked again. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, Thales took a deep breath and continued. Indeed, thousands of years ago, in order to end the chaos and seek peace, many ranger knights once gathered under great Emperor Camelot Carlus and followed him on expeditions to the north and south to expand the territory, to forge the strong foundation of the ancient empire. Thales suddenly remembered a long time ago, in Caslin's tavern, Putre and Kentvita's argument about the empire and Northland. Things remained the same, but people changed. The prince returned to reality. But after the chaotic world is unified and peace has arrived, these ranger knights with superb martial arts skills and flamboyant personalities were scattered all over the world, and the noble temple of knights that was regarded as the spiritual homeland by millions of people, armed and independent. Thales' voice was slightly cold. They replaced the original enemies and opponents, and became a discordant voice in the boundless and prosperous world. They were seen as a glaring threat by the rulers of the ancient empire's court. Mallows looked at the battle in the field again. Ness could not take him down, and Toledo did not gain the upper hand either. But his gaze gradually froze. Thales recalled the stories he had read and sighed. Historically, the fate of the Temple of Knights was in sync with the rise and fall of the empire. Under the heavy pressure of imperial power and the army's conquest, they suffered repeated misfortunes and collapsed several times. But they also stubbornly left behind a spark and rebuilt the empire in times of internal strife. Thales sighed. So, the greatest enemy of the ancient Temple of Knights was nothing else. He fixed his gaze on Mallows. It was the empire itself. Mallows also looked back at Thales, his gaze unreadable. After looking at him for a long time, the watchman finally nodded. He approved of the prince's answer. Clang! Ness and Toledo collided with each other again. They both swayed, each taking a step back, panting. Ness's eyes were filled with resentment, as if he was really angry. But what you don't know is... As Mallows observed the battle again, he muttered to himself, "That's right." At the same time, under the Pegasus throne, the Knights of the Legion directly under the Emperor have experienced continuous expeditions to suppress rebellions. Following the example of the army and guards, they stress unity and discipline. Knights directly under the Emperor. Thales furrowed his brows. The watchman's gaze sharpened. So, under their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor, their reverence for the Empire, and their absolute obedience to the Legion, and under the expectations of the Pegasus throne and the secret struggle with their competitors, they concluded and trained a style of martial arts that was far from the Temple of Knights. Thales was slightly taken aback. Mallows stared at the blade in Toledo's hand. Some were upright and peaceful, dignified and elegant. Some were upright and generous, sonorous and powerful. Some were self-contained, simple and solemn. Some were tenacious and unyielding. The watchman's words carried with them an indescribable power. Even Thales subconsciously sat up straight. With the official recognition and support of the Empire, the school of this group of knights quickly flourished. For a time, everyone imitated them and they spread throughout the world. In the end, they became the Empire's orthodoxy and stood on equal footing with the famous temple disciples. Stood on equal footing with the Temple of Knights. Thales pondered the meaning of these words as he sized up the two dueling men again. The look in Ness' eyes changed. He swung his long sword and gathered his power of eradication like never before, just for the next attack. Toledo, on the other hand, held his machete horizontally and retracted his aura. He was as awe-inspiring as a mountain, ready to block all possibilities. The momentum of the two men's standoff grew. So, 1,000 years passed. Mallow's words were very calm, but there were some inexplicable emotions in them. The rise and fall of the temple, a cycle of destruction and reconstruction. The rise and fall of the empire, a cycle of decay and rejuvenation. He raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. And the changes in martial arts and supernatural powers were also caused by the rise and fall of these two flourishing schools of thought. In the open and covert battles between countless capable warriors and swordsmen, it was exciting. There were competitions and duels, and there was no lack of war adventures. Sometimes one could hear the clanging of swords and spears. Mallows said calmly, "That was the legendary, most glorious and dazzling golden age of knights." Golden age. Thales did not speak, as if he was also savoring the weight of these words. For some reason, he remembered when he was still in Bladefang's camp, Tampa, the owner of my home tavern, when he talked about the age of mercenaries. Until the Battle of Eradication changed everything. Mallows closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The destruction of the temple, the fall of the empire. In the field, Ness' accumulated offensive finally reached its peak. As he advanced with a flash of afterimages, he slashed out with a flash of his sword. Toledo, on the other hand, let out an angry roar and stepped forward as well, ready to meet force with force. At this moment, "Enough!" Mallows shouted coldly. "That's enough!" Clang! Ness' long sword and Toledo's machete. The two weapons crossed each other in the air. With this command, they lost their momentum and fell weakly to the ground. The two dueling men stopped at an arm's length apart and looked at each other. "Go and rest," the watchman said calmly. A few seconds later, their obedience to the order overcame their aroused fighting spirit. Both of them exhaled in unison, put away their weapons, and bowed to the prince. Thales clapped his hands solemnly and respectfully returned their salute. And so, the remnants of the kindling left behind by the Temple of Knights belong to the Tower of Eradication, and have been passed down ever since. Mallows stared at Ness back in a daze, but his gaze quickly refocused and turned to Thales. And the Empire's iron-blooded swordsmanship, along with the King of Renaissance's banner, along with the descendants of the Empire's lone army, strives to spread again in the new kingdom. The watchman fixed his gaze on Thales. As the most orthodox martial art of knights since the Empire, it has been passed down through Constellation's knight inheritance and court training, recounting the former majesty of the throne and the glory of the army. Toledo and the Knight of 1,000 Blades are its representatives. Thales felt the other man's seriousness and nodded slowly. For centuries, generations of Constellation's masters have been painstakingly studying and teaching, in hopes that the ancient inheritance will be further advanced in the hands of their descendants, and keep up with the pulse of the times. And the sword stances and styles you've been practicing incessantly for the past few months, including the demanding 17 swords of the knights, are among them. Thales recalled the training that was completely different from Northland's over the past few months, and suddenly understood. Mallows exhaled. His stern expression faded, and he slowly returned to his calm self. Today, this martial arts school with a similarly long history, but vaguely opposed to the Tower of Eradication, is on par with it. Corresponding to the temple, it was named by the rigorous scholars. At that moment, the watchman's voice was ethereal as he spoke softly. Imperial style. 2 ears oblivious to the outside world, only focused on writing books to torture the master. End of this chapter. Chapter 566. Imperial style. Thales chewed on the word for a while. A style that is comparable to the temple. Is it the Empire's style or the Emperor's style? Now, do you understand? Mallows gently stroked the hilt of the sword at his waist. His gaze was complicated and indecipherable. Imperial style is a martial art passed down from the age of the Empire. To Constellation, to the Jadestar royal family, and especially to you, what is its significance? There were few people on the training field. The depths of the courtyard were silent. Only the main hall made of stone stood majestically behind him. It remained the same under the dark gray sky. Thales pondered for a long time before he spoke. In that case, imperial style not only represents martial arts, but also history. The significance is extraordinary. It is equivalent to the Jade Star royal family's family style. So, this is another story of reading history to make me study hard. At this thought, Thales was speechless. Wait, Jade Star royal family style? Thales' expression changed slightly. Beside him, Mallows did not say anything. Doyle of Mirror River. The prince suddenly uttered this surname out of the blue. Last night, the fight between Doyle and Birel. Thales looked at the watchman and spoke in surprise and doubt. Although their weapons and styles are different, I have an impression that Doyle's swordsmanship style also belongs to the imperial style. Mallows narrowed his eyes slightly. After a few seconds, the watchman nodded. Danny Doyle was the last squire Knight Joaquin took into his service. Before Knight Joaquin passed away, he was the head swordsmanship instructor hired by the Jade Star royal family for the private army in their territory. He can be said to be a master of the imperial-style martial arts. Jade Star Private Army's swordsmanship instructor. With his doubts confirmed, Thales' gaze shifted and he immediately asked, "What about the others? Apart from Toledo and Doyle? Glover, Bastia, and you?" Thales fixed his gaze on Mallows. The watchman smiled faintly, confirming his guess. "Yes. Glover, Morgan, Vladivostok, Oscar from the Vanguard Division. Bastia, Franzuk, Ferry, Custa from the Defense Division, including my subordinates, Tang Xian and Stefanov." Mallows' palm was still pressed on the hilt of his sword, and he seemed to sigh. "That's not all. Your Star Lake Guards, or more accurately, the entire Royal Guards, most of them are practitioners of the imperial style. Most of them were the Royal Guards." Thales first understood a little, then he furrowed his eyebrows in deep thought. "As for me, the teachers who taught me martial arts are also imperial-style knights." The watchman slowly said, "Thanks to the Jade Star Private Army, even the regular soldiers of the royal family, who have only been organized for a few decades, are more or less influenced by it. Many people from the officers to the soldiers are practicing." Thales was silent for a long while. He quietly pondered the logic behind it. Mallows did not rush him, but waited patiently for the prince's reaction. "Mallows." A few seconds later, Thales spoke faintly, and he sounded a little absent-minded. "Say, between Temple and Imperial Wind, when people choose their own sect, what do they pay attention to?" At that moment, Mallows' gaze was slightly dazed. He loosened his grip on the hilt of his sword. "I think, in the era of the rise of the powerful and the chaos of the world, the skills taught by the Tower of Eradication will often be popular for a time, spread out, and become famous in the eyes of the people." The dazed look in the watchman's eyes disappeared, and he became calm again. "And in times of peace and prosperity, when the country is prosperous and the people are at peace, the orthodox style of the empire will become the trend that people compete to pursue." Mallows looked at Thales, calm as usual, but the pause between his words was unusual. "Do you understand?" Thales took a deep breath. He sat upright and faced his personal guard captain come martial arts teacher with a stern expression. "Mallows, what do you want to talk about in today's lesson?" The smile on Mallows' lips widened a little, but he shrugged, looking innocent and helpless. "Of course it's about the two major representative sects in the world." But Thales interrupted him. "You can be more straightforward, you don't have to be so secretive and careful." The Duke of Star Lake stared at him sternly. "I don't censor keywords." Mallows froze for a moment. He snorted softly. "Then, as intelligent as you are, what do you think I want to talk about?" The two of them stared at each other quietly for a moment, until Thales took a deep breath, closed his eyes gently, and opened them again. "South Coast Hill, that blockhead from the Caribbean family. Respected young Master Cohen." Thales stared at Mallows, and his tone was solemn. "As far as I know, he's a student of the Tower of Eradication. According to you, he's a disciple of the Temple." Mallows raised his eyebrows, but did not comment. "Northern Territory, Miss Miranda from the Arund family. And last night, Western Desert, Crow Caw City's anchor Birel. And Ness, as you said, before he moved to Central Territory, he lived in Blade Edge Hill." Thales' tone was certain, and he pushed forward. "Oh, and the extensions. Thales recalled what Wuxia had told him. As far as I know, the famous groundshaker Caslin Lampard also learned his skills from the Tower of Eradication when he was young. Hearing this name, Mallows moved slightly, as if deep in thought. He looked up and leisurely responded to the prince. "You do know a lot, your highness." Thales frowned. "And last night, when you said that the assassin's martial arts originated from the Tower of Eradication, your old enemy, Vice Captain Lord Vogel's first reaction was, that's a foreign noble." Thales paused for a moment, but Mallows remained calm. As for imperial style, Thales felt that he had caught hold of that thread and was pulling it tighter and tighter until he reached the crux. "In my guards, Doyle and Glover are both from Central Territory. To be precise, they're the 7 Jadestar attendants. And you said that Toledo is a branch descendant of the 7 Jadestar attendants. Even you, Tormund Mallows, are considered a descendant of the 7 Jadestar attendants." Mallows' breathing stagnated. "And most of the other royal guards," Thales said seriously, "the temple and imperial style. Is it a coincidence that their practitioners are so different?" But Mallows still did not respond to his words, and instead asked in return, "What do you think?" Thales frowned. He thought to himself, this guy's words are as precious as gold. He's definitely taking revenge on the prince for cutting in earlier. I guess. Thales tried to make a deduction. At least in Constellation, the local nobles tend to send their children to the Tower of Eradication to learn the martial arts of the temple. The suzerains in Central Territory, on the other hand, follow the legacy of imperial style more to get closer to the Jadestar royal family's preferences. Is that so? Mallows smiled and did not comment on it. Thales exhaled. "Let's go deeper." The prince frowned. "The skills of the Tower of Eradication are spread throughout the kingdom, especially to the local aristocratic families that have a long history and are used to dividing their rule. The imperial style is based in the center of Constellation, with Eternal Star City as its foundation, and is highly respected by the knights surrounding the throne." Thales' eyes brightened. "The temple and the imperial style martial arts sects. I think I understand now." Thales no longer cared about Mallows' reaction. He started to think on his own. For thousands of years, especially during the Age of the Empire, the temple and the imperial style were in a stalemate, competing with each other. But this was not the difference between different sects and the battle of swords in the Wuxia novels of his previous life. Just like the power of eradication. Thales recalled what Ricky said in the dungeon and subconsciously repeated it. They are not only themselves, but also the warriors themselves. Mallows frowned slightly. Thales spoke faster and faster. "The Temple of Knights originated from the ancient Northland. Its martial arts were spread among the rangers and scattered warriors, spreading to all parts of the world. Their opponent, the imperial style, originated from the ancient empire. It benefited from the orthodoxy of imperial power, inherited from the knights of the army, and benefited from the center of the court. From the beginning, these two were born from different people, and developed and grew as these people fought against each other." Thales said absent-mindedly. After 1,000 years, they underwent a complete transformation and became the two main martial arts in the heavenly body realm that revolved around the throne and royal authority. The temple, the imperial style. Mallows stared at the prince. Thales ignored him. At this moment he was immersed in thought. Yes, just like Ricky said before. The power of eradication is closely related to the warrior, reflecting each person's experience and personality. The martial arts sects are intimately linked to the real world, reflecting each person's inclination and choice. Thales said absent-mindedly. Because they are not just two major sections. Their competition is not just about honor and reputation, but also about the naked reality of politics. In ancient times, the people who used them were entangled with the distinction between the center of the empire and the local regions. In the present age, the practitioners of both revolve around the difference between the king of Constellation and the vassal's governance. Thales raised his head and looked at Mallows with certainty. This is not just about martial arts. It is also about politics and power, history and change. This is the truth and meaning of the two major sects to this day. This is also what you really want to tell me, right? Mallows smiled. His smile was very gratified. He looked at the sparse and deserted courtyard in the distance due to the intertwining of autumn and winter. To be honest, I am not good at interpreting politics, and I do not want to mislead you, Your Highness. Thales shook his head and interrupted him. Nonsense. Your mind is as clear as a mirror, and very thorough. The prince no longer looked at Mallows. His gaze was distant. Thousands of years ago, the general trend rolled and gathered into a tide. The human race will prosper, and the temple will shine. Whatever is good at the top will be even worse at the bottom. The direction of the imperial power leads to the formation of the imperial style. Mallows looked at the prince, who was lost in thought, and fell into silence. Thales glanced at Ness and Toledo, who were wiping their sweat and drinking water after the battle. The former seemed to be still brooding over it, while the latter did not care at all. The clash of their swords and sabers seemed to ring in his mind again. Clang! Thales was stunned. Ness's swift sword light, Toledo's tenacious defense. It was not just a duel between two people, or even a clash between two major sections. In that battle, what he glimpsed was a scene from 1,000 years ago. The emperor and the vassals. The empire and the rangers. Unity and chaos. Iron blood and flamboyance. And now, 1,000 years later, Thales' thoughts drifted far away. In troubled times, it is difficult to start a chaotic war. So the Tower of Eradication was erected, and its disciples were everywhere. Constellation was restored, and the royal power was expanded. With knights to inherit it, the imperial style was eternal. The local nobles chose the Tower of Eradication, and the 7 Jadestar attendants chose to approach the imperial style. The central and the local. Centralization and division. The king and the vassals. Thales thought about it all in a daze, and the more he understood. There was nothing in this world that was illusory, a castle in the air that fell from the sky. Even martial arts and swordsmanship, which seemed innocent and independent, external objects or tools that were only related to personal interests and choices, were no exception. The emergence of the temple and the imperial style was closely related to the times. Their competition was by no means isolated and static, but the result of history and politics, reality and power working together. The opposition between the two was a faithful reflection of the relationship between people in terms of martial arts inheritance and real violence. The times created them. They reflected the times. Martial arts were like that, and people even more so. At this thought, Thales sighed. It seems that the gray sword guards were right. Since ancient times, swords cannot escape their sheaths. Gray sword guards. Hearing this evaluation of the elites of the previous generation, Mallows was stunned and seemed puzzled, but Thales just shook his head. For every martial art, every school, no matter how strong, how glorious, how powerful, how illustrious, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. The background of the times, the soil of society, and even the people who use them are the true sheaths that they cannot escape. Mallows fell into deep thought and nodded slightly. At this point, Thales suddenly remembered what Scholar Bonner said in grammar class just now. Language is a tool, a result, but also a master, a cause. It is the best example of turning from guest to host, and deeply influencing its users in the midst of change. Thales subconsciously froze. Be it martial arts or language. They are not just ignorant and senseless tools. On the contrary, they are put into their sheaths by the people who use them, branded with their own brand, and given the characteristics of the times and society. From then on, they become one, inseparable, and even human. They even turn from guest to host, influencing more people through inheritance and practice, continuing to strengthen and push forward the trend of the times. Theology, at the end of the day, is about the knowledge of people. Priestess Melgen's words rang in his mind, just like the temple and the imperial style. Thales subconsciously said, their opposing meanings, from ancient times to the present, have been passed down in the bodies of millions of practitioners, germinating and seeking opportunities to bloom, whether they are aware of it or not. They are constantly changing and entangling in countless realms of reality and politics. They resound with every clash of weapons, the lingering sound lingering. In this second, Thales recalled the scene of the duel between Ness and Toledo. But in the next moment, he saw the banquet hall from last night, the furious fight between Doyle and Anchor. No, not just them. Mallows, Doyle, Glover, Caslin, Cohen, Miranda. They live in every warrior, every weapon, and every battle. Thales said absent-mindedly, one after another, competing for 1,000 years without results. Until now, never left, never diminished, never weakened. But people are in it, used daily without realizing it, unaware of it after a long time, unable to escape its sheath. Mallows pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. It seems that I don't need to say anything more. Thales smiled too. He looked at the racks of weapons on the training ground, then raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky. At that moment, he felt that everything in the air was shrouded in it. Perhaps this was the zither string of the era. Thales was deeply moved. It was the syllables it played in every detail of history. Small and traceless, but its shadow was endless. Faintly discernible, but unbearably heavy. Mallows, the sex you mentioned before. Thales sighed slowly. I went back and looked up the information. Mallows looked at the Duke of Star Lake and felt the latter's heaviness. He heard Thales say slowly, the attack and defense sect, or the northern sect, it arose from the years of conflict between Constellation and Extet at the border. The martial arts sect, inherited from the church armed forces that flourished during the age of the Empire. They were once the guardians of the Temple of Faith. The new trend, it manifests in the mercenaries and adventurers of modern times. These martial arts, they all have their own origins, right? Thales fixed his gaze on Mallows. Just like what I said today, the temple and the imperial style. Mallows stared back at him for a long time before he said faintly, war and chaos, peace and prosperity, can give birth to different martial arts and martial artists, either colorful and unbelievable, or orthodox and uniform in style. The watchman looked at the distant horizon. I heard that in the foreign lands of the Eastern Peninsula, the further away it is from us, the more different the martial arts. Thales chuckled, feeling a little relieved. The changes of the times affect and shape everything, the prince said sentimentally. Cause and effect are connected, and no one can escape, and nothing can escape. As for those technological methods that transcended history and could still be developed smoothly, martial arts manuals that transcended the times and could still kill in all directions, Thales sighed. As expected, they could only appear in rebirth and transmigration. But no matter what, there is one thing that will never change. Mallows stood up. His face was stern and his tone was cold. All martial arts, at the end of the day, are all based on violence. All violence, when the mask is removed, can kill. The watchman said profoundly, Your Highness, it is better to be careful. Thales frowned. Power comes from violence. Is that so? Why? Thales lowered his eyes. Why are you telling me this and even demonstrating the lesson? Mallows inhaled and exhaled slowly. Because this is the lesson you will be teaching today. He looked at the main building of Mindy's Hall. His gaze was gloomy, and his thoughts were unknown. Are you ready? Ready? Thales did not answer immediately. He was thinking about something else at the moment. Since the style of martial arts is like that, so is the power of eradication. They all carry the mark of people, the traces of the times, and reflect the changes of power in reality. Then, Thales' gaze sharpened. Before the magic tower collapsed, before the wizards went extinct, before knowledge was listed as taboo and was still the supreme knowledge in the world. What is the face of magic? How does it intersect with people, is closely related to the times, and is entangled with reality? Thales was immersed in his thoughts. Sir, Your Highness. In the distance, following the sound of footsteps, Bastia's nervous and deep voice rang through the training field. Renaissance Palace is here. At that moment, Thales and Mallows fell silent. Bastia's muscular body stepped onto the ground of the training field, stirring up endless sand and dust. His Majesty's order. The Duke of Star Lake is urgently summoned to the palace for an audience immediately. Thales was silent for a while. Mallows did not move an inch. They turned a blind eye to the Protector's anxiety. Finally, when Bastia could not help but repeat the order, Thales slowly stood up. "He's here." "Yes, Mallows." Thales took a deep breath. He smiled faintly and answered the watchman's question. "Warm-up complete. I'm ready." You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.